The Prismatic, Part 1. Copyright 2024, Reno, Nevada. Chapter 1. Ascension. Holding up his upper left arm, Jack attempted to conjure fire as only the elementalists could do. Though his skin was gray, the young mystic mimicked the very same motions his second parent just performed while making breakfast. No one, including Jack himself, was surprised by his upper left arm not producing flame. He grinned and shrugged. "Jack," the red-skinned parent turned around, ceasing their breakfast preparation, "do you have any big plans for your last day before growing up?" His upper two hands were wringing a washcloth, while his lower hands held some krana. Mill was an elementalist, not a time weaver, so Mill's philosophy consisted of time management, and even while talking to his only child, he refused to not keep his hands busy. Jack rubbed his chin to give an appearance of contemplation, more than actually giving Mill's question real thought. I thought I want to learn how to do every kind of magic." His obvious enthusiasm to the prospect made Mill chuckle. "Oh?" Mill's patronizing tone went over Jack's head. "You can never be too prepared." He turned around and continued cooking. His lower palms radiated heat that seared the krana plant. "I want to cook." Mill raised an eyebrow and ceased the cooking process. "If your skin turns red tonight, you can do the cooking in the future." His palms resumed their illumination, which Jack stared at, taking in the sight. He had never really paid any attention to how food was cooked until this moment. Jack's eyes watched in wonder. Mill heated the krana with nothing more than fiery heat from his very palms. Jack's lower hands held nothing as he positioned them the same way his parent did, copying the krana cooking process. Mill glanced back and smiled at the childish gesture, though his eyes betrayed the mouth motion. "Come on, you can teach me a little something." Mill shrugged. "All right. Well, for starters, you are copying my hand movements. That doesn't matter for being an elementalist. What does matter is how you feel." "Oh, yeah, elementalists rely on emotions." Jack relaxed his hands, feeling embarrassed for forgetting one of the most common of knowledges. Mill placed the sizzling vegetable onto the top of a pile of already cooked krana. "Breakfast!" Mill called out to the rest of the household. From the room to Jack's right, a blue-skinned person walked in. "Morning, Jack." "Morning, Zed." Zed sat at the table, and Jack joined him. From the left room, a green-skinned person walked in. "Jack, Zed, Mill." They nodded and also sat down at the four-chair table. "Good morning, Norg," Jack responded. Mill placed the plate of krana in the middle of the table. Jack rushed to take the first one. His teeth sunk into the succulent soft flesh of the vegetable. Not even 2 bites into the meal, and there was a knock on the door. "Come in, Sai," Norg said. The door opened, and a gray-skinned person walked in. "How did you know it was me?" Zed chuckled. "It's always you, Sai. Take a seat." His blue feet shuffled back and forth while his 4 hands moved rhythmically. Zed took the krana in a blur, snatching it up, and devoured it in less than 1 second. Moving faster than any of the others could keep up, Zed was suddenly behind Sai, ushering him to the now vacant seat. "Yeah, that. I want to understand how you do that," Jack said, sounding more like he was protesting than requesting. Zed cocked his head, confused. Jack, you're still gray, and you don't even know if you'll be blue, red, green, or orange tonight." "I can't be too prepared," Jack mustered Mill's previous statement. Zed nodded his approval, or perhaps he was merely humoring his child. "All right, you can watch me make tomorrow's food. I'll wait for you outside." With a flash, Zed was gone. The door was heard opening and closing, but not seen. Jack, still eating his breakfast, rushed to go out. Nord grabbed him by one of his left arms. Not so fast, young one. Time weavers are impatient, and Zed is no exception. But as your parent, I insist you finish your breakfast and not rush like he does. I really don't want you to choke. Sai sat back in his chair, chewing his food with a wide grin. Jack caught the subtle mockery from his friend, but ignored it. He fumed, but didn't argue as he continued to eat the meal. Jack and Sai walked out of the multi-room hut. The tip of the green moon could be seen on the horizon setting. On the opposing horizon, the sun was fully risen, but still at the bottom of the sky. Across from his home, just beyond the dirt road, were huts that lined the birthing pods. A brief memory ran across Jack's recollection from when he himself emerged from one of those pods. His vague remembrance recalled the dark interior and his 4 baby arms beating on the inner wall of the pod, and 2 red, blue, and green arms pulled him out, allowing his first real sight being of his 3 parents. Jack allowed the thought to flow away. He turned his attention to Zed, just behind their home. Other mystics were behind their own huts, each performing the same task, but in their own way. Zed wasn't waiting for his child. He was already dancing around the plot of farmland they cultivated each and every day. The blue blur that was Zed raced in circles, zigzagging back and forth. On occasion, he would stand still in a pose for both dramatic purposes and actual farming reasons. As you can see, Jack, Zed called out, I am utilizing my time weaving via dance, which you already knew. However, I'm using this particular dance, which is called the scramble. Zed positioned his footing, slowing down to show the 2 adolescents. I'm growing tomorrow's food, you know. Some towns don't have any time weavers, if you can believe that. They have to grow their food over a long period of time. With me, though, I would hate that. I'm so happy I could just do this. His feet glowed as they maneuvered back and forth. The blue illumination twinkled around the seedlings in the ground that he planted prior to the 2 kids exiting the hut. A root sprouted and Zed sped up his movements. Neither Jack nor Sai could keep up. You just move like this, and then voila! Freshly grown krana. He looked at Jack and Sai, expecting their approval or amazement. Instead, the 2 shrugged, uncaring at the magical feat that they have observed every single day of their entire lives. Well, since my daily work is done now, I'll see you guys in the fields for some games later. Zed didn't wait for a reply. He zoomed away. Did you see how he did any of that? Jack asked. Nope. Dude, I want to learn all of the magic. I know I'll only be one color, but I don't want to fumble my first attempt at magic tonight. Sai nodded his agreement. If we can't figure out how to do anything with time weaving, at least not right now, maybe we should figure out how to conjure fire if we end up as red elementalists. Red elementalists? Do you think there are blue or green elementalists? Jack's puerile sarcasm made Sai feel stupid. Shut up! Jack giggled. Fine. I'll help you learn fire. Sai punched Jack in the upper right shoulder. Hey, what's that for? Why'd you do that? Jack rubbed his shoulder. I want you mad. That's how elementalists make fire. You get mad. You could have warned me. How are you going to make me sad so I can control rocks? You're a loser and will never accomplish anything? Sai's attempt to make his friend depressed was only met with Jack shaking his head disappointed. Come on, be serious. That's dumb. I don't think you can just make me sad on a whim. What about air and water? Surely we can command happiness and fear. Games are fun. We could just go play with Zed and the others, Sai suggested. Jack waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Maybe later. Come on, Sai, we grow up tonight. We don't have time to play today. You sound like a time weaver. Maybe you should learn some dances. Don't have time to play. Sai made a tisk sound at the very notion. Jack sighed. Fine, one game, but we're at the very least going to make someone teach us something. That's very grown up of you, Jack, Sai remarked. Jack could not tell if it was sarcasm or not. They joined a game in an open field just on the outskirts of the village, which involved one summoner versus 4 children. The green-skinned summoner did what summoners do. They summoned 3 of their chargers. 3 spectral figures appeared. Jack tried to get the green mystic to explain anything, but he was too absorbed in his game. Jack and Sai joined them, but had to be on the opposing teams. An hour went by, and neither Jack nor Sai could deduce anything about how summoners work beyond what everyone already knew. Summoners relied on concentration in order to summon and maintain their charges. The summoner they were playing with managed to explain after the game that most summoners can only summon 1 or 2 at a time, and when they do that, they rarely can use their own body beyond basic functions. Yeah, but how do you get charges? Do you get them automatically or learn how to summon them? Jack asked. The summoner waved his hand dismissing the question and then ran off to play a different game with other mystics. The 2 gave up. Sai sat down at the top of the hill overlooking the village. Maybe we shouldn't care. Perhaps we should just keep playing games like everyone else, Sai suggested. Banish that thought, Jack said. Sai shrugged. I guess. Hey, do you ever wonder what would happen if nothing happened tonight? Jack didn't know how to respond. He fumbled with his words. Huh? What? What do you mean? Like tonight, when the 4 moons rise and people grow up and gain their magic, what if I don't ascend to adulthood? What gave you that idea? Sai shook his head. It's dumb, I know, but I had this dream last night. Sai paused, giving Jack a chance to interject. Jack said nothing. Well, in my dream, I didn't turn into any sort of mystic. I'm not following you. I mean, I get that you had a weird dream where you didn't grow up, but instead just stayed a kid with gray skin forever? It's just a dream. It's not that freaky, to be honest. I had a weird dream last night, too. I dreamed that I saw demons and lunar shapeshifters battling, like in that great war 1,000 years ago. It was crazy stuff. Jack stood up and pointed to a hut. Let's go! Learn about healing magic! Sai had a look in his eyes that wanted to say more. Jack didn't see. They moved to that particular hut during their walk, if walk is what someone would call it. They moved in a dance fashion, trying to mimic a simple dance time weavers would do in order to speed up their bodies to move faster. It looked ridiculous on the 2 children moving at regular speed. Soon enough, they reached their destination. A weathered sign hung next to the entrance, held up by a wooden pole. The sign had one word, which in their language was a singular symbol of 2 overlapping circles. Their entire written language consisted of various circles overlapping in various ways. There is a different symbol for any kind of message one might convey, but the written language only consisted of nouns. You know, the people in the cities would only laugh at your uncivilized behavior, and then nod their arrogant heads at their confirmation of how they believe all village folks are not much different than the beasts that roam the wilds. Jack and Sai stopped walking in and stared at the orange mystic in the room holding a glass orb. He sighed. Knock before entering, children. You're supposed to grow up tonight, so we're going to need you to mature faster than that. Maybe the 2 processed the advice, but to the healer's perspective, they ignored it. Teach us about healing magic, Jack said. A word of advice, children. If you want something from someone, the way to go about it isn't to burst into their home and workplace and demand the thing you want. Sai stepped in front of Jack. Please teach us about healing magic. He said it without sarcasm. Every cycle
there are always a few of you young ones that want to get a head start on learning whatever magic you get. At least you're going about it smartly, not setting your minds on any one specific type of magic. You could end up as any of the four, if you want to learn a little something about all of them. He looked at them to make sure they were listening. The two absorbed every word. He smiled to himself, but didn't show it. I can teach you a great deal about healing magic, and should one or even both of you end up as healers, I will be the one to train you until you embark on your journey to the healer capital to the furthest south of the continent. I have a book on the basics just on my shelf over there. Jack and Cy immediately started to move to that very bookshelf. Hold it right there! The healer stopped them in their tracks with just his words. Jack and Cy looked back at him. Yes, with no effort from me, I would let you use that book and absorb its knowledge. My personal library is precisely that, my personal library. Books are not easy to obtain, and very few know how they are made, including myself. I won't let just anyone touch my precious books. Jack turned to him and placed all four of his arms akimbo while scolding the healer. Why did you even tell us if you aren't going to let us learn? I want you to do something for me first. Jack relaxed his face, but not his arms. He wants us to go on a quest, Jack. To which Jack nodded his approval. Send us on your quest, O great healer of the humble village of Pine. The healer stood up and walked to them. He handed Jack the orb he was holding the entire time. Take this book to the village elder. Don't read it. We'll know if you do. Will you do this for me? Absolutely, Jack and Cy said together. Clutching the book, the two rushed out of the door at the same time, almost wedging themselves in the process, but twisted their bodies sideways to avoid the clash. They sprinted down the dirt street. In their minds, they felt like time weavers pretending to fold time to their advantage, moving at supersonic speeds. In truth, they ran at a normal pace. Being a small village meant their run was not far. They reached the elder, and they looked at each other, sharing the same thought, but with but a glance. We could read this book. Both shook their heads, dismissing the notion. Neither refused to be the follower. They both knocked on the wooden door. The wrinkled elder opened it. He was adjusting his ceremonial mask, which covered the majority of his face. The mask did not cover his mouth. It had 4 protruding extremities upon it. Each extension was shaped according to the magic it represented, and color in the same fashion. Time blue, summon green, elemental red, and healing orange. Each of the 4 had the simple symbol to additionally represent themselves, those overlapping circles as their written language went. The mystics did not rely heavily on their written language. To the most part, they were verbal to one another. Should written messages longer than one word need to be conveyed, they utilized their unique book orbs, which Jack handed to the elder. The elder, without so much as a word of thanks, snatched the orb with no expression upon his face, as if Jack and Cy's sole purpose in their life were to serve this elder. Their annoyance they did not show. With all 4 hands clutching the book, his eyes squinted in concentration. A thin stream of yellow magic exited the orb, then swirled around itself prior to moving through the air and to the mind of the elder. His eyes glazed over in the shortest of moments, and then the stream returned to its source. He focused his eyes, and then looked at the 2 gray-skinned ones standing in front of his door. It's probably nothing, he said, responding to whatever information his mind just absorbed. Tell the healer my thanks. I will see you 2 very soon. He closed the door, not waiting for a response. Jack and Cy shrugged, and then returned to the healer. I'm glad you can complete a task and follow instructions, he said. They waited for their reward. Come with me. He walked to his bookshelf containing dozens of orbs, each sitting on a soft cushion. reaching for a specific one that had a circular symbol inscribed upon it that translated to the basics of healing. He picked it up and handed it to Jack and Cy, who both held it, each refusing to let the other be the first to learn. The knowledge streamed into two separate yellow threads of magic. Children have no patience. You'd both make great time weavers. You should know that when you do that, the knowledge becomes watered down due to more than one mind accessing it. The two ignored that, but focused on the information. To Jack, he formulated mathematical algorithms, consisted of basic math. Everything else became a blur. Meanwhile, Cy received the details of basic healing and basic anatomy, with none of the math attached. Things like, using this formula, you can close a wound that would normally require stitches, and with this algorithm, you can treat an abrasion. The stream of yellow magic returned to its source. I don't understand. Cy, let me have the orb, Jack said. I also don't understand. Jack, let me have the orb, Cy responded. The two began to fight over the book, each attempting to tug it away from the other. Hey, be careful. Books are delicate, the healer said. With that, both gave in to the other, letting go. The orb fell to the wooden floor and smashed into broken glass. With eyes wide open, the healer was speechless. His mouth opened to say something, but no sound exited from that orifice. Jack and Cy cringed, then sprinted away as quickly as possible to escape the wrath of the healer. Not until they reached the hill overlooking the village did they turn around. The healer was not pursuing them. I don't think he'll teach us more, a ragged-voiced Jack said. I hope we don't become healers solely to avoid him. Come on, Jack waved his hand for Cy to follow. It's dinner time. They made their way down the hill towards the home. Jack was in front, so he couldn't see the worried expression on his friend's face. They sat at the same table, and Mill was almost done preparing the meal. Mill's face held a worried look. His eyes were closed as the krana in his four hands formed a thin layer of ice. He placed the newly frozen vegetable on a pile of similarly frozen others, then placed the plate in the middle of the table. Go get your other parents. They're playing in the field just outside. Like most other elementalists, Mill took things seriously. Being the only elementalist in the family, they were the one relied upon to do all of the cooking. Even though all they ate was krana, Mill could heat or freeze it with their magic. Jack stepped outside. Zed and Norg were the only ones in the field. Norg greatly outnumbered Zed 5-1. Utilizing their summons, Norg commanded 4 beasts to chase Zed around for the game they played. Mystics have more time on their hands than most other life forms in the universe. The games they come up with are vast and abundant. They made up a new game daily, while at the same time embraced some games for a lifetime. The game they played was classic gladiator style. Zed combated the beasts on his own, but with his Time Weaver speed, he held the advantage even against 4 opponents. Beasts are of one variety of this world. Like most other life, they have a finite lifespan. The longer they live, the bigger they become. That is, until they become too big that they require a great amount of food to continue to live, and eventually starve to death due to the inability to gain enough food to sustain themselves. Never do they become larger than a house, and live longer than a few more months. Beasts have 6 legs, a rough, scaly yet furry exterior, and a powerful maw that can clamp down, crush, and bite through virtually anything or anyone. Norg commanded 4 of these beasts as his chargers. Norg himself wasn't moving due to the concentration on his charges. The goal of this game was for Zed to either reach Norg and merely touch him to claim victory, or for any of Norg's charges to pin Zed to the ground. Zed circled around Norg and his summons. Those beasts had their master surrounded, with their backs to him, covering all sides. Zed searched for an opening, while Norg focused on an opportunity to strike. One beast finally lunged at Zed, but missed. Zed easily avoided it with his serpentine movements. He moved in to claim victory. "Hey, it's dinner time!" Jack called out. Zed turned to Jack and faltered. A second beast seized the opportunity and lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. The thing licked his face, making Zed groan with disgust. "Ha! I win!" Norg declared. He dismissed the charges. They vaporized into green smoke. Even the saliva on Zed's face went with them. Each sat at the table. An extra chair from another room was brought in, and everyone dined on frozen krana. The crunch could be heard with every bite. "You two excited about tonight?" Norg asked. Zed snorted. "It's all they've talked about." Mill shot Zed a look telling him to be nicer. Zed straightened himself in his chair, then turned to Sai. "You look nervous. Don't be. I remember when I ascended a long time ago." Zed was already relaxing again in his chair. "Me, Mill, and Norg here were the best of friends, and we knew no matter what we turned into, we would live together forever. A bit predictable, but we're happy that we conceived Jack here. We thought about having more kids, but you're a handful, son." Zed winked at Jack. "Maybe the two of you will have kids of your own," Mill said, as much as asked. "Though a child with only two parents is pretty rough to bring up." "I never knew my parents," Sai commented. The three adults cringed. Sorry, Sai," Zed said. There's nothing wrong with being adopted. The people that raised you have done so with love, compassion, and care. Honestly, so far as I'm concerned, they're your parents, all four of them." Sai half smiled. Jack elbowed his friend. Sai looked at Jack, smiled without comment. The Ascension Ceremony. A large bonfire burned at the center of the village. Lined up on one side stood every gray adolescent of the village of Pine. Forming a circle past the children stood every member of the community in no particular pattern. Reds, blues, and greens waited silently and patiently. The sky was already dark, and the four moons inched their way to the top of the sky from their converging directions. Lunar harmony was about to commence. The village elder walked a slow and proud pace to the other side of the fire and faced the anxious children. He has done this countless times, though this was the first time these participants witnessed this. "Tonight," he began, "you will no longer be gray. By the power of our moons, you will be more. All of you starting tomorrow, after you celebrate tonight, will embark on your own personal journey. Some will go as far as the city of June to master your healing magic. Others may just find that Cadence is your destination to understand the secrets of time weaving. No doubt summoners will be among you to go to Genpar. But no matter how far you travel, no matter how many beasts and darklings you must face, you will always know that you have a place in this world. By the moons, step forward." He pointed at the first gray-skinned one at the far right of Sai and Jack. They stepped forward. While it was never hidden, the staff the elder held was never noticed. He lifted it, pointed it directly at the first to ascend. The red moon brightened and shot a beam of crimson light down, enveloping the person. Everyone witnessed his skin radiate and change. The light vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He looked at his hands, turning them over with wonder and amazement. "I'm an elementalist!" They attempted to conjure fire, but were too overjoyed by by the moment to be angry. Instead, a gust of wind swirled around them. They shrugged and accepted the wind as an unintended victory. He then joined the other adults in the circle behind. The elder pointed at the next child and said the same words. The same thing happened. They stepped forward and allowed the light of the moon to bathe upon them. However, this time the light was blue from the blue moon. Again, they had the same reaction of awe and wonder. This person, however, was a little more prepared and started a sweeping dance to which the bonfire before them was affected. The flames slowed down, moving at less than a quarter of its normal speed. The blue magic swirled, and the moment they stopped the dance, the flames reverted to normal. This one, too, joined the adults. On and on it went, until finally it was Jack's turn. He briefly glanced at Cy with an excited eye. Jack was too distracted to notice Cy's distraught face. His friend was nervous in a bad way. Some horrible thought lay in his mind. Jack stepped forward, fully prepared to embrace his future. No amount of preparation could ready him for what happened next. Light from the moons, not one moon, but all 4 moons, shot down, striking Jack like lightning. It did not caress him like it did the others, but struck him with a surge of pain and real electricity. Blue, red, green, and orange all stabbed into him, forcing the magic into him. Everyone was aghast by the sight. No one ever imagined this could happen. The light was relentless and far longer than what occurred prior to the others. Some took a step back in horror, while others stepped forward, wanting to help but having no way of doing so. The elder frantically waved their staff in the most useless of fashions. They could not focus their mind on healing magic they desperately wanted to utilize. The lunar light ceased. Jack lay on the ground, helpless, but alive and awake. He breathed heavily. Jack slowly stood up. No one approached him. All stared at him with a shocked expression. "I did not expect that. Did it hurt like that for you guys, too? It looked pleasant for everyone." Jack noticed everyone's silence, and he cocked his head in confusion. "What?" One person pointed to Jack with their mouth wide open, making no sound. "What?" Jack looked at his hands, and he himself nearly passed out from the sight, turning his hands over and over with confusion. No green, no red, no orange, and no blue. Gray. His skin was still gray. "How is this?" The elder composed himself and placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. "Everyone calm down." The crowded murmurs did not cease. "Everyone, I know what has happened. I just never thought this would. It's okay. Jack is not the type of mystic like the rest of us." "Clearly, but why am I still a child? Why am I gray?" "Jack is every kind of mystic." Everyone stopped talking, whispering and murmuring. In unison, they gasped at the revelation. "Maybe Jack has a great purpose ahead of him, or maybe this is just a freak accident. No one can say, not even me. Zed!" The elder called out for Zed. Zed, with his incredible speed, rushed forward. "Zed, as the fastest Time Weaver, I need you to go to Rask and deliver this news to the Council of Elementalists. They will then send you elsewhere. Here, take this." He pulled out a piece of paper that held one symbol, 4 overlapping circles, each equally spaced from each other, was stamped on that paper. "I've always had this just in case this day ever arrived. Go now. Waste no time. I fear there is precious little of it." Zed did not hesitate. He took the paper and was off, he himself being just as confused as everyone else. The elder turned to everyone once again with his hands in the air. "Explanations can come later. The moons will only be in alignment for a short while longer. We must finish the ceremony. Sigh, step forward." Jack didn't know whether to join the adults or return to his place in the line, so he simply stayed standing dumbfounded. No one guided him. Everyone avoided him, returning their attention to the elder and Sai. The elder said the same words as before, as if nothing new has occurred. Sai, up until this moment, avoided eye contact with anyone. Shame etched across his face. Then he looked up directly into the elder's eyes. Tears streamed down his face. He was crying the entire time. Some might have expected jealousy, or maybe anger or resentment. Sai bore a sadness that none could explain. Then something even more unexpected occurred. Light came down, but not light from the four moons. Yellow light from an unseen source in the middle of the four moons flooded down, consuming Sai. When the light receded, Sai was yellow. He looked at his hands and was not surprised by the tone of his skin. He instead screamed in pain, clutching his head. A yellow magic emanated from him that no one had ever witnessed. It streamed out of his frame and struck Mill. Mill was shocked by the effect, and their eyes turned solid yellow. "I can't control it!" Sai screamed out his warning. "Demon!" The elder regained his composure, but it was too late. The magic that held Mill took control of their powers, and Mill went berserk. Flames shot out in every direction, consuming every hut and striking every person. The newly ascended Time Weavers were untrained and could not defend themselves. Norg jumped between Mill and Jack, shielding their child. "I give this to you," Norg said to Jack. Jack did not understand. The bonfire erupted by the command of Mill. A fireball struck Norg, causing the two of them to fly off in the distance. With that, everything went black for Jack. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2. Alone. Sunlight touched Jack's eyes. He felt a weight on top of his body. His head hurt from a rock that he crashed upon. He opened his eyes, immediately realizing that his dead green parent's body was the weight on him. He screamed and panicked as he pushed Norg off of himself. He slowly stood up, too dehydrated to cry. He caressed Norg's face and forced himself to look away. The entire village was ash, singed wood, and dead bodies. He looked at his four hands and cringed at the sight of gray skin. "That's not important right now," he told himself. Prior to stepping away, he looked at Norg one last time. "I can't bury this many people. I'm not strong enough to return them to the planet. I'm sorry." A twig snapped less than 50 paces away. He looked to see a roaming beast sniffing the air. Jack gasped at the sight of people he saw just yesterday, not only dead now, but their flesh was being consumed by beasts. He placed his hands on his mouth, dismayed by the sight. He wanted to run, but knew he could not possibly outrun the beasts, should it come to that. He felt a relief that the beasts had not noticed him yet, then guilt at the sense of self-preservation over the tragedy before him. With that, Jack crouched down and began to sneak away, convincing himself that he needed to distance himself from this gruesome sight. He heard a bone snap from behind. He glanced back and saw Mill's ribs ripping out of his chest by the powerful maw of a beast. Jack stumbled, lost his balance, and almost fell. He caught himself, but at the cost of crushing some broken wood, thus alerting the beasts to his presence. Every beast turned their attention to Jack. The fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and Jack sprinted off. He could hear their clawed hooves stamping behind, chasing him. The thunderous sound became louder, and closer it came. He did not need to look behind to know how far away they were. "I can't stop! I can't stop!" were his only thoughts. He ran further and faster than he ever could. If it had occurred to him to at least try to dance while running, he may have succeeded in activating time weaving. But his mind was panicked. Just ahead of him he saw a cliff. Jump and possibly die, or get hurt, or get eaten horrifically. He made up his mind prior to even thinking that thought. Jack didn't even stop or slow down. The valley below revealed itself the closer he propelled himself. Far-off hills, distant trees, and nearby lakes at the foot of the cliff made his eyes widen with hope. Fear no longer being the driving force of his footfalls, but hope. His flapping arms moved to a proper running position, his eyes focused and his shoulders tilted forward, aiming for that goal for potential survival. The entire valley before him, in all its beauty, shone. Jack didn't even slow down as he forced his body to leap to his only chance. The beasts stopped, knowing better than to plummet to their deaths. Though the first beast, which was right behind Jack and would have gotten him if he had a mere 5 more paces prior to the cliff, did jump with him, still giving chase. Every other beast had enough wits about them to force their footfalls to stop. They collectively shrugged and returned back to the village where plenty of food was still laid about. Jack returned his arms once again to flapping as his body uncontrollably flew through the air, mostly down, of course, after his upward momentum ceased. At the peak of height, he took in the full view of the green paradise below him. It looked wonderful. He never closed his eyes, even when gravity seized him, dragging down to where he hoped would be the lake. If he were a stable mind, he would tuck his arms in for a prepared landing. He literally grew up last night. The beast, with its far greater strength, lunged further than Jack. He saw the thing pass him and fall just as he was. They locked eyes as they fell together. The beast had a look of betrayal about it, which, rightfully so, confused Jack. "How is this my fault? You were trying to kill me. It's not my fault you're going to die because I wanted to live." Then they crashed. Jack slammed quite painfully into the water. No bones were broken. The beast slammed into the rocky shore, dying instantly. Its caprice shattered, tearing open, forcing guts and other innards to explode out, turning the light brown sands into red and green mush. While the water, through the chaos, through the blur of wetness, a green magic flowed into the water. It streamed, encircling the young mystic, entering his body. Jack swam to the surface, utilizing his 4 arms to propel himself in a singular movement. He popped his head in the surface, looking in the direction of the beast, and it was confirmed. The last bit of green magic streamed out of the thing, moving in his direction. So that's how it's done. Jack knew what had happened. He felt the beast now part of him. He swam to the shore, noticing his skin was green as he did so. Though by the time he reached the red and green sand, his skin reverted back to gray. Jack wanted to sit or lay down on the soft sand, but knew better. The first thing he did when he stood on the shore was take in his surroundings. He needed to be sure no other beasts were in the way, that none of them were working their way down the cliff safely. His eyes scanned the simple path at the top of the valley. Nothing but shrubbery, trees, and dirt was visible. Beasts were not known for their stealth, to which Jack was grateful. His body fell into the sand. He did not care about the beast's innards touching him, though he will later when he notices the smell. He allowed himself this comfort, even if it were for a brief moment. While he intended for this to be a brief moment, Jack instead closed his eyes without realizing it. His eyes shot open at the realization that he had fallen asleep. The sky was dark once again. Jack could see the red moon rising by itself. "Oh, no!" he exclaimed, and shot his body up. Then he relaxed after the initial shock of the entire day having gone by with him unconscious. "Oh, I suppose there isn't a hurry." A rotten, vulgar smell wafted his senses. He cringed at the disgusting odor. He sniffed his arms, which were covered in the terrible greenish-red goo. Jack spent some time in the lake washing the stuff off of his body, occupying his thoughts solely with this one task. Jack stepped out of the water. He glanced at the dead beast on the rocky shore. "That thing is a part of me now. I could summon it. Norg said that summoners depend on concentration. I'll just focus on that beast and bring it out of me somehow. Maybe it's just that simple. I will it." He sat on a clean part of the beach, clean of guts anyways, then closed his eyes, picturing the beast. With his eyes closed, he started to see an image. He couldn't tell if he imagined this image or if this image were real. The beach that he sat on formed in his mind. Then he saw himself in front of himself, meditating. Jack opened his eyes and saw the spectral green beast right in front of his face. He scrambled to his feet and jumped back out of surprise, though he shouldn't have been. The spectral beast faded away due to the loss of concentration. Jack looked at his four hands. They were green, but the green faded to gray. He took in a deep breath and sighed, then nodded his understanding. He closed his eyes again, preferring to stand this time. He focused in the exact same way, and the same thing occurred. He could see himself before himself. Jack mentally prepared himself for the sight this time. He cautiously and slowly opened his eyes. There the thing stood directly before him. His vision was blurred, however. He could simultaneously see out of his own eyes, and what the summoned beast could see overlapped his own sight. It made everything look jumbled and confusing. He closed his eyes, focusing solely on the beast's vision. Jack made the thing move forward and then backward. He then tried to make himself move and not the beast, but instead both of them moved the willed direction. This will take a very long time to master. It seems I can only control you while I have you summoned. An idea came to Jack's mind. Beasts are far faster than us mystics due to their 6 legs. I can either control it or myself. Yes, that is what I'll do. It took a long time for Jack to get onto the beast without dismissing it. He fell off a few times prior to figuring out how to mount the thing properly, and even longer to figure out how to not fall off while in motion. Eventually, Jack managed to make the beast hold onto his body while he rode it. After a long session to organize the minute details of riding, he wasn't perfect, but it was successful. At first, Jack couldn't run as the beast. He couldn't figure out how to move his legs. Do I move all the right legs, then the left legs, or do I move them intermittently? He tripped, causing his body to flop onto the ground. The beast vanished into a wisp of green smoke. Jack rubbed his head, then sat up straight, pulled his legs in, and proceeded to meditate. With no way to measure time, he could not tell how long it took him to adjust to having 6 legs. After a considerable time, he taught himself how to walk. Running was a different matter, but he did master a brisk jog, if not a full-on sprint. In time, he would master that too. He left the valley on the back of his spectral beast, galloping east to the nearest town. He would ride the remainder of the night. The red moon occupied the center of the sky, giving everything an ominous red tinge. Rising from the eastern horizon, the blue moon peered out, shining its dark light across the land, combining the 2 lights in a few spots, such as the tops of the trees and the distant mountains, turning them purple. Jack took in the sight, but felt his mind almost slip, and the beast began to fade. He returned his attention to his mount, and the thing stabilized. A stabbing sensation pierced his abdomen. A massive, sharp object was felt thrusting inside of him, faster than his mind could process. His eyes widened with shock, horror, and pain. His head shot in the direction of whatever assaulted him. Even through the pain of being impaled, the eyes alone sent shivers down his spine. A preternatural cold flowed through him. He knew what this was and regretted making eye contact with it. For his entire life, he was taught to avoid the stare of a darkling, and here he was, not even 2 feet away from one. All he could see were the thing's eyes. It bore into his very being, paralyzing him. This creature of shadow and terror stabbed Jack's beast. Jack ceased concentrating on it. Though that was unintentional, this served in preserving his very life. He fell to the ground, which shocked him back, ending the darkling's hold upon him. "Run!" The voice came into his mind clearer than any thought he has ever had. No further prompt was necessary. Jack jumped up full of fear that propelled onward. If his mind was clear, he would look back at the darkling to take in the full view of the creature. However, the eyes were enough of a view to satisfy his curiosity for a lifetime. He did not need to look back to know the thing was pursuing him. Jack knew that he needed to access time weaving, but his mind was too jumbled to focus on any memory of Zed dancing that could aid him. He sprinted under a branch and heard the wood break shortly thereafter. The monster was less than 20 paces behind, based on the sound. He dared not look back to confirm that. The only saving grace Jack had was the low-hanging branches of the forest. For every branch he ducked under, the inevitable breaking sound came sooner and sooner. In the distance, just 2 hills and many trees, Jack saw his destination, the town of Brask. His eyes lit with excitement and hope, only to wince in terror at the realization that he could not possibly outrun the darkling with the distance remaining. Even if every tree miraculously favored him in their growth and a thick branch provided perfect cover, the creature would still break through and reach him long before he could reach the town. Jack desperately kicked as he ran, which should have slowed his pace. He imagined drums and moved his arms in an imaginary rhythm, a simple 1-2, 1-2, 1-2-3 beat. He took a massive risk on the number 3 to stop just long enough to kick the ground behind himself. Maybe it was luck. Maybe it was due to having a time weaver as a parent and merely observing them for their entire lifespan. But the desired effect was achieved. Jack turned blue, and then with his back kick propelled forward at more than 3 times the speed he could possibly achieve with a full sprint. It was a leap into the air, more forward than up. His first successful time weaving saved his life. Yet even with this, he knew deep down that his new speed wasn't enough. The darkling screeched a hideous sound that not only fully instilled its fear, not in a paralytic state like before, but enough to ensure the terror was too much to allow Jack to put up any sort of fight. He retained his wits, and at each landing with his jump, he would shuffle while in the air to continue his movements to keep the dance going. The imagined drum beat was his only source of hope. His thoughts clung to that desperately. He timed the drum thought to be the 3 beats as his foot would land. Jack kicked in a separate direction with each land. He felt the swipe of whatever the darkling used to stab his beast just barely missed his own body with each landing. His serpentine jumps saved him. Jack jumped out of the forest. The brightness of the torchlight caused him to stumble and trip. He scrambled to his feet, spun around, and held his hands up defensively, ready to be torn to shreds. The darkling did not pursue. The outline of his wings was seen retreating back into the forest, blending in with the surrounding darkness of the trees. Only now did he notice his heart beating profusely, virtually pounding out of his chest. Jack allowed himself to collapse. Unconsciousness took him. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Brask. Ugh. Where am I? Jack said with a groggy voice. You're in my clinic, young one. Jack opened his eyes. The bed he laid in was soft, but he couldn't take the time to enjoy it. I have to get to... He was interrupted. Orange hands gently guided him back to a laying position. Hold on now. You were found collapsed just outside of the wall. Take your time to recuperate, young one. Why don't you start by telling me your name? Jack. The doctor let go of him and sat back in his chair. He wore a lab coat with short sleeves. While clothing was not unheard of, this would be the first time Jack had ever seen garments upon another. He stared at it with culture shock. A dumbfounded look was upon him. He entirely forgot about the previous events solely due to the sight before him of a mystic wearing a long white coat with short sleeves. That's good. Now, where are you from? Do you know where you are now? Jack snapped out of it by shaking his head. No, I mean, yes, this should be Brask. To which he looked about the room, curiously taking in his surroundings from inside this cube-shaped room. He could tell that the structure he occupied was not a hut, but a building constructed of wood. He saw the wood panels on the floor, ceiling, and walls. The door, too, was made of wood. The bookshelves lining the wall consisted of more spherical books than the healer had in his hometown of Pine. There was a rug on the floor with a simple pattern, but still of better quality than any rug Pine ever had. On the walls, decorations strewn about, flowers, paintings, and even a large picture of the anatomy of an average mystic. Yes, welcome to Brask. And where are you from, young one? Pine. Why do you keep calling me young one? I ascended 2 days ago. The healer pointed at Jack. Your skin is gray. Listen, you might be dehydrated from your journey, so I understand if you are delirious, but it won't do to be dishonest with a professional healer, all right? Jack furrowed his brow, feeling frustrated. His skin flushed red, not from blood cells flustering about, but from the elementalist powers activating. The healer nearly fell back from his chair. Well, this is most peculiar. You are an elementalist. How were you gray a moment ago? Jack's anger was replaced by sadness. His skin remained red. I'm not exactly an elementalist. Oh? The healer said with surprise and confusion. Like I said, it was 2 days ago, and nothing made sense since then. The light of the 4 moons struck me all at once. The healer stood up. That's not right. He began to pace back and forth. I don't know how to treat that, or if it could or should even be treated. Jack stood up. Listen, I should get going. Thank you for your help. The healer put his 4 hands on Jack's upper shoulders. It was comforting, yet made him feel nervous. His skin reverted back to gray. Amazing, he commented. Listen, you can just change your skin color to any of the 4? Jack nodded. I guess, maybe. I've turned red, blue, and green so far. It's hard to command it at will. What about orange? Jack brushed his hands off of his shoulders. I don't know how. Healing confuses me. I've read one formula, but it makes no sense. All I see is the math, but the reasoning isn't there. I sort of only read half of that book. Healing is the hardest form of magic to master. I mostly rely on traditional medicine, using bandages, herbs, and occasionally surgery. I can, of course, perform healing magic, but it's very dangerous if not done perfectly. You might think that a simple algorithm would be just fine for, say, a simple cut. However, should you not get the math, or even if your thoughts stray, you might end up making the mild injury into a massive gorge or worse. He placed his right hands on his chin. When you were brought here last night, I merely laid you down and applied regular medicine upon you. Honestly, anyone can do that. Jack nodded his approval. It's fine. Thank you for the efforts all the same. He started to move towards the door, wanting to exit. I must be going now. He stepped in front of the exit, blocking Jack from leaving. Hold on now. You are a phenomenon. I need to study you. What if what you have is contagious or treatable? Don't you want to make sure you can be a regular mystic? Jack sighed. That would be nice, but I need to get to Rask and find Zed, my last remaining parent. Only they can help me. Now, if you'll excuse me... Jack tried to go around the healer. The healer moved, no longer obstructing the exit. Well, if you need anything else, or even want to understand healing magic... Jack had his left hand, on the doorknob. He stopped. He turned his head back. Healing magic, you say?
Jack wanted to read his entire book collection. He held an orb in his hands, allowing the stream of yellow magic to exit and enter into his mind. That yellow magic looked all too familiar. It made concentrating on knowledge impossible. Images of Psy turning yellow dominated his own mind, and while the book did its job and gave Jack the knowledge, he could not focus on it and could only see Psy seizing control of Mill and then burning his home village to cinders, killing everyone. Jack almost dropped the orb. He handed it to the healer. "I'm sorry. I can't do this right now. I need to go." The doctor did not obstruct this time and let Jack go. With red skin, he stepped out of the clinic and onto a paved street. His foot fell upon a brick road. He had never seen bricks before. He bent down to inspect the strange construction. His eyes trailed from left to right, looking at the entire path winding around east and west corners of the town. Then he brought his eyes back to the center. The street led to a small circular path before him. The path circled a statue at the center of town. He saw the back of the statue. He walked around to get a view of the front. A plaque was at the base of the massive bronze statue. It read, "General O'Clannis, savior and founder of Brask. He stopped the demons with his mighty power over the elements." Either O'Clannis was more than twice the size of an average mystic, or the statue merely was. Either way, Jack was impressed by the sight. He recalled tales of O'Clannis and his bravery from stories others told over campfires. Long ago, General O'Clannis raised an army from all across the land, consisting of every master elementalist. Together and under his leadership, they crushed every vile demon that threatened not only our livelihood, but our very lives. Beasts trembled at his might, and even dragons bowed at his commands. Jack felt nothing but deep respect for the impressive warrior. He stared at it, imagining the great battles he must have fought against such creatures. He could not take the eyes off of it. Someone stood next to him, facing him, talking to him. Due to the statue, their voice was distant and muffled, until they touched Jack's shoulder. Jack jerked his head in their direction. "I said hello. Are you Jack?" What? Yes. Who are you? Why are you looking at me?" The person removed their upper left hand from his shoulder. The red person that faced him was nondescript, though they clearly were forcing a smile, giving away their nervousness. "El?" "El?" Jack asked. "Yes. That's my name. Zed asked me to wait for you." With that, El earned his full attention. Jack swung his body directly to El in front of him. He almost turned blue in the process. Where is Zed? Why did he send you? What's going on?" El cringed and inched back, overwhelmed by the bombardment of questions. Listen, I'm just the messenger. I know a little bit about you, but I don't have any more answers to those questions than the next person." Jack smirked. "Then what good are you?" He fumed and stormed off. El chased after him. "Wait, I'm supposed to take you to Rask." Jack turned around to face him. "Okay, will Zed be there?" El shrugged. "I don't know, probably." "Did you ascend 2 days ago like I did?" El cocked his head in disbelief. You clearly haven't ascended yet." He pointed at Jack's gray skin. Jack sighed. "This is getting really old." His skin turned red with annoyance. El jumped back in surprise. "So it is true. You're like me, but different." "Can you change your skin tone?" "Yes, but not like how you just did." "Care to explain?" Jack asked. El shrugged. "Waste of time explaining. I'll just show you." Jack stood, staring at El, waiting. His forearms stood akimbo. To do this was simple. One just needed to readjust their upper or lower shoulders to be in front or behind the others. After a moment, he started to tap his foot with impatience. El held a blank expression. He not only failed to understand Jack, but he seemed oblivious to his previous statement. Then understanding came upon him. "Oh, you mean now? I'm sorry, that's not how it works. I mean, during our trip to Rask, I'll show you. I can't do it right now. Jack sighed. Well, how long will it take us to get there? Are you able to fly us? Elle cringed. Oh no, I never mastered being an elementalist. I could perform simple things like making a small sheet of ice on top of water, making a small hole in the ground, causing a small gust of wind, and lighting a campfire. What about you? Jack wanted to sit down. I can heat food. Elle started to walk away towards one of the houses. I'm staying at this house over there. The people that own it are fine with me using their spare room. Come, we can stay there until we're ready to go. I'm ready to go now, Jack said. Elle turned. Elle turned back to him. You have no supplies and no way to defend yourself from beasts and darklings. Jack nodded, admitting the truth, more to himself than to Elle. He followed Elle to the house. On the way, they passed by a group of gray-skinned children playing a game. Jack knew that game and yearned to be part of it. Alas, he knew there was no time for it now. The door shut behind Jack. What do we need to get ready? Elle didn't stop walking to his room as he talked. Jack followed. Food, camping gear, weapons, a compass, and a guide, which is me. So that's one less thing, at least. I'm an elementalist, time weaver, summoner, healer. Why would I need weapons? Wow, you really did grow up 2 days ago. Jack, can you even use any of your magic to fight? Elle opened his door, let Jack in, and then closed it behind him. Jack looked away inside. Fine. What kind of weapons? I have a bow and an axe. You should have the same. Jack snapped his bottom right fingers. I can summon a beast and control it. If you're new at summoning, you are probably clumsy and can't move while your charge is active. Bow and axe, got it. How do I get them? A blacksmith lives here in Brask. He won't just give you those things because you don't live here. You'll have to do something for him. What does he want? Elle shook his head. I don't know. Go ask him yourself. I'm not psychic. When the red moon is dominant. Jack raised an eyebrow. Are you psychic on some other moon? Yes, but it's not worth explaining. You'll see when it happens. Hold on now. I want to know. Elle shook his head, frustrated. Listen, I don't like talking about it, okay? Jack shrugged. I guess I'll go see that blacksmith. Would you like to come with me? No. I have some reading to do. Elle went to a bookshelf, picked up an orb, and sat down on a leather chair. Jack left. He explored the entirety of Brask. The wall circled the entire village, even the area used to grow crops. He spotted one time weaver, so he knew they could make food any time with him there. By this time, the children were finished playing and headed to their homes. Few people wandered the streets, and the sun began to set. Several guards patrolled the inner wall as they passed torches that were soon to be extinguished. They would relight them with their elementalist abilities. The guards did this casually as they walked along the wall, talking to one another. It was obvious to Jack that they served two functions: keep the torches lit to deter darklings, and slay beasts should they attack. Though beasts tend to avoid towns and villages, they were not stupid creatures. They could see a place not worth attacking for a meal. Again, Jack passed the Oclanus statue and gave it one last look with admiration. Then he headed to the blacksmith. The blacksmith was not hard to find, just outside of their home. Their lawns served as part of their workspace. Freshly forged weapons, armor, and tools hung in the evening air. It did not appear to rain tonight. Jack half considered taking what he wanted, but immediately dismissed the notion. No, that won't do. Not only would it be really obvious, but this town has taken me in, and I already owe them. He knocked on the front door. Almost immediately the door swung open. He still wore his black apron, and his skin, while red, had more black patches from ash and soot than anything. On his top left shoulder, Jack saw something he had never seen before. This person had a permanent marking inscribed. It was in the written language, several overlapping circles that spelled out, metal. I guess he really does love blacksmithing. Yes? What is it, child? He asked. Jack winced, annoyed, and his skin turned red. You are mistaken. See? Jack pointed at various parts of himself with his four hands. Ah, sorry. The setting sun must be messing with my head. Oh, you must be that person that collapsed. Glad to see you're fine now. Well, what can I help you with? I need a weapon, bow, and is armor an option? His face lit up with surprise. Oh, yes, I should have guessed. Jack held a straight face, but inwardly he screamed, wanting this confirmed dimwit to just give him what he wanted. Indeed, I'm not a resident here, so I can't expect you to just give them to me. What can I do to earn them? He contemplated. Well, the armor is a hard no. I'm afraid that is promised to a new guard that ascended the other day. He would have been sent to Rask to train in the elementalist ways, but we need a guard, even a novice one. We can just train him here anyways. The blacksmith began to babble about petty town needs that Jack did not care about, but he continued to feign interest all the same. Yeah, darklings have been attacking more and more frequently these days, so we need the extra hand to help the lights on. Plus, Suze, our time weaver, wants a new digging tool, and I've been working on that as of late. He went on for a few more minutes in detail about local needs that could only be interesting to a local. Finally, he returned to the desired topic. I've got one extra spear I don't mind parting with, even a small shield if that'll help. But I'm fresh out of bows, though. You wouldn't happen to know how to blacksmith, would you? I could really use some help with my forge. Jack shook his head and cringed. This guy is quite annoying. I suppose thanks to him I've maintained the red skin. No matter. Even without training, you could do some of the simple stuff I need done. Basically cleaning, organizing my tools, pick up anything lying about. You want me to clean your yard or home? Both, please. Jack sighed and couldn't hold his composure any further. His body drooped with dread. He didn't know it, but his hands were at that moment cold as ice. That's the spirit. Use that sadness and cool down my forge. Then get to cleaning. When it's all done, let me know. The blacksmith turned around and went back into his home, closing the door behind him. Jack muttered to himself as he realized that his hands were cold. Stupid smith, making me do this work. Why couldn't he just give me the spear and shield? He could just make another one. He did as instructed and used his cold hands to cool down the forge. Light smoke rose as its temperature lowered. After 20 minutes of cleaning and organizing, he found the work distracting, and while not grateful for it, part of him did enjoy it. He knocked on the door. The blacksmith opened it, popped his head out of his lawn to inspect the work, nodded his approval, then waved for Jack to enter. His house was a mess. The elementalist was not accustomed to cleaning, ever, or so Jack surmised. All right, you're halfway done. Get this cleaned up, and the spear and shield are yours. Jack slumped all four of his shoulders. He dragged his feet inside. Within 10 minutes of cleaning, he found it not as bad as he anticipated. He even started to whistle while cleaning. His feet started to shuffle to his made-up tune, and his skin turned blue as the improv dance took full effect. Everything around Jack sped up. He saw the blacksmith rush over to him with lightning speed, swung his arms about wildly while saying words far too fast for Jack to comprehend. He walked circles around Jack just as fast while still whipping his arms about in what looked like a frenzy. Jack buckled down in terror. What? With the fear, he reverted to red. The time distortion ended, and the blacksmith slowly came down to normal speed. Holy crap, what was that? You were blue and actually performed time weaving. Amazing! And you're red again. What is going on? What are you? I don't know how to explain, Jack exclaimed. The blacksmith shook his head in disbelief. You are a time weaver and an elementalist? And a summoner and a healer, Jack said with exhaustion in his voice. He found a chair and sat down without caring for an invitation or not. The homeowner didn't seem to mind. Wow, that's amazing, though it's obvious that you're not very good at time weaving. You made yourself go slow instead of fast. Careful, that'll get you killed in battle. Oh, I thought it was making you go fast. He shook his head. Nope, that blue magic swirled around you, not me. Well, that's pretty useless magic. Why would anyone want to do that? The blacksmith laughed. Really? Weavers are the most impatient people on the planet. They do that all the time. He waved his hands, dismissing the very notion, then returned his attention back to Jack. You are every kind of mystic. You should keep that secret to yourself as much as possible, young one. The blacksmith cringed at his error. I mean, fully grown adult. Oof. That part doesn't sound fun. You have to focus on being one of your 4 mystic forms, or look like a child. Jack sighed, annoyed at this person stating the obvious, to which his skin turned red. Hey, there you go. He cheered, oblivious as to why Jack turned red. Listen, I would love to just change colors all day for your amusement, but I really need that spear and shield, please. He snapped his fingers. Right! He stepped away and shortly returned with the 2 promised items. You only did half the job, didn't clean my house, but seeing what I saw, you're going to need these and consider them on me. Free, half off, I mean. Jack took the spear in his upper right arms and shield in his lower arms. The shield was small, only offered us cover equal to or maybe a quarter of his person. Thank you, Jack sincerely said, then left. He stepped outside, and it was full night. The red moon still dominated the sky, but the green moon started to rise. The locations of the moons in the sky were of great use in calculating the time of night. Jack understood that at least 1/3 of the night had passed. His trip in slow time was not a short one, he gathered. He returned back to Elle's room. I can only get a spear and a shield. That'll have to be enough. What took so long? I was practicing time weaving, lost track of time. Jack half told the truth. Elle simply nodded and stood up from his chair. These books are great for learning simple elementalist magic. One thing I've learned over the years, that it takes more than knowledge to perfect the art. While I have a full understanding of magic in every mystic variety, I still lack the ability to perform most of it. I need to practice. He shyly admitted. He then pointed to the chair, offering the seat to Jack. Jack didn't get his full meaning, but sat to rest his body all the same. Elle handed a surprised Jack a book. Oh, you mean for me to read these? I thought maybe you were being a good host. Elle snorted. Keep that sense of humor. You'll need it on your rough journey tomorrow. Jack absorbed the knowledge from the book. It streamed its yellow magic out and entered his mind. The complex and simple methods of fire, heat, and combustion in full detail inscribed itself into his mind to access whenever he wanted. The process was draining, but incredibly fast. He opened his eyes. Elle took the glass sphere from him and placed it back on the shelf. See what I mean? You now have a full understanding of elementalist fire, making, and yet to truly utilize your anger, you will take a great deal of time to master. Jack looked at his lower left palm. He made a fist and tried to force himself into anger. No specific memory crossed his consciousness. He just wanted to conjure a flame. He successfully turned red, and his balled fist did get slightly warmer, but that was it. He calmed himself down and reverted to gray. I see what you mean. I saw someone actually make a ball of fire and then throw it at a beast, literally blew it up into pieces. Mill was really talented like that. Then the memory came back to him. Sai, the demon taking full control of Mill, and Mill then making the bonfire consume everyone and everything. Jack remained red, and a small hovering flame appeared over his fist. Whoa now, calm down, calm down. Elle rushed over to Jack and placed all 4 of his hands on his top shoulders, gently trying to let Jack know of the danger. You could accidentally set this house on fire, or worse. We could practice tomorrow when we leave, okay? Jack nodded his head. leaving the memory for now. Sorry, Gray, once again. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4. The Road to Rask. At first light, Elle and Jack stepped out of Brask. The gate closed behind them. That book we read. You were right, Jack said. About? The knowledge, it's in my brain, but I can't just do it. Elle shrugged, unconcerned. Yeah, me too. Elle kicked up a small rock from the ground to his hand. He threw it at such an angle that it skipped across the ground no less than 5 times. Well, essentially, that book explained the basics and even advanced uses of fire magic for elementalists. Obviously, anger is the triggering mechanism for controlling heat. Anything you could tell me that wasn't in that book? Jack asked. Elle shook his head. I've picked up on a few things over the years. That ordeal you went through just before you came to Brask, you want to talk about it? Maybe another time. Jack tried to kick up a rock in the same way. It skipped up. All 4 of his hands missed the catch. The rock hit him square in the forehead. Jack stopped walking. Ouch! He clutched his forehead in pain. Oof! That looked like it hurt. Elle snapped his fingers and pointed at Jack. Hey, this would be a great time to test your healing magic. Jack continued walking, but held his hands to the lump forehead forming on his head. That would be a bad idea. I talked to the healer in Brask, and he explained that untrained healing magic is dangerous. If I miscalculate any portion of it, it could do more damage than healing. Oh, Elle said. He even insisted that actual surgery is safer than using healing magic. It blew my mind, because the healer back in Pine never hesitated on healing any injury. Jack became thoughtful at remembering Pine and the people that no longer lived there. The same image of Cy taking control of Mill and then burning it all away came to his mind. A tear welled up inside. In his hand, he held the same rock. Elle didn't look at Jack. Yeah, that healer isn't very good at math. If Elle were looking at Jack, he would have seen the rock in his hand melt. Not from heat, but from his ability to control the ground itself. Jack noticed the rock melting in his hands. He ripped his mind away from the memory to cease his earth control. He tossed the remainder of the half-rock down on the ground. I've got some healer algorithms in my head. Oh? Elle looked his direction. Yeah, but that's all I have. I don't know how they work, what they mean, when to use them, and what they do. How's that? I only received the math portion from the book. My friend and I both touched it at the same time, and so the information split. Again, Jack couldn't stop the memory of Cy. What's wrong? Elle asked. That obvious? Your feet are literally melting the ground. Elle pointed down. You are beginning to sink there. Jack jumped back with surprise, which freed his feet. He composed himself and continued walking. I'll tell you what happened. He spent over half an hour going over the events from his last day as a child to collapsing next to the wall of Brask. Cy, he's a demon. He lived with us for so long. Nobody questioned that. I've never met a demon. I thought they were extinct. So did I. I don't know what happened to him, Jack said. A branch broke from a foot stepping on it behind of them. Jack and Elle looked ahead of the trail and saw the yellow-skinned Cy. Jack, he's a demon. We can't let him take control of our minds. We must escape, Elle said. Wait, Jack, you don't understand. I need to talk to you. Jack didn't hesitate. He did the only thing he could think to do. His skin turned green, and a stream of magic struck out from him and formed into the beast. Get on! Jack made the beast scoop up the 2. Jack wrapped his upper arms around the thing's neck, and his lower arms held onto his companion. The beast galloped away. Its 6 powerful legs moved much faster than any biped could muster. Jack, no, you don't... I'm sorry, was all that Jack could hear from Cy prior to being out of earshot. You've seen it in person. Demons can control the minds of others. You did the right thing in getting us out of there, El said after they were far enough away that Jack didn't need to concentrate on his charge. With gray skin, his beast could not be maintained. I suppose so. I just wish I knew what was going on. I suspect your Zed will have more insight. El looked back in the direction they came from. Sai was too far back to see. We should keep going. If we linger, we risk him catching up to us. The city of Arask, the capital for the elementalists, was more than a week away by foot. On the journey, they dedicated their time to understanding anger from the book they both read. While they did not master anger, they did gain a good understanding on how to use it. Jack was able to conjure a flame and could even juggle it after 2 days. It wasn't easy to focus due to anger clouding the mind. However, it wasn't difficult for him to hold the last memory he had of Mill being controlled by Sai. That sole image became the foundation for his journey to master the flame. On the way to Rask, a beast attacked them, and Jack was confident enough to throw a fire at it while El fired from his bow. Jack, tonight will be different, El said as the two set up camp. What do you mean, El? Jack ceased preparing a campfire and looked directly at El. The blue moon will be the dominant moon tonight. And that means... Jack continued dealing with the fire while talking. You'll see. I've told you my story, Jack commented. It's going to rain tonight, El changed the subject, but that won't matter. If you don't want to talk about it, fine, but don't dangle half information my direction like that. El waved dismissively. It's just easier to explain by showing you. The magic from the moon is stronger than any cloud. It won't matter if the light touches me or not. Jack sighed, giving up on the matter for the time being. Rain poured down upon their tent. They sat in relative comfort, watching the sun set upon the horizon, just past the clouds. As the final rays descended outside of their view, Jack looked at El. He had questions, but held them. El clenched his pillow as if sudden pain were upon him, or about to be upon him. He braced himself. All Jack could do was stare at him in anticipation. Then his skin started to turn purple, just as he stated. It made no difference that the moon was covered by clouds. He had a look of agony in his clenched eyes. His skin bubbled and all at once shed from him, but not like an animal skin. The skin of El slid off of him. It liquidated right before Jack's eyes. That red liquid ran down his body and pooled on top of his sleeping roll. El breathed heavily from the endeavor. After 4 or 5 large intakes of air, he wiped the droplets of red from his forehead. Half stood in their tent, due to the height not being as tall as they, lifted his red liquid-covered bedroll and shook it outside to remove the liquidated skin from his presence. His new skin was indeed blue, matching the new dominant moon. After he finished shaking the bedroll, he brought it back in and looked at Jack. See? I'm blue now. Ugh! Jack was annoyed. That's it? You could have just said that instead of verbally dancing in circles about it. You could have just said, oh, hey, when the dominant moon changes, so do I. See how easy that was for me to say? Jack shook his head, wanting to argue further, but turned around, laying down to go to sleep. Well, it's more complex than that. Sure, with the blue moon out, like it's simple. I am a time weaver. El, shut up and go to sleep. Suddenly you're all chatty about it when I've been asking about it for days now. El opened his mouth to explain more, but closed it, shrugged, and laid down to sleep. Jack sprang up, facing El. That's gross, by the way. You should have just done that outside. Now you have to sleep on a bedroll covered in that disgusting red stuff. It's stained in there. It's raining, El said, as if the rain were deadly acid. Yeah, and you could really use a bath. You still have bits of red on you. Honestly, if that were me, I would have stood out in the rain welcoming the shower. Oh, the guy who painlessly transforms whenever he wants and has full control over his magic wants to lecture me? Jack would have jumped to his feet if he could stand straight, but remained sitting. It's not easy for me. I barely understand how to use my anger for fire and can summon a beast. Whoop-de-doo. Elle raised a hand to hit Jack. Tears welled in his eyes. Yeah, you could do that. I have to adjust to being a time weaver right when I'm finally used to being an elementalist. It's maddening, you know, and the moment I get used to time weaving, I'll change again. Jack straightened his face. His skin reverted to gray. I'm sorry. Elle sighed. He lowered his hand. It doesn't matter. He rolled over, turning away from Jack. Jack put a hand to his mouth. His skin turned back to red due to the sadness he felt from his companion. Elle, I'm... Save it. I don't want your apology. I've been watching you for a week, and it's so easy for you to just transform. After you master it, you'll have full control and every advantage of every magic. Meanwhile, I'll have to rely on whatever the new moon will be. I'm going to sleep. Jack slowly slid back down to a lying position, without another word, and eventually fell asleep. Mill laughed as he forced the fire from the very air itself to burn down every hut and person. Behind Mill, a malevolent Sai stood on top of the hill that overlooked all of Pine. Sai stood like a shadow, his forearms crossed, yellow magic streamed from his head to Mill. The red mystic pointed their forearms 4 different directions, their face full of hysterical delight. Jack tried to walk to Mill with hands outstretched. Mill, no! Something was preventing him from getting any closer. Jack looked down to see Norg's upper body protruding from the ground, clutching Jack by the ankles. Jack tried to shake the green parent from him, but the efforts were used against him. Norg tugged Jack down, Norg's hands stretched to impossible lengths. They snaked around the immobile, gray-skinned Jack, wrapping fully around his body, and with a single yank of mountainous, impossible strength, Norg pulled him down into the ground. Jack was consumed by darkness. He woke up screaming. Elle was already outside of the tent, packing up some of their things. You okay? He asked. Jack sat up, still partially in a dream state. He swore he saw bits of yellow in the air. I'm... What? Where? Elle, did you... What happened? Elle shook his head. A nightmare, obviously. Hey, I'm sorry about last night. You were right. I should have just explained it. We've had the time, and I guess I just wanted to. Elle was going to say more, but saw the confused look on Jack's face. Yeah, you've had a rather rough time of it since you ascended, and nightmares are bound to happen with the trauma you went through. Jack stood up and stepped out of the tent. Nightmare? Yes, I suppose that's what that was. He focused his eyes, looking all around. The bits of yellow could no longer be seen as he became fully aware of his surroundings. I'm a time weaver now, so I can't cook. Do you mind making us breakfast? Elle took out of his sack 2 pieces of krana and handed them to Jack. Jack wordlessly took them and walked over to the large stone where he sat them. He picked up one and then focused on that annoying blacksmith. His skin turned red, and he was able to sear the vegetables. They ate in silence, finished packing in silence, and left without another word to one another. There wasn't anything either could think to say to the other. Half of the day passed uneventfully, after which they saw far off in the distance the great city of Rask. Like Brask, this was a walled-in community. From where they were all the way to the city, the land was covered in farms. Wow, so many farms, Jack said. Elle turned his hand over conversationally. Yeah, lots of people live there, so lots of food is needed. That doesn't make much sense. Why not just have a time weaver make it? Elle chuckled. These people are elementalists. They do things their way. If they heavily depended on time weaving, then they wouldn't be very proud magic users. So? Elle pointed at the nearest farm. They just do it the long way. I've never seen that before. How long does it take to grow food?
About 6 weeks.
Jack cringed. That's too long. That's insane for not doing it the long way.
Elementalists are stubborn people. Time weavers are impatient. Every mystic has their major flaw.
That's dumb.
El nodded his agreement. I've never had this conversation with someone. I've always wanted to, though, but no mystic could really understand. They just refuse to accept or ask for help. Sure, there's a few healers, time weavers, and summoners in the city, but those guys are pretty rare. They only live here because they grew up here.
Jack shrugged. They spend months farming, but if they had maybe 10 time weavers, they could produce enough food for thousands in an hour. But I don't understand. Brask and Pine have time weavers for their food.
Those are small communities. It's easy for just one person to feed a few dozen people. Rask has thousands of residents.
They continued to talk as they started to pass the farms. So, how does that work? Do a few people farm? What does everyone else do? Jack asked.
I'm not overly fond of Rask, but it's not a terrible place. Visitors like us aren't shunned, but we aren't on our own when it comes to food and supplies.
How will we eat? Jack asked.
We will have to be useful. There's usually stuff that needs done. We can earn our keep by working. It's similar to how the blacksmith had you do stuff, but more organized. You see, Rask is quite used to outsiders going there to learn how to master their elementalist magic, to which they can teach you better than anyone. However, the work you'll have to do in order to earn the right to train is exhausting. Not to mention the work you'll have to do in order to earn your food and room.
Jack unconsciously slowed his pace, groaning at the prospect of feeling like a slave. El waved for Jack to pick up his pace.
It's not so bad. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but you'll learn a lot and master your magic pretty fast.
They passed some crops that were unfamiliar to Jack. These strange plants had a stalk that protruded from the ground to about chest length. He pointed to them. What's that?
Bell bloom,
El said.
Do they eat it? Yes, but not like how krana is eaten. It gets refined into a powder, grind up, and sprinkled on krana and other food.
Why?
El smiled. You really have only eaten krana, frozen and cooked, huh?
What's wrong with that?
You mean besides boring? My friend, when we get the chance, I'm going to introduce to you seasoning.
End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The City of Rask. As they approached the main gates of Rask, a guard on the top of the walkway, just on the other side, addressed them.
You there? Yes, you two. What business does a time weaver and a child have here in Rask?
Jack cringed. That's never going to end, will it?
Afraid not, Jack,
El whispered. Then he raised a voice for the guard up top.
I'm looking for my fellow time weaver, someone named Zed. We don't take bums. If you're unwilling to work for your day's food and shelter, you'll be escorted out. Do you understand? We agree,
El shouted. The massive iron gates before them started to open. The drawbridge was already down, allowing them to cross. Jack looked at the dry, empty ditch that surrounded the entire city.
What's that?
He asked El as they crossed the bridge.
It's a moat. Well, not in this moment, but at night they fill it with fire. No darkling would dare come close to this castle.
Jack looked back at the farms. What about the farmlands? Are they worried darklings will attack those?
They aren't worried. Darklings never cared about crops. Those things only eat flesh, kind of like how the beasts do,
El said as they passed through the gate, which closed behind them. A red-skinned mystic was waiting for them. He wore armor and stood more than half a person taller than El and Jack. The two had to look straight up just to make eye contact. Even through the armor, his muscular frame bulged out. "Hello again, Captain Brutus," El said in as polite a tone as he could muster. Brutus bent down to examine El all the more. "Oh, it's you, El. I hadn't realized you had changed. Why, it's a child with you." He looked at Jack, inspecting him in detail. "Sir, Captain?" "Yes, spit it out." I'm not a child." Brutus straightened his back, standing tall and smirking. One could not tell if he wanted to laugh or become angry. Jack sighed. "Look." Jack tried to think of the blacksmith, but found Brutus too intimidating to concentrate. Fear kept him instead. But fear was key to one of the elementalist abilities, so Jack turned red all the same. "See?" His hand swept around his skin in a reveal fashion. Brutus was taken aback. "I see. That is the strangest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, and I've seen some strange things." He shook his head and refocused his words. "Well, whatever you are, I'll just assume you're like him." He pointed at El. "We don't take freeloaders here. So what kind of work will you be doing?" El answered for Jack. "He'll be a guard, and I'll be a farmer." Brutus shook his head. "You blue people always take farming. You're lazy, if you ask me. You work for maybe 15 minutes and then do nothing all day." Jack wanted as little to do with this Brutus as possible. "Off you go," Brutus said to El. Jack started to follow El, but Brutus caught him by the collar, actually pinching his skin with one of his massive hands. "Not you," he said. "You're a guard. That means you're with me." Jack groaned at his predicament. El looked back as he started to walk away. "It'll be fine, Jack. Being a guard is boring but simple. I'll catch up with you later." Brutus brought Jack to his face, not lifting him in the air, but giving off the feel that he could, if he wanted, with just one hand. The big captain relaxed his grip, but didn't let go. "A tour is the first thing we're going to do, you and I." "You?" Jack gulped, wishing anyone else would guide him around the city. "I've got 10 minutes to spare until my shift is over, so that should be enough. Follow me." He let go of Jack, fully expecting the still red-skinned one to go with him without argument. El was no longer in sight. Brutus started to walk up some adjacent stairs that proceeded to the top of the gate, and even a little higher to the top of one of the two towers that stood on both sides of the entrance of Rask. "Rask is the greatest city in the world, Jace." Jack, sir." "Huh? What's that?" My name is Jack, not Chase."
Brutus waved dismissively.
"If you're anything like your friend El, you won't be staying long enough for me to care what your name is."
I'm actually here to find Zed, one of my parents." As they reached the top of the stairs, Brutus answered.
"You'll have plenty of time for that later. I need to go over some things with you first. Firstly, take in the wondrous sight of my city."
He swept his hand across the view of the city. Jack had to admit it was a great sight that much could not be denied. Towers, tall buildings, countless alleyways, multi-story houses, a market, a plethora of blacksmiths, woodworkers, traders, and more were sprouted all about the great city of Rask. Most of it, Jack could not tell what its function was. He started to breathe heavily at the overwhelming view.
"First and foremost," Brutus began, "armor, weapon, food, and shelter. Those are the things you will be working for. You put in an 8-hour shift, and we will lend you the weapon and armor during that time."
Jack couldn't help but interject. Yes, but why would I need a weapon when I can throw a fireball?"
"You can if you want," Brutus shrugged. When some ruffian starts trouble, though, you'll find an actual weapon far more useful."
Brutus grinned. So be it. You know what, kid? You got your first shift without a weapon. In exchange, it'll earn you more food in its stead. Jack raised a finger, wanting to argue, but could think of no rebuttal. So, with gray shoulders, he shrugged. That didn't last long, Brutus referred to his skin tone. I do not envy your affliction. It's not uncommon for children to work here, though it is rare that one will be a guard. Brutus examined Jack closely, even going so far as to grab one of his arms for close inspection. You have average strength, which is good enough to get a watch done. However, should some group of ruffians make trouble, you won't do so well in a fight. He let go of Jack's arm. Your watch begins soon. You'll be relieving one of the guys who stands on the wall and looks out for darklings. Can you do that? Just stand there and stare out at the mountains and forests in the distance there? Just stand there and watch? For how long? 8 hours. It's not called a watch for nothing. You'll have company, and I don't care if you talk while doing your watch, but keep your eyes out there. Can you do that? Brutus held an aggressive tone, psychologically pushing Jack down. Jack gulped at the natural intimidation that Brutus clearly used on purpose with any and every interaction with all of his subordinates. Yes, sir. I imagine you aren't very good at conjuring flames. Well, that's fine. The senior watch person is responsible for that anyways. Let's go. Your shift starts now. Jack desperately did not want to do this, but saw no alternative. Brutus led him to a portion of the wall, approaching 2 armor-clad elementalists, who ceased talking as the captain came near. This is Jake. He'll be relieving your junior watch here at this post, Brutus said. Brutus and the previous junior watch walked away. Jack looked at the senior watch. The person did not look at Jack. Eyes forward, young one, he said with a serious tone. Jack straightened his body and turned to face out of the city. How long have you been here? I arrived shortly before you did. As a senior watch, I'll stay longer than you two. We're going to be here for a while. Are you new to Rask? Yes. Kids don't normally travel. Why are you here? I'm not a kid. The senior watch almost swerved their helmeted head to Jack, but remained composed and kept looking forward. You're gray, was all they said. Jack wanted to explain it, but realized that he will encounter this constantly. It wasn't worth re-explaining constantly. He merely sighed. Hours passed, and the only thing they talked about was logistics of how their watch worked. The senior watch merely informed him of trite details that didn't interest Jack in the least. Details such as how often darklings might try to attack, where to make the flames appear in the moat. Not how to make the flames appear in the moat, which is what Jack was hoping for. How to sound the alarm when needed, and other details about how the watch would work. Jack had no intention of doing this watch again. Sometime during the night, Elle approached him and told him where the room was. The senior watch was angry that someone would dare to disturb them, and shooed Elle away just as fast as he arrived. After the long, boring, and tiresome shift, Jack shuffled his feet to the room Elle spoke of. He was so hungry that he ate raw krana while he walked, which earned him many curious looks from bystanders. He knocked on the door. There was no answer. Jack was too tired for pleasantries, and after sighing, he opened the door himself, shuffled his feet in, and flopped down on the first thing that could be used as a bed. He did not care if it was actually a bed or not. Hours passed. Should we wake him? A voice whispered. That's up to you. He stood a watch last night. What? There's too much to get done, and he finally arrived, and that's the first thing they did? Hey, I'm sorry, but you know how pushy Brutus is. The other person sighed. How long has he slept? If he went to sleep right after his watch, I'd say about 7 hours. Good enough. Footsteps were heard approaching, followed by a sharp kick to the thing under Jack. Hey, wake up! Jack's eyes shot open. He jerked his head to the two. They were both blurry due to his eyes adjusting to the sudden awakening. What? They were both blue-skinned. One stood by the door while the other was bending down, rather close to him. His eyes focused, and it was L and Zed. Zed being the closer one, Jack jumped up and hugged his remaining parent tightly. Whoa there! It's only been a few days now. I guess I missed you too. Zed accepted the embrace and returned it. Jack's eyes streamed tears. No, you don't understand. Sigh, Mill, everyone, they... Jack couldn't find the words, and the crying, along with the sudden talking movement, and having just woke up, all twisted his breathing and caused him to hyperventilate. If Zed... Zed pulled Jack away. Okay, calm, slow down. Take a moment to catch your breath, gather your thoughts, and then tell me what happened. Jack, I know it's work here, but this place has a lot it can offer you. The greatest elementals on the planet live here. They'll be really excited to teach you the prismatic that can actually perform all types of magic, mystic magic. Now tell me, what's so important that it has you messed up like this? Jack shook his head. He composed himself as best he could, tried to straighten up, but couldn't look Zed in the eyes. His head faced down. Everyone's dead, he blurted out. He wanted to say it with a soft tenderness, but instead threw the words out like a blow. Zed contorted his face. What now? He asked in disbelief. You just woke up. You must have had a nightmare. Jack shook his head. No, after you left, Sai ascended. He turned yellow. Jack raised his head up, looking directly into Zed's eyes, so his words would not be mistaken. He became a demon. He started to shout that he couldn't control his magic, and yellow came from him and went to Mill. Sai made Mill burn down everyone and everything. Zed took a step back in disbelief. What? How can this happen? He covered his face with his 4 hands. Zed shook his head and lowered his hands. This is bad. He started to pace left and right in front of Jack. A prismatic and a demon appearing in the same place at the same time? We have to act now. Zed grabbed Jack's right arm and made to run off with him. Then he let go. He paced some more. Mill and Norg. Jack, how did you survive? What happened to Norg? Jack looked away. Norg somehow understood what was happening, and he shielded me. Everything went black right after that. I woke up in the morning after, alone. Zed recomposed himself, took in a deep breath, and then placed all 4 hands on his child's top shoulders. I need time to process all of this. I will take you to the city's elders. Our village elder had me go to them to tell them that you exist. They'll know what to do. What have you been doing this whole time? El asked. I only just now got back to Rask. I went to the other capitals and told every nation's elders. The 3 left and made their way to the structure at the center of the city. They took the main street, which led all the way there in a straight line. In the air was a lane full of flying red-skinned mystics. Jack looked at them in wonder. He noticed them while on the watch last night, but couldn't take them in full detail due to being forced to look away. Now he stared at them. Zed tugged at him, telling him to keep moving. We can walk and talk. I didn't realize that elementals could fly. Also, if they can fly, why are they on a straight line limiting themselves to that small section over the city? It's the law here. Air travel is restricted to a few parts of the city. Otherwise, they would crash into one another, Zed said. How are they flying? Wait, does that mean I can fly too? It's the hardest thing to master, Jack, El said. I only know and have controlled fire, earth, and cold. Anger, sadness, and fear, El said. That would mean joy is air? Jack frowned. I haven't done anything with air since I ascended. Zed turned back to Jack, stopping the 2. I'm sorry you've been through so much. I wouldn't have sped off if I had even a clue that happened. Jack shook his head. His skin turned red. He started to cry, but held back his tears. I'm glad you left. You would have died. Zed cringed and maybe smiled as he turned around and continued walking. Jack wanted to apologize, but couldn't figure out how to word it, so he said nothing. He turned his attention to the surroundings, wanting to point out some of the interesting things, but felt awkward. Hey, check that out, El said as he knew Jack wanted to talk about anything else to break the silence. El was pointing at a small building with glass for the front door wall, allowing the entire inside to be visible. Inside was about a dozen mystics of varying colors, including gray, all sculpting statues of varying shapes and sizes. This was a class, and the teacher at one end was faced all the others, was working on the largest statue. He was red-skinned and was using the earth-controlling powers to mold it as he saw fit, but not doing it instantly. The instructor was working slowly. Wow! Oh, wow! He must have been at that for weeks, Jack commented. Zed looked. Elementalists love art. They're emotionally driven people. Obviously, art is one of the biggest things they do with their time. Too bad they're so consumed with working most of the time. About that, that's really weird that everyone works so much. I mean, I understand things need to get done. It just feels like people could, I don't know, do that less, Jack said. Elle and Zed laughed. Zed turned back, actually smiling now. You're lecturing the master of not wanting to work, my child. Jack could not see the sadness hidden in Zed's eyes. Inside of his ocular orbs, there was just behind his pupil a ball of sorrow that Zed could not hide. Sorrow for his loss of his family. Only Jack remained. Never again would he play with Norg or enjoy Mill's cooking. Jack saw that and felt the same sorrow. Maybe I do want to work, but not stand watch. Just do something that isn't standing there doing nothing. I need to do something just to not think about this. They passed by the strangest place Jack never would have thought would be actual work. He pointed at the curiosity with two right hands. His left hand tapped the back of the blue shoulders of his companions. The establishment was a pet grooming center. Jack had not realized people would even have pets. The sign above with the interlocking circles could not be mistaken. Groomers. It read in their language. Pets? Zed nodded as if he were knowing. That's right. Some people like having pets. It's weird, I know. What are pets, though? Jack asked. Oh, Zed now understood the question. You see, some like to have a companion that is something they can own and love, I suppose. But what's wrong with other people as companions? Zed chuckled. They can have those too. There are just something different, I suppose. This particular place helps people clean and take care of them. But what exactly are pets? Jack asked again. If we ever have time, I'll show you, but basically, you know those tiny little four-limbed things that scurry about? Four limbs are gross, Jack commented. Yeah, they're hairy, little, smelly, and all around disgusting, I agree. Some people like them, Zed explained. Jack shook his head in wonderment and confusion. He gave the place one final look. He saw inside as they passed. Someone was brushing something across the scalp of one of those tiny four-limbed things. It had only two arms and was covered in fur or hair. They were untangling or just generally grooming the odd creature. He dismissed the very notion of hairy things for the time being. He thought maybe he'll check that out some other day. He refused to look at any of the other oddities around the city, looking straight ahead to their destination. The building had a dome designed indicating the inside was an auditorium, or large circular hall. As they approached the gates, there were two guards talking to one another. Their words were indecipherable. They ceased talking just before they were within earshot. Zed stopped just before them. We need to speak to the council. Again? You spoke to them yesterday, one of the guards said. Zed sighed. I'm a member of this nation. I live here. The guards examined Zed head to toe with great exaggeration. You don't look like you're from here, the other one said. Zed narrowed his eyes, then relaxed. He turned back to Jack. Summon the beast. Jack raised an eyebrow. He wanted to ask why, but refused to disobey his last remaining parent. He focused attention to the memory of the thing. With eyes closed, his skin faded from gray to green, and the beast appeared directly in front of the two guards. While they knew a summons when they saw one, they had not expected a gray-skinned person to suddenly shift into a summoner. They raised their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Can we go through now? Zed asked incredulously. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6. 2 Steps Backwards. They walked through the gates. Jack couldn't concentrate on walking side by side with his beast and simply let it go and reverted. After walking just far enough, he said, "Good one," was the only thing he could think to say. Zed smiled as they approached the main door to this domed structure. No guards stood there. L opened the door for them to enter. His pupils took a few seconds to adjust. No sunlight came in. It was an open area with at least 40 desks and chairs facing the center stage, which had a single podium. Everything was made of wood, but there was a glossy shine about it that Jack couldn't quite figure out, but had to admit it looked nice. Sitting at several of these desks were various elementalists, all arguing about matters Jack neither understood nor cared about. Standing at the podium was one person that kept swiveling their attention all about this large room every time someone else spoke. He imagined that position or job must be dizzying. "Fine," the standing person shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "We call a vote now. All those in favor of Proposition 32, legislation granting the expansion of the Army, and I warn, this will thin out our ranks among the other boarders." Many hands shot up. The speaker counted each one, mumbling the number with a neutral tone. 21, 4. Now, for those against. He himself raised his hand and then started counting, starting at 2. 19. So be it. Prop 32 is approved and will commence upon the first light of tomorrow. Send out the messengers. At least 10 of the naysayers looked so angry that Jack could swear if they were even the slightest bit less civilized and wearing hats, they would have jumped up stomping on the very thing meant for their heads. Instead, they walked out merely shaking their heads. The main speaker stepped down from the podium and approached Zed, L, and Jack. When he was close enough, he addressed them. "This must be your child, the Prismatic. I am Elder Drosy." "That's right," Zed said. "But there's worse news, I'm afraid. After Jack ascended, the next person turned into a demon. They destroyed my hometown." Zed delivered the news with a straight face. Jack could not tell if Drosy was genuinely surprised or feigning surprised. He didn't know if this person simply poorly expressed themselves or not. He stepped forward. "I don't really understand anything that is going on." "I imagine so," Elder Drosy said. Then they extended their 2 right hands for a handshake while giving a warm smile. Jack took their hands more out of instinct and general politeness than anything. "Not too many people are aware about prismatics, you know. You are very rare." "Don't trust him," came a voice. Jack looked about curiously. Drosy tilted his head. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Jack shook his head. "No, nothing. Sorry." "What do we do?" Zed asked. "With the latest vote on mobilizing the army further away from the city, our options just became finite." I'm sorry?" Jack could not tell if he were interrupting or not. "Why is there an army?" Drosy turned to Zed. "You said you raised this one?" Zed looked away embarrassed. "Yes. I'm not ashamed that I never explained the feud to Jack. He had a happy childhood, and there's nothing wrong with that," he said defensively. The speaker smiled. Except now he has to grow up fast and learn about war. He shook his head in disappointment. Maybe I could just get a book on it and catch up to whatever it is you're talking about, Jack said. Spoken like a true prismatic, Drosy said, with no hint of sarcasm. Jack was taken aback by their sudden shift in attitude. This way. The elder led them to a much smaller room, just as tall but narrow, like a hallway. Our library. You have a lot to learn, and a lot to practice. The shelves stood more than 3 times the size of his home back in Pine prior to its demolition. The cubbies were small, just big enough to house a soft cushion and the sitting orb upon them. Just above each book was a thin black metal plaque that tilted each one. You may have full access to our knowledge, but if you damage, lose, or misplace a single one of these magnificent wonders, you will not only work off the damage, but will never again gain access. You may only come here during daylight hours and must be accompanied by at least one council member. Jack saw a door at the end of the long hallway. Printed above it were the overlapping circles spelling, "Restricted." About that. No, I'm afraid those are not for you, Drosy said. Jack desperately wanted to ask what his definition of full access meant, but thought better of it. Drosy held their smile, waiting for something from Jack. He could not tell. He stared at the mystic, confused at what he could possibly want. Elle stepped forward. Obviously, Jack is quite overwhelmed by this gracious charity you have bestowed upon him. You've actually left the Prismatic speechless. Elder Drosy nodded approvingly, then stepped to a nearby chair and sat quietly. Now? Jack asked. Zed placed his upper right hand on Jack's left shoulder. I don't know what they're planning with you, and you've been through a lot. You should take this opportunity while you can. I have to go. I will find you later. Jack started to protest. But it was too late. Zed used his time weaving and was already gone. He looked at Elle, waiting. Something he knew, not what from his companion. I'm going as well. You aren't going to read any of these with me? Elle shook his head. No, I think you are allowed to do that for free. He too left, but simply walked normally. Jack looked back to Elder Drosy. He was sitting there, silently watching, still smiling. He turned his attention back to the library before him. What to read first? He paced slowly down the hall, glancing at each orb, reading the inscription above each one. History of elementalists, history of time weavers, history of summoners, history of healers. Then one caught his eye, the history of lunar shapeshifters. He picked it up, held it with all 4 hands. The yellow magic streamed out of the ball in his hands. Something about that magic seemed once again familiar. Some information that just couldn't click in his mind. He couldn't grasp something that mentally should be obvious. The mental query left him as the magic filled his mind with the information bestowed upon it. Lunar shapeshifters have always been on this world. They are not mystics. They are their own species. Their magics come from the same place all magic comes from, dragons. See the history of dragons to learn more on the origins. The lunar shaped people, not only their shaping of their skin based on the dominant moon, but also the magic they can use. Their cycle goes 1 summoner, 2 healer, 3 elementalist, 4 time weaver, 5 darkling, 6 beast, 7 The information left his mind the moment it entered. There are 7 moon cycles. On the end of the 7th cycle, 7 weeks, the Luna will have a unique transformation that will depend on which is currently happening within the heavens. They vary greatly, but are as follows. Prismatic, 1. Dragon, 2. Hybrid, 3. The hybrid
transformation consists of mixtures of two of the primary 7 forms. They are selected based on a lunar pattern. The book described the pattern, but Jack found it lacking in interest. Though the memory entered his mind, he found it difficult to retain. The dragon form occurs on nights of ascension when each moon is not only full but in perfect alignment. The dragon form lasts the least amount of time, lasting from minutes to 2 hours at the most. The prismatic form, this form takes the magic of all mystic forms. Additional forms happen when there is a lunar eclipse, which is when one moon overlaps another. However, this is no different than a hybrid form. The only difference is when every moon eclipses. This has never been witnessed, so no significant information is provided upon the rare occurrence. Finally, the rarest form happens at most during a lunar's lifespan. The conditions are unknown, but the lunar pattern happened during the great battle General Oclanus fought. With the help of every lunar on his side, he was able to subdue every demon, thus ending the Great War. Additional information can be found in the History of Oclanus. Jack opened his eyes, blinked rapidly, and came to. He returned the book to its cushion. He looked back to the speaker, who only stared, smiling. Something about that smile made Jack uncomfortable. He wanted to read more, but the creepy stare of that elder was too much. I'm done for today. The elder did not drop or even alter their grin. Only one? I'll be here tomorrow, should you want to read more. He stood up, then escorted Jack out of the building, locking the library just after they stepped out. Jack turned around to say goodbye after they left, only to see the entrance of the domed building close. Wow, he moved faster than a time weaver, Jack whispered to himself. He stood on the top of the wall, staring out to the mountains to the west. In his hands he held a bow. He's never fired a bow before and doubted he could do it efficiently, but this was what they wanted him to do. Jack glanced to his left. An orange-skinned, armored mystic stood by his side. He, too, stared at the mountains. I haven't met that many healers, Jack said, trying to strike up a conversation. He let out a sigh of annoyance. Yeah, I'm a healer. What of it? Jack cringed, but responded. Nothing. Sorry, I just have only met 2 is all. We mostly live in the southernmost region, yes, but we live here too, you know. Of course, I wasn't assuming, that is, I just wanted to, Jack stumbled with his words. Listen, kid, I know you're about to ask me why I'm not working as a doctor, but not everyone dedicates their entire lives to whatever the skin color is. Tell me about it, Jack said. They fully turned their head to Jack. Tell you about what? I'm not a kid. They dubiously pointed at Jack's face and waited for a response. You think I'm judging you based on your skin? Do you not see the problem with what you're doing now? Completely different. I've ascended and grown up. You have not. Jack almost burst out laughing, but kept himself composed. I'll bet you're wrong. They raised their eyebrow and opened their mouth, shut it, then opened it again. What? But that you're a kid. Unless you're wearing gray paint all over your skin, yeah, I will take that bet. A day's work that I'm not a kid. Fine. Prove you're not a kid. I will owe you 1 day's work. Fine. Jack shook his head. No, I want your bow. I'm tired of not owning one. They chuckled. How exactly would I go about proving you're a kid? Also, I want you to do a day's work for me if I win. Easy. You do nothing. All the pressure's on me. Agreed? This orange-skinned guard nodded his head. Agreed. Prove you're grown up, then. Elementalist, Time Weaver, or Summoner? Jack asked. What? Pick one. Huh. Elementalist, whatever. Jack closed his eyes and thought of Brutus, the overly aggressive guard captain. He wasn't too fond of the muscle-bound arms man.
His very demeanor alone agitated Jack. His skin flushed to red. The other person blinked rapidly at the sight. Are you just holding your breath in to make yourself red? What? How are you doing that? Jack calmed himself down, then focused on the beast he could summon. Without summoning it, he made his skin turn green. Nobody can turn green by holding their breath. Wait, I think I've heard of you. Yeah, you're the Prismatic, aren't you? Jack nodded. Yes, and you're the guy that owes me their bow. They chuckled. Oh, you dirty little... They stopped themselves. A deal's a deal. He unslung his bow and handed it to Jack. I didn't really believe the rumors. Why are you standing watch instead of... They didn't finish the sentence. Jack looked at him with his own dubious expression. What is it you were telling me just a moment ago? I figured you would have learned not to judge others by the color of their skin. They huffed a sigh. Fine, I'm a hypocrite. Still, there's a huge difference between a guy like myself that doesn't want to risk healing due to how dangerous it is, and versus a guy that can do practically anything. Jack nodded his approval. Yes, you have a point there. In truth, I barely understand how to do anything. Jack paused. The two saw Brutus walking by down in the city below them. They shut up and straightened their heads. Brutus passed by, staring at them from so far away they could feel his eyes upon them. I hate that guy, the orange guard said. You too? Glad I'm not the only one. Neither of them turned to the other as they spoke, for fear of the captain berating them for not looking out of the city for every moment of their watch. I'm surprised you aren't trying to learn constantly. That's what I would do if I were the Prismatic. I ascended just a few days ago, Jack said. A lot's happened since then. Do you think you could show me healing? You could work for the knowledge, you know. There are plenty of books that teach it, he suggested. I know. I have access to the library at the dome in the center of the city. They resisted the urge to jerk their head in Jack's direction. They couldn't help but drop their mouth open in amazement. You have access to the library? And you're not reading everything you can? Jack brushed the top of his head with his right hand. Yes, I know I could, but that Elder Drosy guy, Yeah, he's creepy. Nobody likes him. I'll bet there are more people that like Brutus than there are people that like Drosy. He just scared me the whole time I read that one book. He said I could come by tomorrow, but he creeps me out, Jack said. Can I offer you some advice? Jack waved his hand, letting him know to give the advice. Just put up with it. If the worst thing about you instantly learning everything you want to learn is that creep is hovering over you, it's worth it. Jack sighed. I suppose you're right. Do you have any healing tips for me? The orange one laughed. Not many. The only thing I have mastered is basic math, which most could aid you in healing a scraped knee. They leaned forward, looking out at the city, with both upper arms held above their eyes to block out the sunlight. He then asked, What's that? What's what? Jet looked where he was looking. A yellow-skinned person stood a distance from them, facing them. Only their outline could be made out. Sigh, he said under his breath. Who? What? The other looked at him. That's a demon, Jack said, with more alarm in his voice. Jack ran to the end of the wall, heading towards the stairs. Hey, you can't leave your post, was all the other guard could say prior to Jack being out of earshot. He needed to get to Sai. Maybe just talk to him, anything. Yet Jack wasn't stupid. He notched an arrow as he ran. He had never fired a bow before, but was determined to at the very least try if it came down to that. He reached the main gate. Let me out, he shouted to the sentries. What? Why? One of them said. Refusing to let the logistics of coming and going slow him down, Jack rushed to the mechanism that lowered the drawbridge. He started to crank it. See here now, the guards protested. You can't just take control of what without approval. One of them seized Jack by the wrist, stopping him. Jack jerked back with a twist. His skin turned blue in the process. Everything to the now blue Jack moved slow, keeping the motion going to retain the speed.
He made his way to the slightly ajar gate. All the guards saw was a blue blur jetting past them and up the inclined drawbridge. Jack jumped out and for the first time remained blue successfully. Something about this dance allowed him to move faster than gravity. He sped down the other side of the drawbridge and through the empty moat. Sai was still standing in the distance. Jack ran straight that direction. "Whoa now, buddy," came Zed's voice. Jack looked back and saw Zed running to him, moving as fast as him, as he must have looked to the guards a second ago. Jack refused to let even Zed stop him from confronting Sai. He kept running at half the speed his blue parent ran. He finally reached close enough to Sai to let his voice be heard. He came to a stop and held the bow up, ready to shoot. "You killed everyone! Why?" "Jack, I'm sorry. If you just listen to me." Sai held up his hands. Yellow magic streamed out of his fingertips, spiraling his direction. Jack skidded to a halt, ducked under the thin yellow magic, held up his bow and attempted to fire. Zed caught up just as the arrow was unleashed. The streaming magic was not aimed for Jack, but instead it split into multiple rays and struck multiple places on the ground. The dirt started to pulsate. Claws poked through the dirt. Zed actually caught the arrow mid-flight. "I had no idea you could even use a bow." Zed turned to Sai. "I had no idea you were a demon, Sai. After all this time, all those times you've eaten in my home, all those times we—" A crunch sound was heard. "No!" Sai screamed. Blood trickled to the ground from a massive wound that burst from Zed. Standing behind Zed was a darkling. One of its claws was pushed all the way through his chest. The thing retracted, leaving only a massive gaping hole and a gush of his innards and blood spilling on the ground. Zed fell to his knees in a dying state. "I commanded them to stop anyone that tried to hurt me except you, Jack," Sai tried to explain. "Leave, you wretches," he told the thing that stabbed Zed. From behind Jack, at least a dozen beasts and darklings started to back away from their new order. "Except you," he shouted to one. "Come here and get me out of here now." The thing hurled itself to Sai, picked him up, and took flight. The darkling's wings spread out, and it jumped into the air with swiftness that could almost match a time weaver. "I'm sorry, Jack," was the only thing he said prior to leaving. Jack stood dumbfounded. He stared at Zed's dying frame. "Wait, I can heal him." Jack quickly started to formulate algorithms in his mind. He saw the orange hue on his hands and from the ceased and form and ceased his crying. The hope kept him orange, but his mind remained on the math. "I can heal you." He touched the wound with all four hands. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. The number pattern continued, verbally keeping him focused. 128, 246. The magic streamed out of his hands and flashed all over Zed's body. "It's working! 512. The wound started to ripple and then tear. "Wait, something's wrong. 1024, 2048. The flesh grew back rapidly, but it was the color of blood, like the inside of Zed's. The flesh was regrowing, but inside out. The mashing and destroy the organs formed on the outside of his body, not connected and thus useless. Jack started to cry again as he realized his magic was having the opposite effect. Zed screamed in pain as Jack was actually killing him, not saving him. 4,096, 8,192. But it was no use. Zed gave his last death throes and was no more. Only a blue husk laid in Jack's arms. 16,384. 32,000. Jack couldn't continue anymore. Not through lack of mathematical capabilities, but lack of willpower. He had to face and understand that his last parent was no more, and he himself has actually killed him. Sai was responsible, but his inability to properly use healing magic sealed Zed's fate. This Jack could not deny. What made this worse was Jack actually turned green. He couldn't fully comprehend, let alone care, that he changed into a summoner, but the green magic streamed from Zed to himself, snapped out of the clueless state. What's happening? The magic flowed into him. He stared at his hands, and the magic all around him orbited around his body, spiraling into his frame. No, I don't want him. Put him back. Put it back. Put him back. Jack fell to his knees, weeping into his hands, his 4 hands filled with tears. The siphoning ended, and his skin turned gray again.
Gross negligence!
Brutus screamed. Jack stood in the courtyard, standing in the middle of a circle of red mystics. Only he and Brutus were there, face to face.
You abandoned your watch. That's a serious offense here in Rask.
I don't care what you have to say.
Oh, you will,
Brutus threatened. A demon killed my last remaining parent. What could you possibly do? Brutus didn't react to the word demon, as if he didn't care about that.
We all saw what happened. They sped to your rescue to stop you from getting yourself killed like the idiot you clearly are. It's your fault he's dead. If you reacted according to proper procedure, then not only would Zed still be alive, but that demon would have been killed by us. Instead, you rushed out there, ill-prepared like a fool. No, not like a fool, as a fool.
Whatever. I'm done in this insane city of yours anyways. Jack turned around to walk away.
I don't care.
Brutus grabbed both of his left arms with one hand, squeezing them together painfully.
This city is not done with you.
Jack looked back at the massive hand clutching 2 of his arms with no difficulty. It felt like an inescapable vice around him. His eyes trailed up, meeting the most malevolent face he had ever witnessed in his life. Brutus looked both overjoyed and filled with rage at Jack. During this moment, his troubles and misery actually fled his mind. Only the overbearing gaze of Brutus encapsulated his every thought. He wished he could conjure any of his powers to aid him. The fear took him, which turned his skin red. His hands formed ice, but couldn't move under the restraining grip. Brutus slammed a fist into his face, and everything went black. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Arrested. Prismatic, are you awake? Said an unfamiliar voice in the confusing darkness. Jack half opened his eyes. His hands and feet were bound by rope. It was difficult to tell where he was, let alone where that voice was coming from. What? He groaned. Pain retched in every part of his body, but his head hurt the most. Yeah, they make sure to keep summoners in constant pain here. It prevents them from summoning. Usually they keep them in stone cells. Elementalists have to be kept in bone cages. Time Weavers don't matter. Doesn't matter how fast they can move or how slow they can make others move. Stone stops them all the same. Healers require no special precautions. You'd be the first I'd ever seen that they have to keep the head pain plus a bone cage. Please stop talking, Jack said through the constant pain. I'm bored, so no. Jack looked around through squinted eyes. Due to laying on his side, that's how everything looked. He discovered his bone cage was suspended several feet from a dirt ground. There was an orange-skinned mystic chained to the wall adjacent to his cage. He was the only other occupant in this room. The walls were sturdy wood, same as the door. Yeah, they've pretty much thought of everything. They don't even need to keep me chained up, but they do it anyway. So, what's it like being the Prismatic? How come you're in here? They never tell me anything. Can you do multiple magics at once? Is there a long line of people that want to procreate with you? I'll bet there are. Not like that even matters. But still, if you could make Prismatic children, everyone would be super envious. Jack cringed. Do you ever stop talking? That again? Come on. I've been alone for I don't know how long. They hate non-elementalists here, so they give us the worst treatment. They even look for any excuse to put us in here. The Reds are so xenophobic.
Not from around here? Jack lurched his body up. He sat himself up against the wall of his cage.
Nopers? So what did you do? Brutus looked all too happy to throw you in that cage.
I abandoned my watch post. The orange one made a sound by sucking at their teeth.
Oof, that's rough stuff. Brutus himself takes personal offense to anyone that gets even the slightest out of line with the watch.
Could you, I don't know, be useful instead of annoying? The other pulled at their chains, making a rattling sound.
How? I'm stuck in here like you.
Listen, I'm a healer. I'm a healer, sort of. Help me learn that. At the very least, help me figure out how to make this headache go away. The other one smiled.
Anything to quell the boredom. All right, so healing yourself is entirely different than healing others. In a way, it's much easier because you could feel if you're doing it wrong.
Jack nodded without interrupting.
You need several things for healing properly. Firstly, you must understand the injury where it is. What caused it, how deep it is, what it affects, that sort of stuff. Which is why healing yourself is easier. Secondly, you must know the proper mathematical formulae.
How do I figure out the right math?
It's not that tricky, to be honest. Numbers represent different parts of your body. For example, you could use the number 1 to represent your head. To be honest, you could use any numbers to represent any part of your body. The actual number in the representation doesn't matter. You'll find some healers use different numbers for different body parts. One guy will call their upper left elbow 7, while another will call it 32. Does that make sense?
No, but go on.
Numbers are just a representation. Like in algebra, you can use X to represent anything. It's like that, but with every single number. Eventually, your brain will associate specific numbers with the specific parts, and that will be ingrained into you.
Eventually?
Ah, yes, that's right. You're all the magic, Sue. You are as patient as a time weaver, as emotional as an elementalist, and as tunnel-visioned as a summoner.
What's the flaw of healers?
Nothing. We're perfect, and better than everyone else.
Jack shook his head, then sighed. Just keep going. Even if I don't learn anything, at least I can use you to distract myself.
Ha! I should be offended, but anyways. With something like a stab wound, your mind needs to understand that what the numbers are associated with. Your goal is to make the skin either regrow or reattach to the torn part. You need to have in your mind numbers representing each part of the skin you are trying to put together. Depending on the math you use, you could make the skin stretch together, or you could make new flesh grow right before your eyes. Regeneration like that is pretty advanced. I never got that right. Anyways, I tell you what, I'll explain how to fix that headache, but in return, I want you to tell me your story. Do we have a deal?
We have a deal. I'm Jack. Jack wanted to shake his head, but neither had the option.
I'm Soon. Think of a number you want to represent your entire head. Then think of a number after that that will represent the portion of your head. In this case, your brain. Next, think of a number that represents the precise spot where the pain is. With those numbers in order, what you do is think of the head number, then the portion number, and finally, and this is where the math part comes in, take the pain spot number and subtract that number by itself. But hold on, you could accidentally injure yourself right now, so you must, and let me make this absolutely clear, you must think of the part where your injury is and the injury itself as two separate things. Your spot number and the pain number are thought of as separate. If you don't do that, even for an instant, you either sever that part of yourself, painfully I'll add, or you could make it mutate horribly. This can get people killed.
I know. The orange one cringed.
Oof, I'm sorry to hear that. I never made that mistake, but I was also raised by a healer, so they made sure to instill that teaching in me hard. Now do what I just said, Then, and see if that gets rid of your headache.
Jack closed his eyes to concentrate through the pain. My head is 1. My temple is 4. The pain in my temple is 7 minus 7. 1, 4, 7 minus 7. Jack not only thought the math, but felt it. It was so simple. The pain washed away from him. He opened his eyes and looked down at his orange skin. That worked! He looked at the other person. How can I thank you?
You already know what I want.
And he shut his mouth, staring at Jack, waiting to hear his tale. Jack told his whole story and left out not a single detail. Not once did this new friend interrupt. He actually remained silent the entire time, just listening. So that's everything.
Wait, you insist all of your parents are dead? I don't mean to be rude, sorry, but is that true?
Yes, why? Jack said, not annoyed but confused.
You already know that as a summoner you absorbed Zed. I could understand that you are too pained to summon him, but you never realized that. You can summon Norg too.
I don't understand, Jack said.
Listen, I don't know a lot about summoners. You might want to find an expert to teach you, but Norg gave himself to you freely. Do you have any idea what that means? A summoner freely giving themselves like that?
Jack shook his head. No, what does that mean?
Not only can you summon Norg, but you should have access to everything Norg could summon.
Jack's mouth hung open with surprise.
I mean, I can't believe that hasn't occurred to you, though I suppose with everything you've gone through, it's pretty easy to not notice something that obvious.
Jack closed his eyes, concentrating on the image of Norg. The last time he saw him, that image of Norg shielding him from Psy and Mill's fire, his skin flushed green. The stream of magic flowed out of him from all over his body. It streamed 2 feet from him to the other side of the cage. Jack opened his eyes and saw Norg sitting the same way he sat.
Norg!
Jack said. Norg mouthed their name exactly like Jack just did. Jack wiggled his body. Norg did the same.
Ugh, this isn't any help. I summon Norg, but they can only move as I move. I want him to untie me, but can't make him. Yeah, I hear every new summoner is like that. Sorry, I don't know much about summoning. I could help with healing, but that's it.
You've been a big help already. I wish you were there for Zed instead of me.
Healing a headache on yourself is easy. The toughest thing to heal would have probably been that wound you described on Zed. I don't think I have the skill or confidence to have done it right, and I've always been a healer, so don't beat yourself up about it. It would have taken the most studied of healers to have been successful on that sort of wound.
Why?
Because you would need to think of each portion of the wound at every angle and mentally imprint a number on every little difference. The math on that would be too much for anyone. Every single tear, point, and jagged edge require a completely different representative number. To hold that calculation in your head and constantly change it as the wound closes and heals is just too much.
Zed. Jack dismissed Norg and summoned Zed. Zed replaced Norg in the same useless, bound state.
I need to get out of here, Jack said. Ha! Take me with you. I mean, you won't, but if you do, take me with you. You could use a good healer, teacher.
If I could control my fear, I could make the dirt break these bones and hold me.
Please don't do that. You'll only succeed in making the dirt fly in our eyes. It's dirt, not strong stuff. I told you, they thought of everything. Besides, think about it. Let's say you succeed in breaking our bonds, right? Then what?
We would leave, obviously, Jack said.
Yeah, we walk out and are immediately left upon, no less than by a dozen elementalist guards. And those guys are trained, buddy. They aren't simpletons that stand watch on the wall or patrol the city. No, these guys won't waste their time on the mundane like that.
It's worth a try.
You are the Prismatic.
Their voice was full of doubt. Why does that even matter? Are you serious? You could do any magic. The elements are at your command. Time is on your side. Ghosts fight for you. And you think healing is useless? I'll be personally offended. Yeah, I'm not bad at all of that, says the guy who cured his headache on the first try. My first try at healing killed Zed. Jack turned his head away from the ghost of Zed before him. The green Zed did the same. He closed his eyes and stopped thinking of the painful image before him. He cleared his mind and his skin color reverted.
Listen, I'll teach you everything I know about healing. You don't ever have to use it, but there is no downside to that, okay?
Jack looked in his direction. What's in it for you beyond curing boredom?
One day you're going to master your talents. You'll do great things with your life. People will look up to you. You might even achieve great status greater than the legendary General O'Clannis. So let's make a deal. I'll teach you everything about healing now, and one day you come back here and get me out of here.
What makes you think they're going to let me out of here? The orange one started laughing.
Oh, that's good. They won't hold you here forever. I'll be surprised if you stay longer than a day. They just need to show you who's boss. They can't have you, arguably the most powerful person on the planet, starting some kind of rebellion around here. They need to keep you in line and make you understand that they can put you back in here anytime they want. Once they feel like they control you at that level, they'll know they own you.
This city won't own me, Jack muttered.
That's the spirit. Now, do we have a deal, Jack?
Yes, we do, Soon. Not a moment was wasted in that prison cell after that. While Soon was not a master by any standard, he was quite knowledgeable on healing fundamentals, concepts, and utilization. Soon was right. After half a day, Brutus himself returned. Without a word, he opened the bone cage, yanked Jack out, and pushed him out of the cell entirely. Jack and Soon made silent eye contact and nodded their agreement one final time. "I'll be back," was the look Jack gave him.
You've paid your debt for gross negligence on the watch. The city council has agreed to drop the charges due to the circumstances surrounding the death of Zed. You're free to go.
Jack started to walk away. Brutus called out to him one last time.
Your next watch is tonight. You join a patrol within the city.
Jack looked back and made eye contact with Brutus. He held a stern, angry glare towards him, but refused to let his anger control him. He actually retained his gray skin. Brutus held an emotionless, unreadable look. He did this solely to let the giant know that he heard him and that he doesn't control him. Jack was hungry and needed to eat. Elle found him as he wandered the streets.
Ah, there you are,
Elle shouted out the moment he saw him. Jack half smiled. Yeah, I'm here.
What happened? I heard you were arrested and Zed died and...
Elle stopped, talking at the realization he was being overbearing.
Sorry.
Elle tried to hug him, but Jack pushed him away. I don't need your sympathy. What I need is away from this city. I need to find Sai. It's all his fault. Elle's face turned into a worried look.
So it's true. He was outside of the city and attacked you? You survived a demon encounter twice now? That's amazing.
I don't care how amazing it is. There's no one left. My entire family's been killed by Sai.
Zed. He killed Zed.
Jack turned green. He didn't realize that he summoned Zed until Zed was already there, moving exactly the same way he moved. Both Zed and Jack pointed at Elle, wagging their pointer finger.
Sai killed Zed? Then how is he...
Jack, I don't understand. Elle staggered back. Jack clenched his eyes shut as hard as he could and thought about anything else. Flashes of images drew across his mind. The fire of his home, the look of Brutus' face, the imagined mockery of Sai. It flustered his every thought, and he turned red. Flames appeared in all four of his hands. They formed into fireballs, ready to be hurled. He held them, wrenching control of himself at the last moment.
Listen!
I hate this city. I hate Brutus. I hate how everything works here. They entrap us in debt just to survive. I've only been here 2 days, and already this city has killed Zed. Sai is out there somewhere, and I need to find him, but I can't leave. They're making me do a patrol tonight.
Where would you go?
Elle changed the subject. Anywhere that isn't here. Go back to Pine, maybe, and rebuild. Go to one of the other cities. Maybe find an honest elementalist that would be willing to teach me.
Jack, calm down.
You can leave this city after the patrol tonight. They aren't holding you prisoner anymore. Hey, I know the lands pretty well. I can guide you anywhere you want to go, okay? Why are you so willing to go where I go?
Because you're different, like me. Sure, we're not the same, but you're just as different from everyone else as I am. So we should just stick together. Jack, I'm not young. I've been around for a while, and it's lonely when no one accepts you because you're different.
Jack relaxed his face. He didn't know how to respond. He reverted and slumped his body. All right, you're right. I guess I just need to rest a bit, do the patrol, and then figure it out later. Jack half smiled. I'm hungry, though. You said something about food a while ago that wasn't frozen or cooked krana? Elle chuckled.
Indeed, I did. Come.
They locked two of their arms as they strode forward. They sat in a restaurant. There is other work beyond farming and being a guard here, Jack sincerely asked.
Oh, my, yes. Interestingly enough, anyone can cook. One doesn't have to be a master of the elements just to start a fire.
How does that work, though? I mean, this person running this restaurant, I know they cook the food, but how does that apply to their living? Jack asked.
It goes like this. I've been farming, right?
Elle stated. He paused long enough for Jack to nod, his understanding.
With one day's work, I have earned the right to 3 meals and a bed for a night.
How is it kept track of, though?
It's not exactly the honor system. Some people periodically check on that to make sure no one is abusing the system. If someone is caught, the penalties are pretty harsh. All you did was confront a demon standing outside of the city, and they threw you in jail for that. People fought for your release, and I don't know how much that helped, but I'm glad you're free. Technically, it was your job to protect the city. It was complete nonsense, in my opinion, that you were even charged at all with abandoning your post.
Jack waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to talk about it.
You're right about the way this place keeps people here, though. You notice how no one really breaks too many laws? Elle asked.
That's a good thing, Jack said.
I mean, you notice how nobody violates the system. I know you haven't been here very long, but eventually you'll realize that something isn't quite right about that.
Law-abiding citizens? How could that be wrong? Elle shook his head, then leaned in to whisper,
You'll see it. No way crime goes unpunished here.
Then what does that mean? Jack asked. Jack didn't get an answer. The worker at this restaurant came to their table with 2 bowls. They were placed in front of Jack and Elle.
Enjoy,
they said with enthusiasm. Jack looked into the bowl. It was all liquid. He looked at Elle, questioning. I thought we were getting food.
This is food,
Elle said. This is a drink, Jack corrected.
It's called soup. You drink the food.
Elle demonstrated by bringing the bowl to his lips. He blew on it first, and then took a sip. A mild slurp sound was made.
See? It's good. Now you try.
Jack held it with all 4 hands. He could feel the warmth, which gave away that the contents were too hot. He did as Elle did, and blew on it prior to taking a sip. His eyes widened with surprise. Whoa! He wanted to describe the flavor. He had never tasted so much flavor in his life. A mix of exotic sensations rolled across his tongue and down his throat. Even after it went down, he could still taste the sensations dancing inside of his mouth. He wanted to express how good it was, but found himself guzzling the stuff faster than he should. He pulled the bowl away. The soup was burning his mouth. Ah! He screamed. Elle laughed.
Whoa now. Slow down. Take your time. Put it down for a moment.
He watched Jack stagger in his seat and attempt to compose himself. The prismatic flailed about like a fool. Elle laughed harder at the sight.
What's so funny? Nothing. You look silly, Jack. Relax, okay, and just drink it slowly, like this.
Elle demonstrated by sipping, then waved their hand in a ta-da fashion. Jack exhaled as hard as he could to force himself to relax. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, then opened his eyes and did as Elle bade. He sipped the soup. He didn't have a flamboyant reaction this time. What is this soup that makes it taste so good?
I told you about seasoning. Mostly that. Soup is really simple, to be honest. It has many ingredients in order to fill you up and contribute to the flavor. If you'd rather cook instead of being a guard, there are several restaurants that would gladly take you.
I have no idea how to cook, though. Elle dismissed the words with a wave.
Your famous friend.
How so? Jack asked.
A demon showed up outside of the city and you rush out to confront it. Add that on top of being the Prismatic, and you have instant fame. Brutus is jealous of you. You're going to be perceived as the city's hero, and he'll be number 2.
Brutus? Hate that guy, Jack said in between sips.
Like I originally told you, you can learn a lot here. Weapons training, elementalist magic, job skills. But if you want to leave, and you'll have me with you, I'll follow.
I'll make up my mind while I'm on patrol tonight. After they ate, they went to where Elle was staying. Jack wanted to know more about what Elle was trying to say just before the soup was in front of him, but decided to ask about it some other time. Jack rested. "You're late," said an armor-clad elementalist as Jack arrived. Jack shrugged. "Sorry about that." He offered no explanation. The guard scowled.
You don't have a weapon?
I had a bow. I must have dropped it outside of the city when I was dealing with a demon and my last parent died.
Here,
the guard said with indifference. He handed Jack a sword and medium shield.
This is a standard patrol.
He spoke to the entire patrol. 4 other elementalists, another gray-skinned mystic, and 1 green summoner.
The 2 of you,
he pointed at Jack and the other gray-skinned one,
will stay in the middle. You're the least experienced, so I need you to stay out of the way and mostly observe should anything happen. If things should get out of hand, then you jump in and help. Do not do anything without me telling you to. Do you understand?
Yes, both Jack and the other said at the same time.
Most likely nothing will happen, though. We're just going to patrol down the main street, circle around to the edge of the city, and then walk along the inner wall until we get back here. This will take the entire patrol time. If you get bored, consider yourself lucky.
Excuse me, Jack said.
What?
I'm not actually a child. I don't have to be in the middle.
I know who you are. You stay in the middle, the leader said.
The 7 marched off. They all moved in unison. Jack had difficulty matching their step.
Imagine a 4-note tune,
the young one whispered. Jack did so. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rhythm moved with every step. His skin turned blue, but nothing happened as he stepped.
Well, it is true.
Jack didn't answer. He focused on walking along with everyone. It was a chore in and of itself, but he felt relieved that it was a distracting chore. Actually doing things was the kind of work he felt fine with. Just standing there doing nothing but staring out at nothing was unbearable. They passed a structure that had a sign with overlapping circles that read, Public Library. This appealed to him more than that private one at the center of the city. I'll have to check that out when I get a chance. The leader of the patrol raised a hand, telling everyone to stop. He turned around.
We have a disturbance a block from here. Someone has taken it upon themselves to take more rations than they have worked for.
He pointed to the two in the front. I want you two to aim for his hands and burn them if he's holding any weapon and refuses to drop it. Then he pointed to the two in the back. You two stand ready to tackle him down if he gives any resistance. What about us? Jack asked. Stand and watch. Do nothing unless I say. He leaned in close to Jack. Do you understand? Jack nodded without saying a word. He straightened his body and almost smiled. Right, let's get to it. They marched about twice as fast as they were before. Jack felt as though he was marching at the same pace, but could tell that his time weaving was actually working, and everyone appeared to jog slowly. He nodded to himself. After a short distance, the leader raised their hand, and everyone stopped. Jack and the young one stepped back, allowing the two behind them to step forward. Jack remained blue. He kept the cadence in his head, wanting to hold his blue form as long as possible for a change. There were 7 people casually sitting at a table. The leader walked straight to a specific person and placed one arm on their shoulder. Come with me, please. He wasn't asking.
What? Why?
The red-skinned mystic asked.
You're being charged with overindulgence.
I would never. You better prove that.
I don't need to. It's already been proven.
Jack stepped forward. But how did you know? The leader pointed a threatening finger at Jack.
You get back and stay quiet.
Jack raised his hands defensively in as peaceful a manner he could muster. Hey, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm just asking. One of the rear guards pulled Jack back by his shoulders.
Do as you're told.
Jack, still being blue, twirled his body while still counting the same cadence in his head. He was able to move twice as fast as the guard behind him. They couldn't keep hold of him, and Jack jumped forward. Listen, you can explain. I'll help arrest this person if you could just prove he did something wrong. From Jack's point of view, he saw the leader slowly shake his head disapprovingly. Then his hand went up to the most threatening fashion, pointing at Jack. He could feel the fury emanate from that mystic. Jack didn't want to be in the line of fire when the fire shot out. He couldn't believe it. The ball of flame fired from his fingertip and hurled straight to him. If Jack were not already blue, he most certainly would have been ignited by the leader's wrath. He ducked down, then jumped to the left. I can't believe you're attacking me, Jack shouted. They spoke, but the words were slow.
You better stop interfering.
No! Jack lunged forward with sword and shield raised. Another flame shot out, but he used the shield to block. When the flame ceased, he used his shield to bash the leader in the face. The red-skinned mystic fell down unconscious. Jack turned around to the rest of the watch with a triumphant look on his face. All 6 of them were scowling at him. What? He attacked me. You all saw that.
You should have stayed back,
one of them said, shaking his head. Jack lost the music pattern, and his skin turned red. Everyone reverted back to normal speed. One guard charged him. He tried to duck out of the way again, but with their superior training and equal speed, he was no match for 5 guards jumping him. Before Jack could react, he was already being flipped over and placed in restraints. 4 metal mittens were slung over his hands, preventing any fire from leaving his palms. They were restrained behind his back far faster than Jack could process. When the chaos ended, he looked to his left. The specific person they originally wanted to arrest was at his side. The leader stood up, coming to. He glared at Jack, and that look promised vengeance. They were silently led away. Jack put up no more fight. In the same dungeon, yet again.
Welcome back,
Soon said. Jack smirked and almost cried, but did not.
This is the worst way to get out of here, you know,
Soon chided.
I've never seen a guard actually challenge an arrest before,
The newcomer that Jack pointlessly risked himself for said. Jack shrugged. It wasn't right. Is my job to protect people or not? Soon and the red-skinned mystic laughed.
Your job was to do as you're told, the red one dryly said. Being arrested so soon after being released is bad. Even if you hold the moral high ground and did the right thing, they won't be lenient on you.
Jack was red, not from anger, but sadness. How can the city be like this? I still don't understand how he knew you were taking more than your fair share. Jack looked right at him, then asked, "Did you even do what they claimed?" He looked away. Though his face was already red, if it were not, he would have turned red out of guilt.
Yes.
But how did they know? He shook his head. I honestly thought I could get away with it. I'm sorry you felt the need to defend me. You shouldn't have. Jack then shook his head. No, that doesn't matter. Even if you are guilty of what he claimed, how could he know? He has to prove it.
They always know. I just thought I could slip under their detections.
Do they have spies everywhere that report this stuff? Jack asked.
No one knows.
When is your trial? Maybe we could prove that they can't prove anything.
Trial?
Both Soon and the other said at the same time, completely baffled by the question. How is someone's guilt proven? Soon and the other looked at each other, then looked back at Jack confused. They stared at him, waiting for an explanation. When none came, they burst out laughing.
Oh, that's good, a good one. Say, I had no idea Prismatics had a sense of humor.
Soon guffawed. He abruptly stopped. His face shifted to a serious one.
I'm so sorry for what they're going to do to you.
What are they going to do to me? Soon sighed.
If they think they can't control you and you present yourself as a threat, and you have, they'll just make you disappear.
But I have... Jack stopped. I have what? I have no one. Sure, there's Elle, but I just met him. He won't risk himself to help me. Not for the kind of help I need.
The cogs are turning,
the red one said. What do I do? Jack needed to know. Soon shook his head.
I don't know if you can do anything.
We're stuck here. Maybe my new friend here can help me learn something.
What? Listen, I'm grateful, but we're not friends. I know so little about you. Why would I help you beyond something convenient?
Do you have anything better to do right now? Jack gambled. The red one sighed.
No, I suppose I don't. I guess it's the least I could do. What do you understand about being an elementalist so far?
I can control fire to a mild extent. I don't understand cold and earth, though I've done both.
You're red right now. I guess that you could do something. What are you feeling right now?
Jack looked at him with a sorrowful face.
Say no more. We don't have much to work here. The dirt isn't challenging, but I prefer not to get a face full of the stuff if that's okay with you.
Look at the dirt you wish to alter. Jack looked down out of his cage just under himself. Now let that sad feeling overwhelm you. You're already doing that part, but it's important to focus on your feelings if you will be a successful elementalist. The red one nodded their approval. Great. Next, just imagine the dirt as part of yourself. Mold it into your grief. Be one with it. The dirt beneath him shook the slightest bit. Great. That's doing great. Now imagine yourself coming out of that. How? Jack asked. If you can already imagine the dirt as part of yourself, you don't need any further thought process. Right now, you are that which you desire to command. Move that part of yourself. Jack wrinkled his brow, concentrating. A circle formed directly under him, as if someone drew it with a stick. Then it rose as a pillar of dark brown sand. Clumps fell from every angle, falling as he lost control of it, bit by bit, until the whole thing, which stood not even 2 feet from the ground, tumbled down. It was as if my mind held it the same way. I can hold my leg with my arm, and it just slipped through my fingers until nothing was left in my palm. Impressive. You mentally understood so much faster than I've seen others master it. I myself am not very good at it, but I still recall the lessons I received so long ago. His voice went from cheerful to stern. But don't let that get your head. Overconfidence will hinder your training to master the elements. I know this place is drab and depressing, but have you done anything with air? Jack shook his head. I've been too miserable to ever try. He was abruptly awoken by a light tapping on his cage. Jack opened his eyes and looked to see the unmistakable swirling darkness that only one creature could emit. Their skull-like head had one of the long, taloned hands up against its mouth in a hushing fashion. Jack stumbled back in his bone cage with a rattle. He gasped.
It's me, L.
The darkling said. What? Jack was startled, but had enough self-control to whisper.
The dark moon phase is dominant right now. In this form, I could sneak around anyone or anything, really.
That's terrifying, El.
Yes, I know, darklings are scary,
El said. Jack shook his head. No, I mean, it makes them even more horrible knowing that they can sneak past anything. Never mind that right now, though. Jack inched his way to the side of El was on. Why are you here?
To bust you out, obviously. You were right. This city isn't for you. We can get you out, get you to Cadance, the Time Weaver capital.
Aren't you worried they won't accept you like that? El waved a talon dismissively.
By the time we get there, it will be another moon phase.
He placed both of his talons on the cage, as if to break the bones.
After I break this room, we can make our way to the sewers. From there, we can navigate our full escape.
Wait, before you do that, Jack started. El made a curious face, which looked haunting on the face of a darkling. Jack ignored that. Those two have to come with us. El shifted his expression from curious to doubt.
Why? They'll only slow us down. Plus, what if I scare them and they alert guards?
Start with the healer one. He's fully tied up. Have his mouth covered as you wake him. El shrugged, then walked over to Soon. Soon felt something over their mouth, rousing him from his sleep. His eyes slowly opened at the sight of the monstrosity before him, clasping his mouth shut. Panic overtook him. He rattled his chains in a useless effort. Calm down, Soon, Jack whispered. He's with me. He's not really a darkling, I promise. He's going to get us out of here. Soon ceased his movements, then looked back to Jack. If his eyes could talk, they would say,
What? Why isn't he eating us?
El leaned close to Soon.
Listen, see, I can talk. You can reason with me. You can't do that with darklings, but you can do that with me. I'm going to remove my talon now. If you remain quiet, I have a chance to get you out of here. Now, will you refrain from shouting when I remove this from your mouth?
Soon nodded yes. El let go and then walked over to the elementalists.
Does this one got a name?
He pointed with his pointer finger. Talon. Sorry, I didn't catch it, but I'm in here because I tried to save him. El looked at Jack with a curious gleam in his eyes.
Wouldn't that mean he owes you and not the other way around?
Jack shook his head. He's teaching me the fundamentals on being an elementalist. El shrugged.
So be it.
Like with Soon, the exact same thing happened. After the red one calmed down, El let him go.
All right, now that everyone understands what we're doing, once I start breaking you free,
That will be loud, and that will summon the guards. So be ready to fight them and be ready to run. There's never just one wave of guards. Jack wanted to ask if he's done this before, but this wasn't the time for frivolous questions. Sure enough, the loud cracking of bones, followed by the first set of chains, was enough, even as Elle started to break the chains around the red one. They rushed into the room, for there was no door, nor any need for a door. Jack hopped up, kept his eyes closed, turned green, and summoned the beast. The thing met them just as they entered and slammed them against the outside wall, forcing them out. Elle broke the final chain. "Let's go, Red One," Elle said. "Fobriz," he corrected. "Let's go, Fobriz," Elle said. The four sped past the pinned guards and continued running. Ahead of them, they heard the strong bootsteps of more guards coming. They turned the nearest corner to avoid them. They reached a four-way intersection. "Which way?" Elle asked. "You infiltrated this place," Fobriz said. "I didn't memorize the layout," Elle said. "Somebody just pick a direction." "That way," Soon said, jumping in front of the others while pointing straight. No one questioned. They were led down a hall behind them. The clomping boots were heard coming. "We have to slow down. After we pass that corridor, Fobriz, I need you to collapse the ceiling. Can you do that?" "No problem." They passed under the archway, and Fobriz raised a hand. His face was sorrowful. He brought down his hand as if pulling the stone itself. The symbolic motion succeeded, and it collapsed. "That'll hold 'em for some time. But remember, they're elementalists too, so we don't have long." Everyone turned to Soon. We don't need long. We go down that." Soon pointed at a metal grate against the floor and wall. Jack leaned close to it. It reeked of sewage. "Wait, is that a sewer drain?" "Yep." "Elle, is it? I think you're the strongest. Break that." Jack stepped out of the way. Elle stepped forward. He reached with his long talons, and with one swipe the metal actually bent in. Jack's mouth was aghast, though he had already witnessed the savage strength of Darklings. The severity of those talons never dawned on him until now. Wow, one of those things almost got me. With another 2 swipes, Elle was able to make a hole big enough for everyone to enter. "Who goes first?" Jack asked. "You," Elle said, pushing him in. Jack was caught off guard and slid down the sewage pipe. Elle guided Soon in, followed by Fobriz, then went down himself. Guards moved the debris just in time to see Elle look at them as his dark frame vanished below. They hesitated, looking at the ominous hole.
"Someone go tell Brutus. Any volunteers to go in there?" "No need. Post some guards here in case they come back this way. We'll just meet them at the exit by the ocean."
All but 2 of the guards left. The guards that went to the ocean only found disappointment, for no one came out of that pipe. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8. Under the City. Jack was the first to land. He slid so long through the disgusting goop that he was relieved to have exited, even if it were not where he thought it would be. He landed on a grate that caught the water from the pipe and continued spilling out into another pipe just on the other side, which most likely led to the ocean. One by one, they landed on top of Jack. Everyone groaned, and rolled off of one another. Elle stood up without any effort. His body just rose like a straight object.
"They aren't going to follow us through that pipe,"
Elle said.
"Where are we?"
Soon asked.
"We're under the city, but it's too dark to see anything,"
Fobriz said.
"I have no problem seeing in the dark,"
Elle said.
"Tell us what you see,"
Jack said.
"For starters, I have to point out that they look afraid of us more than we do of them,"
Elle said.
"Wait, who's there?"
"Lots of them,"
Elle said.
I want to see for myself.
A small flame appeared on one of Phobos's outstretched palms. Normally, such a small fire wouldn't give off much light, but due to the complete and total absence of light of here, this tiny flicker illuminated all around them. Faces were all turned in their direction. Dozens, probably more than 100 people loomed at the edge of the darkness. Eyes from far off shined back at the flame's reflection.
Who are you people?
All of the strangers flinched back, and chains were heard rattling from the efforts. I had no idea the city prison kept descending down. El shook his head. I don't think this is part of the standard city. I heard the guards talking as we went down. They're just as clueless as we are to this here. Jack attempted to overcome his fear by making himself angry. He succeeded and copied what Soon was doing. He stepped close to one of the people to get a better look. Hey, listen, we won't hurt you. Why are you people down here? As the flame fully illuminated the person's face, Jack saw precisely what they were. The yellow skin made them unmistakable. Demon! Jack jumped back, raised his forearms defensively. We have to destroy them. Soon grabbed Jack by one of his arms. Wait, they're wearing chains. I don't think they can hurt us. Jack shook his head. We can't just let them. He couldn't make himself finish that sentence. He looked at their faces and could read their expressions. It said, Please don't kill me. His eyes saw terror, fear, and worst of all, understanding. These yellow-skinned demons knew Jack wanted to kill them before he uttered a single word. He took a step back with a gasp. Demons? So they are real, Phobos said. Soon inspected the chains. No doubt we've all concluded that they're here against their will. The question is, why? Jack scanned the area, looking at how many there were. He could tell that there were other rooms that no doubt held more of those demons. He turned to one of them that was staring at him. How many of you are there? The demon cringed at the demand. Jack stepped in closer, placing a hand around his neck. I asked you a question. How many of you are there? He even brought the flame closer to the yellow face to threaten his demand. The demon lurched back, but had no way to escape. Hundreds! He gave in to Jack's demands. Oh, good, you can talk. Jack did not relax. He tightened his grip. Now tell me, why are you here? Just kill me already. Jack loosened his grip, if only out of surprise at the death wish. What's this? Why would you crave death? Then again, maybe I should kill you. Then again, having a demon under my command might be of great help. You're an elementalist. And? Jack responded. After a moment, he sighed. He closed his eyes, focused, turned green, and then looked directly into their eyes, moving his face closer. How about now? It was the demon's turn to gasp. Prismatic. It was merely a whisper, and yet every demon heard it. They all started murmuring. It's true, one said. After all these centuries, said another. To be free. Why would I free you? One of you destroyed my village and killed my entire family. I think not. Jack let go of the demon by tossing him back against the rock he was chained to. It worked, the prone demon said. Jack started to walk away, but those last words caught his attention. With bitter anger, he spun around, rushed to him, snatched up, and brought him as high as the chains would allow. You've got my full attention now. Jack, you're hurting him, Soon said. Jack looked at the healer with a confused look of betrayal. His lips pursed to speak, but he could find no words. Soon gently took Jack's wrists and guided him to put the yellow person down.
Remember how you were arrested solely for helping Fobriz? This guy's done nothing to you. He's a demon, Jack said, yet didn't resist Soon's guidance to place him down. Sure, yes, but he's pretty helpless like this. Soon pointed at the demon. What's your name? Unapi. Unapi, you clearly know something, so go ahead and just say it, Soon said. It would be easier to just show you. These chains prevent our magic from working, Unapi said. Good. We won't be tricked into taking those off, Jack declared. He looked at his comrades for confirmation. Everyone nodded. I've seen firsthand twice what demon magic can do. They mind control.
Then what do we do?
El said. I want to know why they kept you alive. You sure you want to know? Jack looked at El suspiciously. Do you know? I can only speculate, and every conclusion I've reached isn't good. Jack made a hurry-up motion with two of his hands. El sighed. Come on, it's obvious. If it were obvious, I wouldn't have figured it out by now. Spit it out. Brass has the world's largest library that is ever expanding, El said. Jack shrugged. Fobriz retched with annoyance. Ugh! If the prismatic is this incapable of piecing together the obvious, then... El interrupted him. Then he's lucky to have us help him in his talent that he lacks. Fobriz half frowned, but nodded. El turned to Jack. These demons are in captivity because they are the bookmakers. Jack contorted his face in confusion. He looked at the demons. Yellow magic? The books! They give off yellow magic, of course. How did I not see it sooner? That is what we were waiting for, Unapi said. They jerked their foreheads in his direction. Take this. He produced the unmistakable orb that was a book and held it out for Jack to take. This has to be some kind of trick, Jack said. No trick. We knew you would come, Unapi said. Why should I? Jack asked. Because in less than 1 minute, Brutus will open the iron door to our prison here, and he sees you. He will kill you. Take this book, read it later, make your own decision. Only you and I can save us. Go down the second drain. You must hurry. El wasted no time. He was already at work breaking the gate open for them to pass. Jack looked at El and then back at Unapi. Then there was a loud unlocking sound from around the corner. Jack looked that way and knew Unapi spoke the truth. He looked back at El, who was already done opening the passage. El held out an outstretched talon, telling everyone to get in. I don't trust you, Jack said, but took the book anyway. Soon jumped down first, then Fobriz. El and Jack hesitated, looking back at the corner. Brutus would walk from at any moment. He saw the big mystic shadow in sight. That was enough. Jack jumped down. El pulled the grate shut behind him and vanished. Brutus stepped into the room and walked past the demons. He went straight to the grates. He started to examine them in detail while rubbing his chin. The tunnel did not go a single direction. There were twists, turns, forks, and more. They discovered a massive network which one could deduce. Somehow El ended up in front. He was using his massive body to block the way, but not under him, so water could still trickle down and not build up. He caught everyone.
Which way?
He asked. We're all just as clueless as you, dude, Jack said. El shrugged, then he pivoted right, releasing the wall and forcing everyone to turn right.
I think no matter which way we exit, there will be guards there, and no doubt dozens more nearby ready to pounce us. We need to come up with something better than just exit one of these pipes outside.
This is hopeless, Fobriz said. Hey, cheer up. We still have a chance, Jack said. Don't encourage me right now, Fobriz said. We have hope, Jack said.
Jack, shut up. He's trying to control the ground. The last thing he needs is hope right now,
Soon said. Oh, sorry. Fobriz focused on a sad thought Jack could only guess. Ground around them shook. L came to an abrupt stop. He could not move. The pipe itself had been crimped shut like a vice. Jack heard the same crunching sound behind. He turned and saw the same thing behind him. They were trapped. What are you doing? Jack screamed. This, the red companion said. A massive sensation of movement was felt. Everyone buckled to one side of their enclosed tube as the force of movement pushed them. Then they felt the direction change. They hurled upward in an unseen direction. L burst out of the metal tube with his talons. He jumped out and looked around. The tube was half protruding out of the ground. He further inspected the surrounding area. They were nowhere near the ocean. They stood up on top of the mountains to the west of Rask.
It's safe to come out, everyone,
L said. One by one, they exited the makeshift vessel and each in turn examined their location. I think you downplayed just how skilled you really are, Fobriz, Jack commented. I just clung to a hopeless situation was all. I kept imagining the guards just pointing their pikes, spears, and swords into the pipe, ready to skewer us without a chance. I'm going to read this, Jack said, sitting on the rocky mountain. He held the orb that Unapi gave him. He closed his eyes. Wait! You aren't actually thinking about reading that, are you? Fobriz asked. Why wouldn't I? Jack asked. A demon gave it to you for starters. They made every book. Jack waved his hand dismissively.
What's our next move?
L asked. Jack kept his eyes closed. I'll tell you after I read this. The true story of General Oclanus, the first Prismatic. General Oclanus was the very example of what it meant to be a warrior. The Prismatic was the very example of what it meant to be a true mystic. The Prismatic mastered the elements time, summoning, and healing magic. Oclanus was his sword and shield. Together they overcame the great threats. With an army of the 5 types of mystics, and with the help of every lunar shapeshifter, they stopped a true threat. A great monstrosity was unleashed. It ravaged the country, and would have ended all life should Oclanus and the Prismatic have not stopped it. All celebrated the defeat of this great monster. Peace reigned for years, until one day Oclanus allowed his avarice to control him. The gentle yellow mystics, with their psychic powers, were rejected by General Oclanus as not true magic, and it doesn't belong. They don't belong. Yellow mystics, like the other mystics, were capable of their own forms that differed from the others, so much so that they started to be shunned from society. They were rounded up and mistreated, suffered by those who deemed them not one of them. They were known as psychics, but over time that name was replaced through discrimination, propaganda, and fear campaigns. They went from gentle helpers to evil demons. They were telepaths, inscribers, farseers, and illusionists. While violence was never truly in their nature, the other mystics believed the lies. The prismatic former friend of General Oclanus refused to accept this. He tried to stop Oclanus with the help of every remaining lunar shapeshifter. Oclanus stormed the battlefield with an army of bound yellow mystics. Oclanus learned how to control them through iron. With bound iron, the yellow mystics are helpless. They were forced to do his bidding and fight the prismatic. It was a slaughter. All O'Clannis had to do was make his slaves mind control the Lunars, and it did not matter that the Lunars were in their most powerful form due to the perfect synchronization of the 5 moons. The Prismatic was crushed by his own forces. O'Clannis rewrote history, leaving the greatest battle out of everyone's mind. He was successful in rounding up and forcing into submission every remaining psychic in the world, thus ensuring no more could be made outside of his supervision. Their capital was destroyed and thrust underground into obliteration. The only surviving psychics remained under the tyranny of Oclanus. Having no choice, they were forced to alter the minds of everyone in the world so everyone would always perceive them as demons. The effect was so powerful that no one could perceive the yellow moon. Oclanus built his empire, took over the world, ensured that the demons could only use their powers on his command. The Farseers predicted that in the distant futures another prismatic will rise, and that born within the yellow mystics will be one that, like the prismatic, can use more than one magic. This solid yellow one will be able to see into the minds of others, see into the future, past, and distances, inscribe like no other, and fool the senses on a whim. May the prismatic and their twin free our distant kin in 1,000 years. Second Elder of Psychics, Gwynpo. Jack opened his eyes. He looked at the expecting others. Yellow mystics. 5th moon. I'm supposed to work with Sai? Jack shook his head. Soon stepped forward, wanting to ask the first question. Jack held up a finger to stop him before he could ask. It's just easier if you read it. He handed Soon the book. This book is about 1,000 years old. One by one, they each in turn read that book. Books, being psychic in nature, made the passing of information instant. After less than 1 minute, they were all caught up and all equally speechless. Eventually, it was Faubriz that broke the silence. The sun is setting low, and while I'm just as shocked as the rest of you, we don't know if we can actually believe it. Jack cocked his head. You read the same thing I did. Yeah, a demon made it, Jack. Yes, I know all books are made by demons. It is true they are held in captivity. Cobras pointed an accusing finger at Jack. But you, of all people, know how dangerous demons are firsthand. We can't trust anything they say. Obviously, they're desperate to get out of captivity. Kudos for their efforts. I'm not falling for it.
How did you not believe what you just read?
Soon asked. Phobris pointed into the sky. Do you see a 5th moon? Look, they're all out now. Count them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And no, wait. That's it. Just 4.
The book said.
Soon began. Jack cut him off. It doesn't matter. We all saw and read the same thing. We need to focus on here and now. I'll worry about helping them or not later. Let's focus on what we can't deny. Jack looked around to make sure they agreed and stopped arguing prior to continuing. Good. Firstly, it's undeniable that I'm a prismatic. Secondly, it's undeniable that I'm bad at it. Soon cringed, wanting to say words of encouragement. Jack held up a hand to prevent that. So as far as I'm concerned, that's the top problem right now. I need to learn how to master this stuff. I thought of one way to do that. Jack pointed at the city of Rask. That library. I should have read more books when I had the chance. Something about Elder Drosy just staring at me as I studied was too unnerving. He shook his head. Let's sneak back in and nab every book we can carry. Hide away someplace secluded, learn it all, and then figure out what to do next. El, Jack turned to El, how much longer will you be in this darkling form?
3 more days.
Jack frowned. I don't know if that's enough time.
It's night right now,
El said. You won't find me when the sun comes up. I'll have to hide away. That bright orb in the sky burns, dude. If one thing I can be certain of, it's that darklings will never attack in full daylight. They looked at each other. Go back already? Jack asked. I'm not going back, Fobris said. I'll wait wherever we camp.
Same.
Soon said. Fobris looked behind them on the other side of the mountain. He frowned. I always knew it was there, but never thought about it. Thought about what? Jack asked. He looked and knew the answer. On the other side of the mountain, they saw the Darkling territory. Something about that place made it shrouded in darkness. Those creatures could be anywhere in there, at any hour, swarming around, preparing to swarm elsewhere, attack anyone or anything. Only these mountains hold them at bay. One thing is certain, Brutus would not look for us there.
Better to cross the river and avoid that as long as possible, El said. There is a time Weaver Village we could stay at. It's the first one we would encounter if we stayed near the main road.
Jack shook his head. That's also the first place they'll look. No, instead, we infiltrate back into the city tomorrow.
We?
Fobers asked. Me and Elle. Soon in Fobers, there's no need for you to go with us. In fact, I want you to stay at our camp just on the other side of the mountain. We'll be perfect. Soon started walking. Fobers joined him. Jack looked at Elle. Both nodded and walked the opposite direction towards the city. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9. Back and Forth. Jack and Elle hid in a farm and waited for the optimum time to sneak in.
Jack, you'll wait here when I go in.
Why? Shouldn't I go with you?
You will be spotted and I won't. I'm a Darkling form right now.
What's stopping Darklings from sneaking in all the time? Jack asked.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But since you asked, one, they aren't intelligent enough to organize or learn as well as we do.
Elle held up an additional talon.
Two, the sporadic torches kept at the top discourages them. Light will always scare them off.
Any other reasons?
Nope, that's enough.
Elle started to leave.
Be careful, Jack said just before the other left. Elle turned prior to leaving out the door. He faded into the dark while looking right at Jack. Yeah, he was right. I would probably have gotten caught. Elle wove his way through the farm crops, keeping too low for any sentry to see him. There was a patrol on the outside of the city, and it was not hard to wait for them to pass prior to maneuvering close enough. They looked bored and were distracted by their own conversations about games they will play the following day to notice the hidden Darkling get past them. When he reached the end of the farms, he easily spotted what he was searching for, a crack in the wall. It was just past the empty moat and a few paces next to the closed gate. At the top of the wall, there were guards actually doing the watch properly. They both stared out of the city and towards the mountains and farms Elle occupied. Elle looked at them, waiting for them to look any other direction or perhaps go through shift change. He knew no such luck would befall him, so he did the next best thing. He broke a vegetable stalk with each arm at his sides. He tried to use his lower arms, which did not exist in this form, and silently cursed himself for forgetting that, but was grateful that it did not matter, since no guards spotted him anyway.
Fragile.
Oh well. He slithered his way to the edge of the darkness, which was as far as he could hide without too much risk. Then, with as much strength as he could muster, he performed a low throw with the first stalk. It zoomed across the ground and slammed into the barn. It was loud enough to make the guards look. They glared at the impact and could see no visible difference. They squinted their eyes and fell for the distraction. Elle didn't waste any time. The moment they looked away, his wings spread from left to right, but did not rise. He flew a mere 2 feet from the ground and glided with haste to his crack destination. Upon reaching it, his entire body started to suck into the thin line, as if he himself turned into liquid or pure shadow. He pushed himself through the tiny opening, and then pulled out of the other side of the wall.
dropping the stalk as he flowed in. He knew it was risky to go out the other end without knowing if anyone was there or not. The late hour made it unlikely, plus he had no way to check anyways. His body re-solidified as he took a moment to look about.
All clear,
He told himself. From there, it was not hard to work his way to the council library. Sneaking in was also no challenge. El took from an unseen pocket a bag and began to fill it with book after book. He took his time to ensure he was careful. Just as he reached for the 8th book, the room illuminated. He spun around and saw Drowsy staring at him with all 4 of his hands full of fire. El cringed back a step, but only out of instinct due to direct light touching him.
I was told that an actual darkling had assisted in the escape of our little prismatic friend. Of course, I knew it could only have been you, El. Put the books back, and we can go have a nice chat with Brutus,
Elder Drosy said.
I need to act quick. I can't use any shadow so long as he holds those flames. I don't know if my talents could be enough to best him in a fight either. Come now, El. You don't have any better option than to surrender. You could have had a bright future. Just take me to the Prismatic, and all can be forgiven for you. What do you even want with him? Jack's inexperienced and has no interest in this city.
Drowsy shook his head.
That doesn't matter.
He held his flames up, menacing.
Last chance, El. I've mastered the flame and at least one other element, and if you don't surrender right now, you will regret learning what that is. I've never seen elementalists master more than one element. You're bluffing. Try to run or fight me, and you'll find out if I am.
El leapt up, kicked off of the wall, and used that momentum to glide through the air. His wings expanded and were not difficult to fly in the tall room. Drowsy smiled. The flames in his hands dispersed, and El felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if he were inside of nothing. He fell straight down to the ground and discovered that he could not breathe, for there was no air to inhale or glide upon. He clutched his throat, gasping for air.
I told you. Yes, I mastered air. I rarely use it, you see. You'll be dying now. What a shame. What a loss. I mean, the last lunar shapeshifter dead. And you shouldn't live if you aren't willing to, at the very least, work with us. We can't have a rogue power such as yourself just mucking up what a great thing we have going here.
El was unable to get up due to the exhaustion of having the air flowing out of his lungs. He struggled just to maintain consciousness. The world around him started to get darker and darker. Even with his ability to see perfectly in the darkness, he found it ever increasingly difficult just to stay awake. As the last of his thoughts began to accept this as the end, he saw a green-blue blur zoom in the room, and then he blacked out. El opened his eyes. Jack stood over him. He nodded. Then he looked down and saw El was looking at him.
How did I get here?
El asked.
I brought you here.
El sat up slightly.
You used time weaving quite well, if that was you. Since when do time weavers give off a blue-green blur?
Jack looked away. I didn't know if it would work. Also, I don't know how I knew you were in danger, but something told me that you were. El looked at his left hand. He still clutched the bag of orbs.
I have them, at least.
He shook his head.
Yet I still don't understand how you did that.
I didn't. Zed did. I summoned him, and time weaving is so much easier to do through him. I don't know how else to explain it.
You saved me. Thank you for that. It would be a bad idea to try that again. He was waiting for one of us to raid that place.
What do we do then? Jack asked.
We get back to camp.
Elle started to get up, but noticed a light on the bottom crack of the barn.
Crap, it's daylight. This is my last day as a Darkling. It's beast tomorrow. I hate that form.
Don't feel useless. I'll get us back, Jack said.
Direct sunlight is unbearable. It doesn't actually hurt me, but it creates an irritation that causes me to rush to any cover of darkness without any self-control. I cannot control it. I have to wait until darkness. I can at least run fast as a beast and just 6 legs all the way back without a problem.
We can worry about that later. Let me see those books. Might as well kill some time while we wait.
Cold control. Water and cold go hand in hand. It can be boiled and even in the air. But if you desire to control water, ice, or cold in any of these forms, the reliant emotion is that of fear. Find your imago of fear, the thing that anchors your fear. Through terror, one can find freedom. Over the mastery of the cold, it is best used when defending yourselves or for those you care for, should you fear that imminent demise. That is the time to strike with fear. So long as you can have fear as your forethought and primary feeling, there are no limits to what you can do. Should you happen to be an extremely calloused individual, you can find that inspiring fear in others works just as well. Lesson 1. Basic Cold. The mere thought of fright will enable you to have a cold touch that is useful for day-to-day tasks such as cooking, cleaning, cold drying an object, and depleting something of heat. This requires no effort beyond feeling the slightest amount of worry. With merely the slightest discomfort of the unknown, your hands can become cold in an instant for using that your cold touch as you see fit. Lesson 2. From nothing. The very air itself contains moisture. With enough training, you could cause the air around you to form water or ice as needed. This siphoning of moisture will not be effective in a desert, and of course, over the ocean, should you need ice or water in a pinch, it is always all around you. In order to summon ice or water, all you need to do is extend your fears outside of yourself. You project that which you seek to avoid from you to the place you desire. You must imagine a shape as you are doing this. Otherwise, it will be a shapeless blob. With enough skill, there is no limit to how much you can accumulate. Lesson 3. Every living thing has water. With enough practice, you could master the bodies of plants, animals, and more by seizing control of the water inside of their body. This is one of the most difficult of things to accomplish. It can be quite useful, not just in a life-threatening situation such as a beast attacking you, but can be used to help someone not dehydrate during working hours, allowing them to work all the harder, all the longer, without any sort of interrupting break. Learn to control the water in your own body in order to maximize your work capabilities. Lesson 4. Barriers. You could make a barrier of ice or even standing water, but making water disobey the laws of nature is an advanced technique. For example, if you wanted to cause water from a pond to leap out and form a chest-high wall around yourself, you would need to continuously stream your fear to the water for the entire duration you desire it to stand against its own nature. Ice would be easier to do. Now that the basic understandings of cold have been explained,
We can move on to. Jack finished the book and absorbed the knowledge in full, opening his eyes and looking at Elle. Would you like to read this now? He offered the orb.
Maybe later, when I'm red again.
Jack nodded his understanding. I can only handle one book at a time. It's draining to read them. I need to rest. Elle waved his hand without a care.
Go for it. Be ready just in case guards or farmers come in here and run away.
Jack snuggled against some straw, making it his pillow. Elle kept in the shadows, remaining quiet and alert.
Time to go!
Jack was awakened by the shout. He jumped up and followed Elle out of the barn. The sun was setting, and Jack could see how much Elle hated to bear that light on his skin. His darkling form looked frail, tired, and beat up. The sunlight alone did that to him. Whatever it is, it has to be worse than whatever it was doing to him for him to be willing to rush out of it there. It did not take long for Jack to see the 36 guards, led by Brutus himself, moving their direction. Brutus was not surprised by them fleeing the comfort of that barn. Even from the far-off distance, Jack saw the determined look in his eyes, along with that grin chiseled from malice. He felt the cold in his hands forming. That's convenient, Jack said as Elle was yanking him away from the distraction.
There's no time to stare at them. Run!
Elle shouted.
See that? Brutus called out. He has a darkling under his command. Only a demon would work with these foul creatures.
Someone next to the captain of the city guard said something. They didn't yell it, so it couldn't be heard, but the captain's response was yelled. The massive elementalist could not be quite quiet to save his life.
Of course I could see he isn't yellow. Demons can fool our senses. Don't fall for it, soldiers.
Jack looked to see the last sliver of the sun set. Then the moon started to rise. They peaked, and that was enough. He looked at Elle, who was already transforming while running. His 2 arms and wings slammed into the ground, turning into massive hooves as they did so. Just as the transformation finished, he didn't even bother to ask. He simply mounted Elle and held onto the lunar as they picked up speed, which he did. The only thing faster than a beast at full speed could only be a time weaver, and there were none within those guards. Jack cheered as they made their easy escape. Brutus told everyone to stop. The guards came to a halt, and all of his subordinates looked at him quietly, wanting to know what to do.
You!
He snatched the closest guard, picking him up and bringing the person that was easily only 2/3 of his own height.
Go back to the city and tell them that under my command to bring 24 more. They will meet us at the base of that mountain he is running to.
He tossed the guard down like a day-old mop, then casually walked off. After less than 2 hours, Jack and Elle reached the camp. We have 4 books, Jack declared victoriously. Excellent! Whoa! Is that Elle? Fulbriz asked. Jack nodded. He hasn't said anything since he transformed into his beast form. I don't think he can talk. Soon inspected the 6-legged creature.
If he truly has taken the form of the beast, then yes, he cannot talk. I once studied their anatomy. They don't have vocal cords. At most, he could grunt. We'll have to figure out if he can even understand us. His very brain chemistry might actually be different during this time.
Soon bent down to be at eye level with Elle.
1 grunt for yes, 2 for no. Do you understand me?
Elle gave a solitary grunt. Soon looked back to the others.
So far, so good. Are you just as aware of yourself as yesterday?
Again, Elle grunted.
Good. We can dismiss the initial grunt as not a coincidence. Now, one last test. Grunt the number of fingers I'm holding up.
Soon held up 3 fingers, and Elle grunted 3 times. He stood up straight.
That'll do for me.
Jack took out of his bag the same book on cold he read earlier. Obras, this one is on cold basics and advanced techniques. Would you like to read it? Faubriz greedily snatched it with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He wasted no time in making himself comfortable, and then allowing the knowledge to enter him through the orb. Jack pulled from the bag another orb and sat next to the red Faubriz and did the same. Just before doing so, he quickly looked at the others. L was the one to sneak in and get them. He only had enough time to take a few: cold, air, fire, and earth. Amazing. The primary four. Jack started patting L on the head like a dog. Good job. He said it the way one would say it to a pet, then came to his senses. Sorry. He pulled his hand back, embarrassed, then focused on the book. The book he read was on fire. Though he had a basic grasp of how fire and heat can be summoned and controlled, it was rudimentary at best. About half of the information he had already learned or figured out on his own. The other half did help, though, in filling in the gap for things he either wasn't quite sure about or had not realized at all. The stress of reading any book always fatigued all that read them. Jack was no different than everyone else in the world in that respect. You hate me all you want, but you're going to have to make a choice. Will you choose justice for yourself or freedom for others? What? Who said that? Jack said. The top of the mountain was pitch black. Nothing could be seen, and he wasn't entirely sure if the voice he heard was real or imaginary. What's it going to be, Jack? Are you going to help me or the oppressors? Sai? Sai, is that you? I'm sorry for what happened. It is you. You killed Nork, Mill, and Zed, and everyone I ever knew. I'm going to kill you, Sai. Nork died protecting me from you. Jack felt a presence depart. Somehow he knew he was alone. Then he woke up. Something hard and heavy was pushing him. Jack's eyes shot open. He looked to see L was the only thing prodding him. L looked him in the eyes, and the hurried expression on his face was unmistakable. What is it, L? Jack matched his friend's worried look with the tone of his voice. L grunted, and this time loud enough to rouse the others. L was looking to the sky. Jack followed the gaze and saw what was so disconcerting to the beast. Dozens of the soldiers were flying to the sky. They were coming for them. I guess they're happy to see us, Jack jested. Everyone looked at him unamused. Sorry, we should. Suddenly a bolt of lightning hurled from one of the flyers. It struck directly next to Jack. He jumped back. Time to go. The flyer's cheers echoed down, matching the thunder from the lightning. Go where? We fight. Surrender or run to Darkling territory. All bad options where we lose, Fobris said. Surrender isn't an option. Brutus will have us all killed for sure. Jack looked up as he spoke. One of them glowed brightly, and he knew they were preparing another lightning bolt. We have no way to fight back, especially with L in beast form. Look out! Everyone scattered as the lightning bolt hurled down to them. It struck where they were. The boom alone nearly deafened them. We could run to the Time Weaver Nation, Fobris said. He started to hide behind L.
Fobris, do something!
Fobris cringed and started to whimper. His feet clung to solid rock under him. But that wasn't comforting. He pointed at a boulder, and a line of magic traced around his feet and snaked its way to that large rock. The magic encased around the solid mass like a net. The line of magic remained. It lifted into the air, to which Fobris smiled and then cheered. His sadness ended, and the magic ended. The rock slammed down back into place uselessly. He sighed. Sorry, I tried. Jack, you can fly too. Make yourself feel some joy for a change, Soon said. How? You have at least one good memory in you. Like everyone, you grew up playing games. Focus on that if you have to. Jack closed his eyes. He ignored the fact that those flyers were simultaneously charging another bolt of lightning and closing in. Childhood games did come to him. He remembered playing with Mills, Zed, Norg, and Psy. Jack was flushing into red, but at the thought of Psy, he lost it. Conflicted in the joy combined with anger and fear, which swirled into sadness. He felt all four feelings at the same time, which normally an elementalist's physiology has no difficulty feeling different things at the same time. Their glands in their brain allowed for this. However, this would be the first time Jack has ever experienced this. He became overwhelmed by the rush of emotions. "Hey, you're sad! You try throwing that boulder," Phobris said. There was a tone of mockery in his voice. Jack looked at the massive rock, and magic swirled out of him, forming into a ball next to him. He should have noticed that it wasn't happening properly. He looked at the magic and then to the rock and pointed. The magic itself acted like a black hole, and all of it came out of Jack, forcing him to turn gray. The magic itself formed a ball, and then, with literal lightning speed, struck the rock as lightning into the rock. It was blasted into too many pieces to count. The sound alone boomed and shook the top of the mountain. Everyone was blown away in separate directions. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10, Eternity in a Cave. Jack woke up. He couldn't see. He touched his face to make sure nothing was covering his eyes. It stung by his very touch. He let out a tooth-sucking sound at the pain. His hands started to feel about, trying to understand his surroundings. He felt his arm and reeled back in surprise. "Who is this?" He waited for them to answer, but they said nothing. "Hello? Answer me!" His demands were met with silence. Jack reached and touched them again. They didn't react to his touch. "You must be asleep. Are you soon or Phobris?" He said that to himself more than to the unconscious mystic he grasped at. His hands felt further down their frame. As he reached the abdomen, it became wet and sticky. Then suddenly, he felt the same rocky floor his foot touched. His mind couldn't wrap around the absurdity of it. He kept touching from the ground to the sudden abrupt ending of a person where their middle should be. Then he realized, perhaps slower than someone should, that this was half a person, and they couldn't possibly be alive. He jerked his hands back, scrambling back himself at the realization of what lay before him. "Is that... Did I kill one of them? No!" Jack's mind retreated, refusing to accept that he may have been responsible for one of his comrades dying. He continued to back up until he bumped into rock, and then he curled into a ball in what could only have been a corner. If his mind were clearer, he would have questioned how there could be a corner where he bawled. Tears streamed down his face. Two of his hands covered his face, while the other two held his knees close to his chest. His saddened magic caused the place to curl to form into his shape. He was too distracted to hear the footsteps. Only when someone stood over him did he notice. "Hello? Who's there? El, is that you?" Only a huff sound was heard. Jack let go of his face and took hold of a piece of Krana. "El, you found me. I can't see. Please tell me it's dark and I haven't gone blind." Again, there was only a huff sound. He nodded his understanding. "Sorry, I forgot you can't talk in beast form. You brought me food. Thank you, El. I killed Soon or Phobris. You you must go and find the other one. I'm so sorry. This pain on my face tells me I'm blind." Another huff sound, followed by footsteps as they walked away. Jack made himself feel angry, then cooked the krana. In between bites, he talked to himself. "I have the power to heal myself, but I don't know how. Or maybe I do. It's dangerous to try. I don't have any other options." Jack struggled for hours trying to feel his surroundings. The ground and walls were rocky. He heard rain in the distance, but felt none of it touch him.
When the footfalls were heard approaching, he felt relief to not be alone. Thank you for staying with me, Elle. I'm guessing you couldn't find anyone? In response, he heard Elle place something on the ground and push it to him. A rolling sound was heard, like glass moving. It bumped into Jack. He felt the object. It was a book. You brought me one of our books? Not a total loss, at least. Jack started to cry, but made himself stop. He made himself sit cross-legged to focus. Then the magic from the orb came to him. Like every time, reading from this magic was draining. He sat with his back against the wall, trying to overcome the fatigue. The book was not one of those Elle had taken from the great library, but was instead one about time weaving. Elle, I didn't know you obtained one on time weaving. That's amazing. When I've rested, if I'm still lacking the understanding, focus, and confidence to heal myself, please hand me another. The footsteps approached him, and he felt the book lift from him, and they walked away to the side of the room. Then they returned and placed another book on Jack's lap. I'm too exhausted to read right now, Jack said. A leg kicked Jack, not painfully, just an insisting kick in protest. Okay, fine, I'll read it now. An agreeable huff was heard. Jack clutched the orb and forced himself to focus through the haze. He had never read two of these in a row. The very thought of it exhausted him. The knowledge came to him. Again, it was not one of the books he expected. Instead, it was one on summoning, basics specifically. When he finished absorbing the information, his head cocked in confusion, and he made himself face the direction Elle must have been. How did you get these? They're not the ones you took from the library, Elle. I don't understand. The footsteps approached him. The book on summoning was taken. Then they stepped back to the wall again. Without waiting, they walked back to Jack, and another book was placed on his lap. Jack attempted to grab Elle, but they moved back too fast for him to seize. Hell, I can't read the third one. My brain is fried. It's too much. Their foot stamped on the ground hard and loud. No, it's too much. They slammed their foot down a second time. Elle, you are starting to make me worry. My head hurts from this. I shouldn't read another one, but should rest before I try. A third slam, but this one was so demanding that Jack actually cringed. Okay, fine, I'll read it. But that's it for now. Felt the veins on his head pulsate with stress. He knew that he couldn't keep doing this, and a headache that made itself all the more known was in the back of his head. It was bearable, but slowly increased in pain the more he made himself read. He read anyway. The knowledge came to him, but at the price of his headache doubling in an unbearable amount. This book was familiar. He actually recognized it. It was the very first book he ever touched, the one that he only read half of due to someone else reading it at the time. Even through the pain, Jack knew it was not Elle that forced him to read book after book. When the knowledge finished funneling into him, he dropped the orb. Sigh? He asked. The footsteps were heard walking away. Jack wanted to say more. He was overcome by confusion, exhaustion, and pain. He felt the world spin around him. 3 books in a row were too much. He felt the world turn upside down, and then his body doubled over, his head hitting the ground and conscious escaping him. The footsteps were too distant to hear any more, and Jack knew that he was alone. Blackness overtook him. When he woke up, he said nothing. He could hear the rain outside padding on the grass, bushes, and trees. He took as long as he needed to feel around and fully understand his surroundings. It was not a built structure. Everything was rocky. The sound of the rain, yet the dryness of his location was enough to deduce that he was in a cave. He discovered a pool of water and a large pile of krana next to that. Finally, he discovered the bookshelf. Dozens of books occupied the shelves. So many. If that really was Sai, why would he help me like this? He should have killed me. He won't get the second chance. He picked up some krana, focused on any of the thousands of things that have happened recently to make himself angry, cooked the krana, ate it, and then snatched a book. After he read it, he took another, and then risked a third. It was painful, but expected. He reached for a fourth, but pulled his hand back and thought better of it. Blood trickled out of his nose. The wet sensation surprised him. He wiped it from his face, then sat down to focus on what he just learned. When the pain subsided, he continued to read. With no way to measure time, Jack was clueless as to how long he had been in this cavern. Eat, drink, read, rest, and repeat, over and over. He toiled with the monotonous repetition. He hated every second of this. On occasion, his impatience forced him to heal the headaches in order to read all the sooner. This was dangerous, and he knew it. Not only was there the obvious danger of a miscalculation and making his pain go from a headache to a serious injury, but also the continuous healing effect was in his brain equal to constantly putting duct tape on a mechanical component instead of properly repairing it. His quick fix would inevitably collapse upon him and lead to a serious complication. On and on he continued. He started to heal his headache, but made himself stop. No, I can't keep doing that. This was arguably the wisest decision he had ever made. His decision to slow down was mostly due to one of the books describing healers that pushed themselves in a similar manner. They would eventually collapse and become bedridden for months with no way to heal themselves beyond the natural methods of their body repairing itself. With such ample time on his side, Jack invented a few solitary games. He repressed the thought on how a solo game is sad. While he made up games out of boredom, and since his forms of magic were the current focus of study, his mind subconsciously made them related to his learning. The time-weaving game, hum a tune, repeat the tune while moving to it, double the speed with every repetition. He kept raising his high score. His final speed was 32 times faster than normal speed. The summoning game, bring out the beast and make it move differently than himself. He could command it without forcing every single movement. For the game, he would have the beast charge him and he would jump out of the way. This game was easy since he commanded its every movement. However, the more he played this game, the harder it became, because the less he needed to concentrate on his individual movements. To his surprise, the beast actually hit him. For his elementalist game, he conjured fireballs and juggled them. He lost when he either didn't catch a fireball or a fireball caught him. Healing proved to be no fun at all. He came up with a few number games, but those produced no joy whatsoever. Boredom snared him. While the exit to this cave was open and inviting, Jack needed his sight before he could leave this place. He almost understood precisely how to heal his vision. Book after book he read. He hated this place, and his lamentation grew with every fried krana. Book and sip of water, eat, drink, rest, and read. He picked up the final book and glared at it with blind eyes. With a heavy sigh, he forced the knowledge into his brain. His blind eyes opened. He lifted the book above his head, and then threw it as hard as he could. The shatter of glass against the cave wall satisfied his every fiber. He took another book and threw it to another place in the cave. Jack did not restrain himself. All four hands entered a movement. His skin turned blue from the harmony of his lower hands clutching a book, handing it to his upper hands, and then launching it across the room. Smashed glass cracked in slow motion to him. It must have taken him less than 1 second to fully demolish the collection throughout the cavern. To him, though, it was the most cherished eternity. Time moved slowly for him, and it was easy to command. From his study combined with the time-weaving game, he was able to force time to compress to the point where he threw one orb, sped himself all the more, snatched up another orb, and launched it into the first orb, making them smash in the air. His glee verbalized into a laughing madness. Never in his life was he so happy to revel in mindless destruction. While in this smash and dance, he set the last orb on fire, still angry at the cave. He had never performed two different magics at the same time before and this threw him off. He was stopped, amazed at the revelation. How did I not realize that magic could be combined and done together? No book mentioned such a possibility. He shook his head. Of course,
No book would mention that. I'm the only one that can do more than one magic. Every inch of the cave was covered in broken glass. At no moment did he have even an ounce of regret. With nothing left for him, he focused on the one thing he needed to do. Jack covered his head with all four hands. His upper hands touched his eyelids. He knew the mathematical formulae, but needed to fully understand his injury. One book explained how healers can probe another to understand the complexities of any injury. It made no mention of how to do it to oneself, or if this process could worsen his problem. His hands glowed in a wave of magic. Healing magic pulsated out through his head and then returned. It was successful and painless. He identified his eyes in detail, and to prepare the algorithm, he gave each portion of his eye a number. Conjunctiva, cornea, pupil, lens, choroid, retina, macula, sclera, optic disc, virtuous body, anterior chamber, ciliary body, iris, and optic nerve. All these he assigned a number. He repeated the names of each with their corresponding number 3 times in order to cement them into memory. Next, Jack identified the damaged portion. It was the optic nerves in both eyes. They were burned, but intact. If they were disintegrated or severed, the healing process would be infinitely more difficult. He felt fortunate that the damage was limited to a burn on the nerves. Isolating the nerves as a unique number, Jack created the final algorithm, x minus 75 divided by xm plus, in parentheses, x minus 73x close parentheses x equals what? He imagined the numbers moving around in order to simplify the equation. As he did so, his hands glowed a second time. The healing magic began exactly as he envisioned it. He felt his eyes healing. At first he saw light as a dull white all around him. When the math neared completion, shapes formed, followed by colors. At the completion, the world came into focus. Jack had no desire to look at his prison. He forced himself to close his eyes without taking in any details. The rain continued to drizzle outside. Jack followed the sound of water touching the ground. He knew he was outside when he felt the rain on his face. He opened his eyes and took in the world. Trees, mountains, beauty all around him. The sight was impressive. He saw the darkling territory and knew that its drooping, leafless trees and dead ground made the place identifiable. The mountains to his left and right, with their tremendous size, they were walls between the Darklings and the Elementalists. The rain stopped almost as like it was for him, signaling the end of his darkness. He held out one of his hands, and the final rain dropped down into his palm. He looked at it and marveled at the tiny ocean in his hand. He brought it close to his eyes and just stared at it. The water swirled in his palm, then a gust of wind blew it away. Jack looked at the water swirl and dissipate into the air. His skin turned red, and the return of his sight, along with the wonder before him, his body lifted from the ground. Amazing, he commented, and then gently lowered back to the ground. One day I will soar through the sky, but that day is not today. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. Back in the Fire. With ample time ahead of him on his search for his friends, Jack contemplated the books. One specific orb covered demons. He didn't think much of it yesterday when he read it. Demon, the Yellow Mystic. Like mystics, demons have 4 forms of power. However, unlike mystics, demons do not have different colored skin based on what they can do. Their 4 forms of magic are 1. Inscribing. This is the most common. They are the makers of books, such as this one. They can copy knowledge down into any object. Glass spheres are the easiest and most abundant, but they are capable of inscribing knowledge onto any inanimate object. Inscribing is channeled through avarice. 2. Telepathy. Telepaths are killed off the moment they are discovered.
Not only can they push thoughts into the minds of others, but some telepath demons have been known to fully mind control others. During nights of ascension, should a new adult become a telepath, they lose control of their powers the moment they receive them, thus giving themselves away by proving how dangerous they are. Telepathy is channeled through empathy. Cognition 3. They have three capabilities: far-seeing, precognition, and postcognition. A precog can see into many possible futures. They are not always right, but if nothing interferes with their visions, they will come true. Farseeing involves being able to look anywhere they can see what is behind doors and even in distant places. Postcognition allows them to view past events. All cognition is channeled through pain. 4. Light weaving. By controlling light itself, a light weaving demon is capable of reshaping light. Light weavers are also known as illusionists and have been known to alter the senses of others. This can range from making light brighter or dimmer to drastic alteration of illumination to create illusions. Light weaving is channeled through doubt and confidence. Confidence and doubt, Jack said to himself. How does that even work? The more confidence they have, the higher quality illusion they can make. A familiar voice said in his head. Jack stopped walking. He looked around, saw no one near him, then shrugged. Voices in my head now? He shook his head. I don't think anything surprises me at this point. It was not difficult for Jack to configure where he was based on Rask. Seeing the city from the mountains, he was able to work his way back to where he was prior to being attacked by Brutus. After an hours-long journey, he made it. Crimson bodies lay about the scene. Their armor had massive claw marks, as if whatever attacked them shredded through like paper. Of the dead, only guards could be found. Jack was aghast at the sight. He sat down to prevent himself from falling over. He knew what killed these elementalists. But we were attacked during the day. Darklings wouldn't. They would if I made them, Sai's voice said. Jack looked up. At the top of a mere dozen paces, Sai sat on the rock, left leg propped up, two left elbows against his left knee, left fists wedged on his face, and his body half turned facing Jack. Jack's eyes widened, and his skin flashed red. A fireball conjured into his four hands. He lifted it up and threw it at Sai. It passed through the yellow image harmlessly. Sai sighed. Jack, I'm not really sitting here, he stated the obvious. Jack narrowed his eyes and restrained himself from pointlessly throwing another one. What do you want? Aren't you even the slightest bit curious as to how I mastered my magic practically instantly, and you're still struggling as a beginner? I don't care, Jack said. Ignoring him, Sai went on. You see, like you, I have four forms of magic. We're unique, you and I. You have all the physical power, and I have all the mental power. Jack threw another fireball at the image. It did nothing. I don't care. I have been mentally linked to my ken. They need us, Jack. The image of Sai stood up and approached Jack. He stopped directly in front of the other. They were able to teach me, much like how the books we inscribe can instantly convey information. We telepaths can instantly share experiences with another. Great, good for you. If I can't kill you, just leave me alone. Jack, you're no good to me unless you master your magic. I saved you and gave you the means to learn it all, which you've done. But I need you to practice until you're every bit as powerful as I am mentally. Jack shook his head and spread his arms. Why would you want me powerful knowing that I'm just going to kill you? Sai waved his hand dismissively and ignored the question. Your friends are on the other side of this ridge. I'll catch up with you later. The image vanished. Jack was red the entire time. His foot lit up in flames. He brought it up and slammed it down. Both flames, both sorrow and anger, surged through him, and a crack formed 6 feet across under him. Just as Sai said, El, Fobris, and Soon were just on the other side of the ridge. He spotted them over 100 paces from the massacre. Their encampment was hidden, and he would have missed it if Sai had not told him. They were on the Darkling side of the mountain.
I've never seen anything like it,
Soon said. El, still in beast form, huffed. What happened back there? I thought you guys were done for sure, Jack said.
We thought you were done for,
Soon said.
After Brutus and his forces arrived, over a dozen Darklings sprang from nowhere. I swear it was like they were standing right next to us and we just couldn't see them. Those monsters sprang into the air in broad daylight and attacked Brutus as if they were defending us.
Does that mean Brutus is dead? Jack asked with a hopeful tone. The three shook their heads.
Brutus was the only survival except for us, of course. I've never known him to have fear, but he froze, like literal froze himself, encased in thick ice, then caused the ground itself to throw him back to the city. It was insane,
Fobris said. Did he master 3 elements? Jack asked.
No, Fobris said. In order to be captain of the guards, a person has to master all 4 elemental magics. Anyways, where were you?
I was in a cave. Sai put me there and forced me to read books.
He really wants your help in saving the demons, Soon said.
I'm not helping him with anything.
You're going to just let those people remain prisoners, even though they've done nothing wrong? Soon asked.
They're demons. Isn't that wrong enough? Jack asked.
Soon sighed. That's propaganda, Jack. Everything we've been told about them is a lie. Yes, you deserve your revenge with Sai, but those people, they don't deserve to be in there chained up and enslaved like that.
Save your breath, Soon. He's blind, Fobris said.
I'm not blind anymore. I healed that.
You were blind?
Fobris asked. Yes, in the cave I was blind from that bolt of lightning Brutus shot at us. One of the books I was forced to read taught me about healing. I haven't mastered the magic, but I did heal myself.
Hang on. Sai saved you from Brutus by controlling the Darklings, kept you in a cave, provided the means for you to learn how to heal yourself, as well as other magic? And he's still helping you, and you still want to kill him?
Yes.
And he just wants to free his people?
Jack shrugged.
You're hopeless, and this is going nowhere. If you refuse to help, then we should go to Cadance. There's no point in sticking around Elementalist territory.
As if finally joining the conversation, El stomped a foot down to get everyone's attention. The three looked at him, and El turned around and walked away. They followed. El didn't walk very long. He stopped abruptly, and in a pointing fashion faced the dark land. Everyone looked, and their eyes widened with surprise. "What is that swarming about down there?" Jack asked. From their high-up position, looking all the way down, they looked like tiny black dots moving around, too many to count. They looked from the swarm, and then to each other, everyone giving the same knowing look.
"What are they doing?"
Soon asked.
Gathering,
Fobris said.
"Yes, but why?"
Soon asked. Sai is doing this, Jack said.
How many minds can one telepath control at a time?"
Soon asked. I don't know. If it's like summoning, he wouldn't be able to do that. There must be hundreds of them down there. Jack, if what they say is true and Saya's controlling them, then he means to follow through with trying to free the psychics, Soon said. The Darklings that he used to attack Brutus, they had a surprise attack. They couldn't win in a siege against Rask. The moat alone would stop them, Fobris said. Not if they sneak in, Jack said. Sai could do it too. He could cloak them like like before, and they could walk in unnoticed. He could put them all over the city and then strike from the shadows. Jack shook his head. We can't let that happen. Oh, you care about Rask? Suddenly? Fobris said. We can't let the entire city get slaughtered, Jack said. What do you suggest? Going back and telling them? They'll lock us up or kill us the moment they spot us, Fobris said. Not everyone in Rask is Brutus and Drosy, Jack said. And not every psychic is evil, Soon said. Jack waved his hand, refusing to have that argument again. He stood up from his crouching position, turned and walked away. After a few paces he turned back to the others. You don't have to come with me. El followed, Soon followed, but Phobos stood, gritting his teeth. This is madness. We should just escape them. We should go to Cadance. He looked down at the Darklings, then to the south at the Time Weaver Nation. It would have taken over a week to get there on his own. He sighed, not wanting to be alone. He went with the others. He sprinted to catch up with them. They reached the base of the mountain. How do we get back in the city? Phobos asked. How do we warn them without going back to prison? Soon asked. El made a huff sound. Jack sighed. I've been thinking about that. Warning them would be easy. We could inform the guards anonymously. How? Phobos asked. Leave a note or something. What about getting in? Phobos asked a second time. That should be easy for me. I could time weave in. Soon put a hand on Jack's shoulder. That won't work. Why? Because elementalists are at war with time weavers. They have protocols in place. You'll die. Jack sat back down on an adjacent rock, placed an elbow on a knee and his fist against a cheek. He started to think. Wait 2 hours. It took us to get down here, and all you came up with was blur your way in and hand them a note, Phobos blurted. Both of you are older than me. What did you come up with? Jack demanded. Soon raised a hand, a shoulder length, to get their attention. Let's be logical about this. Our goal is to get in there and warn them of an impending attack. And we want to do that without them arresting us, right? Jack, Phobos, and El nodded. We sneak in. We can utilize disguises. Jack, you can do this better than anyone. You just don't use any magic. Me and Phobos can wear disguises, while Jack, you will be our kid. What kind of disguises? Jack asked. The dirt kind, Soon said. Won't they be looking for an elementalist, healer, beast, and me? They won't expect us to come back in. What we do is, we wait until the farmers are done for their day, and we slip in with them. It's not hard to put dirt on our faces and body to look like we've been working all day. What about El? Phobos asked. Soon waved his hand. He can be our trained beast we can use to farm with. People do that all the time. They waited behind a barn for the right moment to slip into the farmers. They spread out. Phobos staying with El to act as if guiding him. Jack found other gray skins. He held a hoe, which he found in the barn. Keeping his head down, he started to
plow as if he had been doing that all day. One kid looked up at him, and Jack smiled while wiping sweat from his forehead. The kid shrugged and continued working. Fobris had no difficulty mixing in with a group of elementalists that paid him no mind. Soon, however, was not so lucky. It was not easy to casually pull L unnoticed. Half of the farmers looked at him with varying expressions of raised eyebrows, cocked heads, squinted eyes, and even one doubled arms akimbo. Soon nervously waved as he mounted L, to give an appearance of command on the beast. L played along, and they hooked him to a cart to drag along the already plowed field. After they started to work, Soon bent down and whispered to L, Sorry. I thought they were almost done." They worked for an hour prior to the farm lead blowing whis a lead blowing a whistle, and everyone put their tools in the designated area, then proceeded to go back to the city. Soon guided L to the stables.
Sorry, dude.
Was all he said. Their plan worked, and no guards accosted them as they casually walked through the city gates. They met in an alley as soon as they could. Night was approaching. "We have no idea when the Darklings will attack. It could be tonight," Jack said. Soon shook his head.
No.
"Even if they started sneaking in tonight, which I doubt, they would want to sneak into optimum positions to attack key people in key places. Darklings would lose a direct siege." Phobos agreed. Jack shrugged. "So we only know that it will be soon. If we warn them and nothing happens, then they won't believe Darklings will come at all. Regardless, at least we did the hard part, which was sneaking in undetected. How do we warn them now?" Phobos said.
We'll figure that part out later. Where can we sleep? Soon asked.
"My family should be able to shelter us," Phobos offered. Jack and Soon nodded. The three stood in the living room of a family 7 elementalists, all standing in double arms akimbo, glaring at the three.
So, you were arrested, broke out of prison, came back to the city, and expect us to just break the law and house you three fugitives?"
The oldest elementalist said.
"I was hoping yes,"
Phobos said. The elder elementalists shook their heads disapprovingly.
"You know it's only a matter of time before you are discovered and arrested again. They won't put you in the same cell. You will go out to sea. They will put you. What will you do then? You know magic doesn't work over the ocean. Phobos, you're in deep trouble."
The old ones softened their angry glare.
"Of course you can stay here. I won't let them have my child."
They rushed over to Phobos and hugged him tightly. As tears welled up inside of his eyes, he looked at Jack.
"You saved my Phobos. I'm in your debt. Stay as long as you need."
Phobos was grateful that embarrassment was not an emotion that produced magic.
"Thank you, Pantier."
Pantier, the elderly one, started to walk away.
"We could shelter you, but don't have enough to feed you. You're a bit on your own for that. Lots of jobs are available."
Jack cringed. "More work, huh? How do we get jobs without getting discovered?"
"Not very many people know what you look like, Jack, so you're fine. Soon is also from out of town,"
Phobos said. "What about you?" Jack asked.
"Oh, I know some people."
Phobos said. Jack and Soon shrugged. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Work, work, work. Phobos and Soon went out together. Jack tried to go with them, but they insisted that since Jack was gray, the work they were about to do was not for children. He did his best not to feel offended.
Jack stepped outside. Nothing was out of the ordinary. No guards rushed to arrest him. Even when he walked by a group, none of them jerked their heads in his direction. He even spotted Brutus, almost looking at him. The large elementalists remained oblivious to Jack. Wow, I'm literally one step from being invisible by looking like a kid. He continued to wander around the city, feeling more comfortable as he strode. As long as I keep my feelings in check, I can go wherever I like. The gray Prismatic proceeded to the same restaurant he ate at before. The waiter looked at him with a half frown. Let me guess, you're looking for work. Jack nodded with enthusiasm, almost turning red, but didn't. The person sighed. I suppose we could use another dishwasher. Honestly, would rather a time weaver that can cook fast, but I'll take what I can get. Go over there to the kitchen and you'll find a sink full of dishes. Cleans those and you've earned yourself a meal. Feel nothing. No sadness, anger, fear, or glee shall be part of me. He washed dish after dish, thinking solely that one thought. His top left hand grabbed the dish, the top of the dirty pile, passed it to his lower hands to clean it, which handed it to his upper right place to the clean pile. The rhythm was easy to perform, and he fell into a thoughtless state, droning through the process. After he finished washing, he turned around to see the manager moving incredibly slow towards him with a confused look on his face. Jack looked down to see his blue hands, and he cringed. He closed his eyes and cleared his mind. When he opened his eyes, everything reverted to normal, including his skin.
What? You couldn't have cleaned all those that fast, unless...
The manager took a step back.
You're the prismatic.
He quickly turned around to see if anyone heard him and sighed with relief that no one did. Turning back to Jack, he continued in a hushed whisper.
You're a fugitive. I heard you left the city. How? Why would you come back?
There's something terrible coming to attack. I need to warn everyone. Jack was surprised at how easy that was to say. He was worried that he couldn't find the right words. The manager stared at Jack as if the two were having mundane words. He nodded his head and smiled.
Yes, it is a lovely day.
Jack cocked his head, confused at the response. What? Did you not hear what I said? The city will be under attack soon.
Oh, well, the menu has a variety of wonderful dishes. You've earned a break. Why not try today's special?
Darklings are coming to kill everyone, Jack screamed.
It's made out of boiled krana to the point of complete softness, seasoned with our secret spices and placed in a bowl of our signature soup. I think you'll love it.
Jack started to back away. His skin turned red as he felt fear from this strange situation. He knew his hands turned cold. He held them up defensively, attempting to call to mind cold magic to use in a fight from one of the books he read.
Something isn't right with you.
The manager took a step back as well.
Hey, I just offered you food and you look like you're about to attack me. Please don't hurt me.
Jack had enough of this. He darted past the manager, running out of the kitchen and away from this person as fast as he could muster. It was without the aid of time weaving. In his haste, he snatched some krana on his way out. The manager saw the act of thievery.
Or just have some krana. Thanks for the work, you weirdo.
Out of desperation, Jack rushed to a guard.
Hey,
He shouted.
Darklings are coming to attack Rask.
The guard turned to Jack. Why, yes, it is a lovely day today. Jack stopped running. Did you not just hear me? The guard raised an eyebrow in confusion. You said it's a good weather today.
No, I said Darklings are coming to kill everyone.
Okay, I agree, the guard retorted. Jack almost jumped back with surprise. You agree that Darklings are coming to kill everyone and are relaxed about it? Why are you so upset about the weather? Jack stormed. Both frustrated and fearful, he tried to tell several other people, and everyone had the same reaction, as if he were talking about the weather or some other casual topic. Finally, out of desperation, he climbed the tallest structure with a bucket of paint and a large banner. On it, he painted, utilizing the written language, he inscribed, "Darklings are coming to kill everyone." Then he hung it. Doubling down on the written form, he sped across the city with determination and song in his head. With blue skin granting him the speed of a god, he whisked past, placing the graffiti of "Darklings are coming to kill everyone" all around the city. On every building and structure, he painted the message. When he finished, he stood on the city's wall to take in the sight of his work. His jaw dropped with shock. "What?" he screamed at the sight. His message that he wrote everywhere no longer read, "Darklings are coming to kill everyone," but instead said, "The weather is very pleasant today." While it was true the weather was good, he knew for an absolute fact that he did not write that. He returned to the house he was staying at. Soon and Faubriz were already there. "Jack, why are you writing about the weather all over the city?" Soon asked. Jack shook his head. "You don't understand. I didn't write that." Faubriz wrinkled his brow. "Yes, you did. We saw you." "No, my message was changed somehow. Did someone follow me, altering it?" Both Faubriz and Soon looked at each other, then back at Jack. We would have seen a second blue blur. Time weavers can't hide that. Even if they move faster than the eye could see, we would still see blue streaks in the after effect." "It was just not you, Jack." "I wrote 'Darklings are coming to kill everyone.' I literally wrote that in every single message, including that massive banner looming over the city." Jack was red with anger and confusion. He kept his hot hands folded into his chest, preventing himself from accidentally burning something. "What could change your words like that?" Soon asked. "That's not all. When I told guards and other people, they thought the same. They swore I was talking about the weather and not some impending invasion." "Yellow people could do that," Ogres offered. "So far as I know, demons can only affect one person at a time." "Unless there was an entire community of them living under the city to assist in mass altering everyone's perception," Soon said. "And there is." "They could, but if they could do that, why would they still be in chains and held captive? I mean, if Yellow Misses could just mind control the whole city, why wouldn't they be running it?" "They are," said an unseen voice. Everyone looked in the corner of the room where the voice came from. The air shimmered as Psy revealed himself. Jack hurled a fireball at him. It passed through the image of Psy and caused a fire to erupt. Faubriz quickly shot ice to extinguish the flames. Jack lowered his arms. He narrowed his eyes. "Eventually I'll hit the real you." "No, you won't. You have no idea if I'm in the room or even if I'm in this city." Soon stepped between Jack and the image of Psy. "Psy, you know what's going on. Why are you about to attack the whole city with those darklings? How are you controlling so many?" Psy looked at Soon. "I won't give away my methods. As for why, that's simple. My people are being held captive. I will free them." "By killing everyone in the city?" "It won't come to that, but I will if I have to. I need your help, Jack. You're going to help me." "No, I'm not. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to kill you the first chance I get." "Dance!" Psy commanded. Jack looked at Psy as if his former friend were insane. Then his skin turned blue and his feet began moving. "What? How are you doing this? Stop it!" "You know how I'm doing this, and you will help me. I can make you do anything, Jack. It would be easier if you helped willingly, but I'll do it like this if I have to." Jack screamed. "Yes, I am. I have no idea who my parents are. They were what you call Demons! They're in this city. Somewhere held captive. I will free them. My darklings come tomorrow. If you refuse to help me, I highly recommend not being here. Otherwise, I will use you. The image of Sai vanished. Jack fell to his knees, catching himself with his 4 hands. He breathed heavily as his skin turned gray. Soon placed a hand on Jack's shoulder. Jack, what if you willingly helped him? Jack jumped up with Redskin. Help him! You just saw what he did to me. He actually mind-controlled me. I know it was an accident with Mill, and I was actually ready to forgive him for that. But he must be stopped if he's willing to go this far. That far to free slaves from bondage? Soon added. They're demons, and he proved it, Jack scoffed. So, every yellow-skinned person is evil? Soon asked. Yes, Jack said with a tone of finality. Bobriz, who had been quiet this whole time, finally spoke up. Welp, you tried to warn everyone. No one can perceive your message. If you really have no intention of helping him, maybe we should go to Cadance. I'm staying here, Soon said. A lot of people are going to get hurt, and they will need a healer. This city doesn't have that many. I hate this city, and I hate the demons. Maybe I should just let one take out the other. Maybe leaving is my best option, Jack said. Everyone in the city? Brutus and Drosy are bad news for sure, but I think that the majority of the people here aren't like them, Soon said. Jack, you have 3 options. Stay and stand against Psy, fight with Psy whether you want to or not, or you could just leave these people to whatever doom will be upon them tomorrow. I'm in favor of the third option, Fobris said. Jack slumped his shoulders, sighing. I can't just let all these people die. I'm sorry, Fobris, but I'm not running. Is Sai really planning on killing everyone? Soon asked. Jack shook his head. No. I think he just wants to take out a few key people and every guard that stands in his way, which will be over half of the guards. That raises an interesting point. If he's capable of mind-controlling an army of Darklings, why hasn't he simply taken command of the guards and just freed his people? There would be no conflict, and they would just walk right out, Soon asked. Must have something to do with how I can't warn anyone. Some underlying effect is over the entire city. When I was a guard, I noticed that same unseen source told the leader of our patrol about Fobriz taking more than his fair share. I couldn't understand how he knew, but I think I do now. It's all connected somehow. Maybe the yellow mystics aren't as imprisoned as we're led to believe. And now you know why Sai was so keen on making you learn as much as possible. Jack, you have an understanding of how to use all of your magic. You're no master by any measure, but there's no telling what he could make you do. Jack winced at the truth. He sat down in a nearby chair. I don't know what to do. His head fell into his 4 palms. Is there any way to resist his magic and keep your will? Phobos asked. I don't know. Cutting off all of my senses would work. That's a bad idea for obvious reasons, though. I could charge at him with a blindfold and earplugs. That's as bad of an idea as it sounds, Phobos said. Jack nodded with his head still in his hands. While I understand that I could do all 4 magics, it makes sense that I'm a big deal. Just one person. 4 mystics could easily take me down, even if I fully mastered the magic. He lifted his head. And I've been beaten by guards. I can't take on an army. So again, it makes no sense that I'm a big deal. Jack, you can combine magic. You've said so yourself. You could do stuff that no one can, Phobris said. You have You have no way to resist psychic control. That means you have 2 options. Jack, help or leave, Soon said. We can't warn these people. I'm going to help Jack. Make up your mind. Soon went to the door and opened it. Just before leaving, he added, I don't know what the limits of your powers are, but somehow I think you could play the biggest part in freeing those people and ensuring as few people get hurt as possible. Then he left. Jack looked at Fobris. Fobris shrugged his shoulders. I think we should leave. A darkling lunged from the shadows and slashed the throat of an elementalist. He fell dead instantly. His face bore the face of Sai. Another one jumped from the shadows and attacked a gray-skinned adolescent, killing them in the same fashion. The guard swung his weapon, only to have their arm hacked off by those sharp talons. A dozen darklings surrounded these three red guards that shot fire ice and caused the ground to quake in by their command. Their attacks did nothing to the Sai-faced darklings. The streets became littered with bodies and blood. Guts and other gore lay about every few feet. There were more blood and slop-covered places than visible streets. The darklings flew to the center of the city, leaving dead in their wake. The council attempted to defend themselves with fire, even going so far as to put a wall of flame between themselves and the darklings. The monsters flew through the flames with no difficulty and hacked off the heads of the council members. Then they spread out through the entire city, searching for every hidden person to gut them. Clouds formed above the sky, and a storm began. Blood rained from the sky. Jack attempted to do something. His skin turned blue as he attempted to time weave to get there fast, but he faltered and moved slowly. Everything sped up around him, and blood flooded, drowning the entire city. Jack was swept up in a wave of crimson. He started to choke and drown. His hand tried to take hold of anything, to pull himself free, but there was nothing to grab, and his hand was submerged. Jack woke up from the nightmare. He was covered in sweat. His upper half quickly rose from bed. He wiped his face with the blanket while breathing heavily. He did not scream in his sleep, nor when he woke up. What happened? He got out of bed and stepped outside with a determination to do whatever it took to stop Sai's invasion. He looked up to the sky to see that no moon had risen. Behind the house, unseen by Jack, a yellow mystic walked away. This unseen person smiled to themselves. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Something darkling cometh. Still outside, Jack took in a deep breath of the night air. Rask had street lights, otherwise it would be pitch black. He leaned on a railing overlooking one of the streets. The city was quiet at night, except for the rare bootsteps from patrolling guards or gusts of wind causing the scattered trees to rustle. There was utter silence. At the edge of one of the lights, something swooped past the distance. Jack would have missed it if he blinked. He stood up straight, and his skin turned red from fear. Cold immediately trickled up his spine, forming icicles that took the shape of spikes protruding. If he were more experienced, he would know how to turn that into both an armor and a weapon. Clinging to that fear, he forced himself to also remember his hatred for Sai. His left hand shimmered with a thin layer of fire, while his right retained a layer of flexible ice. He jumped off of the balcony and landed onto the lower street, which wasn't a far drop. Then he rushed forward, chasing the unseen thing. He shot a burst of flame at anything that moved in the shadows, even if something moved solely from his imagination. He took no chances. After the third shot, for the briefest of split seconds, he saw it. A fierce darkling illuminated as his fire shot past it. His fear almost overwhelmed him. He jumped back just in time to avoid the thing's swipe. The prismatic did what he needed to do. He called to mind the simple 1-2, 1-2-3 cadence. This doubled his speed. His skin turned bright purple as he clung to anger, fear, and song. The darkling in his perception moved slightly slower than himself. The creature swung again and again. Jack easily dodged and returned with a barrage of sharp ice shooting into the thing's face. It reeled back in pain.
He did not lose the advantage and still retained the hatred, fear, and song he then boldly added to the attack of magic in his mind, the thought of the beast. Spectral green light exited his body and formed into his first summon. The beast moved how he moved, though it remained on all six legs. Though Jack could not see his full body at the moment, if he looked in a mirror, he would see that instead of the three colors combined, he would see red on his left, green in the middle, and blue on the right side, as wavy vertical quasi-stripes. The darkling swung uselessly at the multicolored mystic. The beast struck at the same time Jack did, and both made contact. Bones were heard crunching on the creature's face, and it collapsed on the street. Jack's flesh turned solid green, and the darkling shimmered the same color. The shimmers speckled off of the thing, streaming their way back to Jack. He absorbed the creature and knew he could summon it at any time he wanted. Then he felt something different, a sensation of a presence. Jack jumped back and looked around. He saw the stream of yellow magic that connected to his head and led from him to a darkened corner. A yellow-skinned person stepped out of the shadows. Finally! I've been waiting for you to reach higher potentials. You're mine now, he said both verbally and inside of Jack's mind. Jack didn't recognize this yellow mystic. It wasn't Psy, and it wasn't any of the shackled ones he met under the city. His skin looked soft, and he had a look about him that suggested he has never worked a day in his life. On your knees, please, he said. Jack fell to his knees, unable to resist. I may have taken you too early. It seems you could do a great deal with fire and cold, and a bit of earth, and little to nothing with air. I'll probe deeper. Jack felt a digging sensation in his mind. The demon probed deep. Ah, there it is. A bit of healing, a decent amount of time weaving. But what's this? Yes, you can summon more than you realize. Excellent. Foolish Jack. Do you have any idea how rare it is for a master of summoning to give themselves to a new summoner like that? You have absolutely no idea what you could do. Hey! Someone called in the distance. It was a patrol finally discovering the scene. The yellow mystic didn't bother to turn to them. He quickly finished probing Jack. Here, I'll show you what you can do. Jack turned green. Nord appeared in front of him. Jack remained motionless, but Nord raised his hands, and a dozen beasts came forth. Each moved independently, and they in turn rushed to the guards to attack. Hang on, Jack, that's not all. Nord got around, you see. You really should have taken the time to check out their repertoire. Watch, the yellow mystic said. The spectral Norg flicked a finger, and three mystics were summoned. The beasts remained unhindered. The three mystics must have been red, for they not only rose in the air with full control, but also lit up on fire and began firing blasts at the patrol. The guards were overwhelmed and perished immediately. The yellow mystic never took their eyes from Jack. Fun stuff, right? But we have work to do. Also, thank you for learning so much. Who are you? Jack thought. He could not speak. My name doesn't matter. Just know that you will be the savior of Rask and receive all of the glory. You may call me Onette. Tell me, Onette. Jack thought. Onette tugged at the empty air, and Jack jerked forward as if there was an invisible leash around his neck. He led Jack away.
He's been taken over. You'll lose if you attack now,
El said. Sai stepped closer to El, who has assumed a yellow form. I must try. My darklings are already in the city. El shook his head.
Jack has killed one of his own. This telepath now controls him. He's powerful. He calls himself Onet.
Yes, I've been warned about him. He's more powerful than I am right now. Where is he? I can send at least 6 to fight him. Again, El shook his head.
Anything you attack him with will only end up under his control. Listen,
I believe in your cause. Your people shouldn't be unjustly imprisoned like they are. I just don't think your plan will work.
Through gritted teeth that clenched upon one another, Sai responded,
What other choice do I have? Let them rot.
"They've been captive their entire lives, forced to make books and scan the minds of the citizens of Ras to control everyone. My Darklings are almost in place. The Council, including Drowsy and the top security people like Brutus, won't see it coming." Onett led Jack to the center of the city, to the council building. He hid himself. Sai began the attack. Brutus was the first to be confronted by a sneak attack. He woke up at the last moment of a Darkling striking him. He twisted his body to avoid the deadly slash, but not fast enough. Both of his right arms were sliced clean off. Blood sprayed on the walls of his home. He jumped out of bed and avoided another swipe. He clutched his wound with his right arms. Using both fear and anger to his advantage, he caused the ice to form around the Darkling's legs, then extended his upper arm, allowing his lower arm to hold his wounds. Fire shot out, aimed directly at the creature's head. It screeched in pain. The shadowed creature lunged forward. One leg freed itself while the other broke off. The thing tumbled down to the floor. It scrambled to get back to its feet, falling a second time. Brutus did not waste the opportunity. The large red mystic jumped to the other side of the room, snatched one of his swords, then letting go of his wound, clutched the blade with both hands, and moved in, chopping the thing's head off just as easily as it had removed his arms. He fell to his knees, exhausted and in pain. He could no longer ignore. Drowsy stepped out of the council hall. He was covered in darkling blood. His robes were torn, but he himself remained unscathed. His face was dark, scowling at the events taking place. He looked and saw Jack fighting a wave of darklings. Their prismatic skin was currently green. Just in front of him was the green spectral image of Norg. Norg had all four hands raised in the air. Each darkling attacking Jack had to deal with four defenders, each controlled by Onett through Jack and through Norg. His mental puppet commands were not only precise, but if anyone were attacking Onett, they would see him relaxed. He kept himself well hidden in the shadows.
So you have him.
A thought entered Onett's mind.
Yes, I do. Why don't you come out of hiding so I can make him kill you, Sai?
Onett sent the thought out.
It doesn't matter. I'm exposing you even now. The people of the city are becoming aware that you control everything.
Onett chuckled.
Do you honestly think that will matter? I'm in everyone's mind here. I can make them forget. Your darklings are getting slaughtered. Only the ones I'm sending at you.
Onett's eyes widened with revelation. He started to sprint down the street, waving a hand for Jack to follow. Jack helplessly obeyed the command. He dismissed Norg and summoned his beast, mounted it, and as he passed his yellow master, Jack had his right hands extended. Onett took them and joined him on the beast. Together they sped through the city. Fobris and Soon were defending a council member against a darkling. The council person had their back to a corner and nowhere to run. Fobris utilized flames to keep the thing at bay. Fire formed a wall between them and the creature of shadow.
I can only hold that wall up for so long,
Fobris said through a sweaty brow. Soon drew his bow and notched an arrow.
Maybe we should have gone to Cadance.
He let the arrow fly, and the darkling ducked, avoiding it. Soon half frowned. A blue blur jetted by. It circled the darkling, which responded by swinging a talon, which missed. The blue streak moved the creature's head, and a shimmering silver edge slashed across the darkling's throat. The blue one moved back and actually stopped moving, revealing themselves. To no one's surprise, he was a time weaver. The darkling's head fell off.
Soon and Fobras were speechless, not by how easily a Time Weaver dispatched a Darkling, but at the very sight of this Time Weaver. He wore armor, wielded two swords, had a shield on his back, and upon that armor was the insignia of the city of Cadance. He turned to Fobras and Soon.
Surrender!
He commanded. The two looked at each other, then looked back at the blue soldier. They blinked in confusion.
What?
Soon managed to ask. The soldier ignored them and sped past them faster than they could blink. They stopped at the council member with a sword raised.
Surrender!
He demanded a second time. Fobris put up a hand to his mouth. He gasped.
He's not here to save us.
All throughout the city, the guards were finally organizing and able to confront the Darklings. The entire city erupted in controlled flame, rendering the invading creatures powerless, but not defenseless. Those things still had their talons, but were a poor match against organized city guard. With every guard distracted by the invading monsters, they were unprepared by an additional attack from Cadance. They came in two waves. The first wave sped past the defenseless in the guards upon the gates. They altered their speed to no longer enhance their own movements, but to render the guards at the gates, forcing them into a slowness they had never experienced.
Now we can go in,
Sai said to El.
Wow, the timing of the Time Weavers to attack right before you did.
That's not a coincidence. I told them, Sai said with a bitter tone. I've been coordinating this ever since I became yellow. Sai snapped his fingers, and and a large darkling that must have been there the entire time lurched out of the shadows. He climbed on top of it and helped El mount as well. They took flight towards the city. The moat around it was in full flame, preventing any more darklings from entering. They ascended a height far too high for the fire to affect them, though it did prevent the thing from being invisible. The entire city was too busy dealing with darklings and time weavers to notice Sai and El diving from above. Three darklings lurched from the shadows inside of the jailhouse. They sneaked past guards, which were scrambling to fortify as much as possible. They made their way to the hidden entrances in the chambers that imprisoned the psychics. When they reached a dead end, they slashed at it with their talons. Rocks ripped apart, revealing the secret door. The smallest darkling of the three extended one sharp, thin-bladed finger. It started to pick the lock. The other two had their backs to him to keep watch. After a moment, the click of success echoed in the silent hallway. They opened the door and proceeded into the even darker room. Every yellow head turned to see the darklings enter. With the same expressionless skull-like faces that darklings always had, the three began the work of freeing the captive psychics. One darkling moved in silence into another hidden room. Upon opening the secret door, there was another hallway. Lining both sides of the hallway were doors going all the way to the end. The creatures crept into the first door on the right. The door was not locked. It slowly opened just enough for the stalker to squeeze in without allowing outside light to pour in. Inside this room was one sleeping psychic. He lay in a large bed made out of the most comfortable and lavish material the world could know. This room was adorned with decorations that made any other person's home appear not only shabby, but of impoverished conditions. One wall was lined with the orb books. Another had racks of garments of the softest and rarest material, while the darkling cared not one way or the other about how rich and comfortable this psychic lived. Sai saw through his eyes and became all the more angry, almost losing control of this most valuable and crucial of darklings.
Kill him,
Was the command Sai gave. In a single strike, the sleeping occupant's head fell. The darkling caught it with their other talon, refusing to allow even the slightest noises to occur. He crept out of the room and proceeded to the next. In each room, the same thing was discovered, and the same thing happened. Sneak in, kill, sneak out, and repeat. When it exited the final room, Onett and Jack arrived. They were too late, and it made no difference that they killed the Darkling with ease.
I won, Onett.
Sai sent the telepathic message. Onett's left eye twitched. He growled with anger.
Oh, I'm going to kill you, Sai, myself.
A psychic spilled into the streets, rushing to claim their freedom. Red guards were finished dealing with the Darklings, only to be confronted by blue Time Weavers. Both red and blue mystics had no time to react to the discovery of demons, as they had to deal with one another. Onett led Jack out and to the main battle near the center of the city.
Kill every Time Weaver,
Onett commanded. While Jack could not fly, he could hover. With no control over his feelings, he felt the rare sensation of happiness and rose into the air. He also felt anger, fear, and sadness all rolled up in one. Then his brain, while holding these feelings, also began the familiar tune, and finally he focused his mind on Norg. Due to his lack of experience, he could only summon one charge at a time. That charge still had no problem summoning their entire force to their aid. A small army smoked into existence. They reached the battlefield within the city. Onett slipped into a place hidden in one of the homes. He made himself some tea as the battle commenced, then sat cross-legged on a pillow. The residents could not move, paralyzed by the telepath's mind. Jack assumed the true prismatic form. 3 of the 4 colors of the 4 moons gleamed across his skin, striped vertically from left to right, blue, red, and green. Those colors moved shimmering across his body. Time Weavers moved in to attack Jack, but they moved at the same speed he moved at, to which the prismatic could set them aflame with ease. Their armor only acted as a conductor, and they roasted alive. Each Time Weaver Jack killed only added to his potential of charges he could summon. The guards formed a line near Jack, making a massive circle of fire with them inside, leaving a single opening to forcing the Time Weavers to attack solely from the front. The invaders were not stupid. They didn't rush into their deaths. Instead, they backed off and attacked any guards not inside of the protective semicircle. By this time, every council member, with the exception of just one, has been slain. Drosy actually flew in the air and landed next to Jack. They made eye contact. Jack's eyes were glazed from the telepathic control. Drosy nodded as if understanding, then turned forward to face any would-be threats coming their direction. Brutus casually stepped into the circle. In his upper hand he held the head, not connected to the body, of a dead Time Weaver. His lower arm clutched his sword. A guard who happened to be a healer rushed to his aid. Brutus callously pushed him away. The healer contorted their face in confusion, but put up no argument. Time Weavers began to lose the advantage as the organized militia anticipated their fast movements. Even when a Time Weaver focused on making the elementalists slow, it only meant they could not focus on making themselves fast, thus being vulnerable to attack. The attacking force was several hundred Time Weavers, and were reduced to less than 70. They knew they no longer could win. A loud horn was blown in the distance, marking their retreat. As fast as they came, they then moved equally fast to leave. Some were slain as they left. The door to the home Onett was in burst open. Sai and El rushed in with the Darkling behind them. Onett glared at them, then sent a mental command to the Darkling, attempting to seize control over it. His mind reached and felt nothing where a mind should be. Onett squinted, confused. The illusions of Psy, El, and the Darkling waved and faded. Onett spun around, but was too late. El swung his sword, slashing the telepath's arm. Onett jumped back. You think I'm stupid enough to bring a Darkling to you? Psy said. It doesn't matter, Onett said, clutching his wounded left upper arm. He focused on El and sent his mind out to take the lunar shapeshifter. El dropped his sword and clutched his head, trying to resist. Sai appeared behind El, revealing his true self, and not an illusion. He raised his four arms up in a symbolic gesture, then swung down. Yellow magic arced out of his hands and flashed over to Onett, popping right before him.
It's not nearly as easy to take over the mind of a psychic than it is anyone else. You've got to focus a little harder, don't you?
Onett controlled El and forced him to pick up his sword and attack Sai. Sai jumped back and out of a window behind himself. He wore a triumphant look upon his face. Jack blinked rapidly. His prismatic form ended, and he fell down 3 feet to the ground. His upper arms clutched his head as everything started to come into focus. He looked at his lower hands and knew that he controlled himself once again. Drowsy looked at him and glared. Jack didn't notice. He knew where he was and what was going on. The prismatic summoned his beast, mounted it, and rushed straight through the opening of the flame circle.
Let him go. He's our hero today,
Drowsy said. He raised his voice loud enough for Jack to hear as he galloped away.
The Prismatic has saved us all.
Jack didn't need to look back to know Drowsy was full of shit. Even if it was true, he knew the Elder was lying. End of Chapter 14. Epilogue. The gates closed behind Jack. Way in the distance ahead of him, he saw the retreating Time Weaver's blue blur fade over the horizon just past the river. That river marked the beginning of Time Weaver territory. I might have actually been welcomed with open arms if I fought with them instead of against them, Jack said. Still on the back of his beast charge, still rushing forward, he slowed his pace but refused to stop. As he approached the bridge, he frowned. It all makes sense now. With that thought, he came to a full stop just a few paces from the bridge. Demons control the whole city. That monster that took control of me. Those guards that could just somehow know when, where, and who, and what crimes are committed with such accuracy. Does Drowsy control them, or do they control Drowsy? Those Time Weavers were right to attack. Why did Sai attack with the Darklings if the demons already control the city? Why were the demons in chains? Every answer just brings in more questions. Jack sighed. He turned to the east, looking over the ocean. The beginning rays of the sun gleamed just past clouds on the horizon. Jack turned from green to red. His beast vaporized, and he fell on his feet, expectantly. He shuffled his feet forward. The ground carried him more than he carried himself. Obeying his elementalist depression commands. Then, at the edge of the ground, just before the sand, Jack commanded the ground beneath him to form into a raised chair. His body slumped into the earth chair, and he watched the sun rise. Furthermore, his eyes felt heavy. His muscles felt weak. Jack's head began to droop, and even through the bright sunlight he lost consciousness.
Hello, Jack.
El's voice said. El, where are you? Where have you been?
You still hate the psychics, don't you?
Yeah, no more than ever, especially after one took control of me.
Jack felt a mental shake from Elle's head, even though he couldn't see it.
A demon freed you from him, Jack. The city is more antiquated than you know. So are the yellow people.
Jack shifted his head to a direction he believed Elle could be within the darkness.
A demon couldn't help me. Only a psychic can free someone from the mental bonds of another psychic. You aren't ready for the truth. When you're ready, come back to Rask.
Jack wanted to say more, but the dream ended. He opened his eyes, still sitting in the earthen chair. His body was slumped down. The sun was high in the sky. More than half of the day had gone by. He stepped off of the chair, standing up fully erect. He refused to look back at Rask, and shook his head. Then he looked at the bridge, down the road in the distance. Jack turned green, and summoned his beast, mounted it, and proceeded.
Jack!
The voice of Soon called. Jack looked and saw Soon and Fobris running towards him. Oh! They reached him.
Why did you leave? Rask, everyone is worshiping you as the hero that saved the city.
End of Part 1 of The Prismatic. Here's some ad-lib final thoughts I have on this book. I'm not done writing Part 2, and I don't know if I ever will. If this book draws enough interest, then I will write Part 2, which basically explores Jack going into Cadance and dealing with whatever problems they have. Let me know if you're actually interested in a Part 2. Otherwise, this is the end. Have a good one, everyone.